The air is thick with the smell of pine from the Ardeep forest, but underneath that fresh, woodsy scent, there's something else.
Oh, yeah.
Something distinct, acidic, and alarming. The smell of smoke.
Right. So you're standing on the high road. It's late afternoon. The sun is dipping low, casting these long, bruised shadows across the dirt.
And you see the signpost. To your left, the sign points to Waterdeep. To your right, Daggerford.
But the party, they're not looking at either of those.
No, not at all. They are staring at the third arrow on that wooden signpost, the one that points north, up a winding trail into the hills.
The one that says Nightstone.
And it's not just what they see or what they smell, it is what they hear.
Or rather, the one specific thing piercing the unnatural silence of the area. A bell.
Incessant, rhythmic, clang, clang, clang. It's not a call to prayer.
No, it's way too erratic for that. It's manic.
The party just stands there, and you can feel that hesitation. You know that feeling when you walk up to a house and the front door is wide open, and you just know in your gut that something is wrong?
That is Nightstone right now. They crest the hill and look down at the settlement. It's fortified or proper Mott and Bailey setup. But the drawbridge,
It's lowered.
which is the first massive red flag,
Yeah.
a fortified settlement with its primary defense mechanism wide open, is a settlement that is either surrendered or, well, ceased to function.
And there are no guards on the walls. Just
Wow.
that smoke rising and that bell ringing, it creates this immediate psychological weight.
It's a ghost town atmosphere, but it's not empty. It's waiting.
Okay, I want to pause right here. We are doing a deep dive on the Nightstone incident today, the real kickoff to this massive saga. And usually when we talk about high fantasy, we picture dragons roaring or swords clashing immediately. But the most terrifying sound in the opening of this chronicle isn't a monster, it's this bell. Why focus on that? Why is a church bell so unsettling?
It's a brilliant piece of psychological engineering, really. In narrative terms, we call this a call to action, but it's more aggressive than that. It's a ticking clock.
A ticking clock. How so?
Well, if you're a hero standing on the road and you hear silence, you might set up camp. You might wait for morning. But an incessantly ringing bell triggers a primal urge to stop the noise.
Ah, right. It gets under your skin.
It signals distress, but it also signals madness. It forces you to walk into the trap.
It's like a fire alarm you can't turn off.
Yeah.
So the party walks in, they see the drawbridge is down, and this is where that immediate analysis kicks in. A fortified settlement with the door open is a settlement that has already lost.
Exactly. It signals a total collapse of order. And for anyone not deep into medieval architecture, Nightstone is a Mott and Bailey.
So a layered defense.
A very layered defense. Think of it as a village surrounded by a wall and then a keep, a castle, on a man-made hill inside that. It's designed to be uncrackable.
So finding it wide open is like finding a bank vault with the door swinging in the breeze.
Precisely.
So they start the approach. They step onto that drawbridge. And let's talk about the sensory details here, because this is where the reality of the situation hits.
The bridge is sturdy oak, but below them, 15 feet down, the river is rushing. It's loud, but not loud enough to drown out that bell.
And then the tracker in the group, the one with the keen eyes, looks down.
And sees the mud, splintered wood, and tracks.
This is where the narrative shifts from mystery to threat.
Absolutely. You have the tracks of dozens of villagers fleeing north. You can see the panic in the mud, but overlaid on top of those, wolf tracks.
Massive ones.
Massive.
Yeah.
And the erratic, smaller footprints of goblins. This isn't just a tragedy, it's a crime scene that's still active.
The party crosses the bridge, they pass those twin watchtowers.
Empty, unguarded.
And they step into the village square. And this is where the Nightstone incident truly begins, because the town square isn't just a meeting place anymore.
It's a killing floor. There's this muddy open area, and in the center, a gaping hole.
Right, where the actual Nightstone, the obsidian megalith the town is named for, used to be.
Just gone. Ripped right out.
But the party doesn't have time to ponder the geology, because in the corner of the square, hunched over the carcass of a dog, are two massive shapes.
Large.
And here is where we see the first explosion of violence. We talk about initiative in technical terms usually, but in the narrative, this is the snap of a twig.
It's the sudden, supernatural stillness of a predator that realizes it's being watched. The wargs turn. And the speed, it's terrifying.
So they walk into the square, there's a hole in the ground, and two wargs, these are giant malicious wolves eating a dog. The fight starts. But this isn't a movie where the hero just wins.
No, this is a messy, slippery brawl.
One of the sources makes a big deal about the environment here. The mud.
Yes, the mud. It sounds like a small detail, but it's everything. In some systems, they call this difficult terrain. It costs you twice as much to move.
But narratively, what does that mean?
Narratively, it turns a hero into a clumsy amateur. It means that when we say a character misses a swing, we aren't picturing them swinging wildly at the air.
Right. It's the boot slipping in the slime just as you lunge.
Exactly. Or it's the warg's thick matted hide turning the blade at the last second. The environment is actively conspiring against them.
This encounter teaches a crucial lesson early on. You aren't just fighting the monster, you are fighting the world itself.
And the damage isn't just numbers. It's the crushing weight of a paw slamming you into the mud, the tearing of fangs against chainmail.
But they survive. They put the beasts down. Silence returns to the immediate area.
But that bell,
That bell is still ringing.
it's driving them crazy. It's coming from the Temple of Lathander, just north of the square. They approach the temple. The door is wide open.
And the inside is beautiful. Stained glass windows depicting the dawn, birth, nature, all these symbols of hope.
And inside, the juxtaposition is jarring. It's not a priest praying for salvation.
No, it's two goblins, Beto and Vark.
Swinging in the bell rope, just having the time of their lives.
It's pure, chaotic joy in the middle of a disaster zone.
Okay, hold on. Why? Why are they doing this? We just fought giant wolves that were eating the town watchdog, and now we have goblins playing on a swing set.
That's the chaos element of the goblin archetype. It tells the party immediately, this isn't a disciplined occupation.
Okay, that makes sense.
If it were hobgoblins, the bell would be silent. If it were orcs, the bell would probably be smashed.
Goblins. They use the tragedy of the town as a toy. It lowers the party's estimation of the threat, which is dangerous because it makes them complacent.
So they decide to silence them. Whether it was a quick blade in the dark or a chokehold, the bell stops.
And suddenly the silence is heavier than the noise.
Now, every creak of a floorboard, every wind chime sounds like a thunderclap. They have
Yeah.
to clear the village, house to house.
This is urban warfare now, which is a very different beast from the open combat in the square.
And house to house clearing is terrifying. You don't know what's behind the door. Is it a survivor, a trap, a monster?
They hit the Nesper farm first. And again, the Chronicle gives us this whiplash of tone,
They kick in the door, weapons raised, adrenaline spiking.
and they find Blick and Flick, two goblins wearing pumpkins on their heads.
Plain tag. Blind tag.
They're running into walls, giggling. It's absurd.
It highlights the goblin mindset. They aren't conquering soldiers. They're opportunistic scavengers who found a playground.
But then you go 2 houses down to the Summerhawk residence, and the tone crashes back into tragedy.
The apothecary's home. This is where the reality of the bombardment that happened earlier hits. The roof is smashed in by one of those massive rocks that fell from the sky.
And they find Larlo, the halfling, dead, crushed.
That contrast, that's what this is all about, right?
Precisely. Horror works best when it's punctuated by absurdity. If it's just grim body after grim body, the listener or the hero goes numb.
You need the laugh to reset the emotional palate.
So that the next tragedy, finding the dead halfling, Larlo, hits harder. You laugh at the pumpkins, then you feel the weight of the apothecary's death. It keeps the emotional engagement high.
There's a moment here that really defines the survivalist nature of the party. They find a loose floorboard.
Underneath is a hidey hole, an herbalism kit, some gold.
In a civilized world, taking this is grave robbing. In Nightstone, in this moment.
It's scavenging resources to survive the next hour. They take the antitoxin. They take the gold.
Because the dead don't need it, and the party might.
It's the unspoken pragmatism of the adventurer. But that pragmatism gets tested when they reach the Nightstone Inn.
The heart of the village's social life, now a ruin. But it's not empty. There's someone hiding in the shadows of a bedroom.
Kella. She introduces herself as a monk, a traveler, caught in the attack. She's battered. She looks terrified.
But this is where the party's intuition, that moment where a check is made, translates into a moment of pure tension. One of the party members is watching her hands.
She's gripping her weapon, not like a panicked civilian, but like a professional. Her knuckles are white.
And maybe, just for a second, her sleeve slips. And there it is, the tattoo.
A flying snake.
The Zentarum, the black network.
The party freezes. They know the Zentarum. Mercenaries, spies, assassins. If she's here, she's not a victim.
She's an operative.
But she's also one woman, surrounded by goblins, in a destroyed town.
Yeah.
The party has to make a calculation.
Do we out her? Do we kill her? Or do we use her?
They decide to keep her close. An uneasy truce. The subtext is, we see you, but we have bigger problems.
Bigger problems indeed. Because they still haven't checked the keep. the seat of power.
The bridge connecting the village to the keep is broken, smashed by a rock. They have to jump the gap.
That physical exertion, leaping over the rushing moat with full gear, it's not trivial. One slip and you're washing down to the Ardeep.
They make it. They push into the great hall of the keep.
And this is the moment the mission changes. They find Lady Velrosa Nandor, the High Steward. The leader...
She's not issuing orders. She's not organizing a defense.
She is buried under rubble, dead.
Her guards, Sidiri, Torum, Alara, Kalen, they are standing around her body just arguing.
They are broken, leaderless. They are looking at the corpse of their authority and they don't know what to do next.
This is a critical power vacuum. In a feudal society, when the lord or lady dies, the structure collapses. The guards are demoralized.
They aren't soldiers anymore. They're just frightened people.
And the party walks in. And effectively, they inherit the town. They have to step up. They have to become the authority.
It's the transfer of power from the established nobility, which has failed, to the adventurers who are the only ones capable of acting.
It's that moment of, we are in charge now. That's the vibe. The party stabilizes the guards, tells them to hold the keep.
But just as they think they've secured the situation, hoofbeats.
The sound of authority arriving, or so it seems.
They look out from the keep or the walls. 7 horsemen are riding up to the drawbridge. They look sharp, disciplined.
The leader, Zulkan Alisander, is charming, handsome. He calls out, asking to enter, to help.
The 7 snakes, Zentorum mercenaries.
And now the Kella piece falls into place. She wasn't just hiding. She was the advanced scout.
The drawbridge is the dynamic here. If the party left it down, the snakes ride right in. If they raised it, it's a negotiation.
Let's assume the bridge is up. Zulkan is down there smiling that wolfish smile. We're just here to help secure the town, he says. We heard there was trouble.
It's a classic protection racket. Nice town you have here. Shame if something happened to it.
But the threat is real. These aren't goblins. These are trained killers. And Kella.
She drops the act. She walks out to meet them. The reunion of the Zentarim.
And now the party's outnumbered, or at least outgunned.
Stop for a second. The Zentarim. We hear Black Network and we think bad guys. But Zulkan is offering a legit service here.
He is. You handle the goblins that are left, we'll handle the town. He wants the real estate. He wants Nightstone as a base for the Black Network.
The party. They just want the villagers safe. It's a friction of goals.
The Zentarim are essentially the mafia, or an aggressive private military contractor. They are villains, yes, but they are lawful villains. They want order. They want the town to function so they can tax it.
Whereas the goblins just want to break stuff.
Right.
So the party is standing there looking at Zulkan. He says, let us in, we'll protect the town. And honestly, if I'm a tired adventurer covered in word blood, that sounds pretty good.
That's the devil's bargain. And the sources point out this is a pivotal moment for the party's morality. Do you choose safety at the cost of freedom?
If you let the Zentarim in, the goblins die, sure. But Nightstone essentially becomes a mob front.
But if you fight them, you might die right now.
Exactly. It forces them to be politicians. It's not about hit it with a sword anymore. It's about weighing immediate survival against long-term consequences.
The tension in the air is electric. Zulkan tries to buy them off. He's pushing, probing, looking for weakness.
It's a social encounter that is just as deadly as the work fight.
But before the deal can be fully struck or the swords drawn, a new sound shatters the negotiation.
War cries. Wet, guttural, screaming war cries. From the north.
The ear-seekers. Orcs.
And this is chaos. The orcs aren't here to negotiate. They are desperate. They are fleeing the elves from the forest. They are terrified, and they see a fortress.
They want it. Garash, the war chief, leads the charge. And suddenly, the Zentarim and the party who are about to kill each other look at the orcs.
Look at each other.
And give a collective nod.
Enemy of my enemy. It's a survival alliance.
It creates this strange bedfellows dynamic.
Yeah.
The party fighting back-to-back with the Zentarim. It's a great narrative complication.
You are saving the lives of the guys you probably have to kill later.
Exactly.
The battle for the bridge is a meat grinder. You have orcs rushing the planks, some jumping into the moat to swim across.
The Zentarim are firing crossbows with ruthless efficiency. The party is holding the choke point.
And the combat narrative here, it's brutal. Great taxes smashing into shields. The sheer exhaustion. The wizard in the party is tapping their forehead. They are out of spells.
Right. Running out of spells isn't just a mechanic where a number hits 0. It's a headache.
Yeah.
It's a mental fatigue. where you try to summon the arcane formula and your mind just slips.
It's a gun clicking on an empty chamber.
They are fighting on fumes. The orcs are pushing. They are strong,
Right.
desperate. The line is buckling.
And then a whistle, a thwip. An orc goes down with an arrow in his throat. Then another. Then another.
The cavalry arrives. But it's not knights in shining armor.
It's the wood elves.
Ron Airholm and his scouts emerge from the tree line. And let's be clear, they aren't here to save the humans. They aren't here to save the Zhentarim.
They are here to finish the job. They are here to kill orcs.
It's a precise, cold intervention. The elves rain death from the distance. The orcs break. The survivors flee.
And the aftermath, it's chilling. The elves don't come down for a beer. They don't shake hands.
They look at the carnage, nod once, and fade back into the Ardeep forest. They leave the party standing there, covered in goblin blood, orc blood, surrounded by Zhentarim snakes.
The silence returns to Nightstone, but the mission isn't over. The town is secure, technically. But where are the people?
The tracks lead north, to the hills, to the dripping caves.
The party has to leave their hard-won fortress. They have to go into the dark.
And the trek to the caves is a transition. You're leaving the political tension of the village and heading into the primal fear of the underground.
They find the cave mouth. The smell hits them first. Wet fur, bat guano, and stagnant water.
And darkness. For the human members of the party, the torches act as a target. For the dwarf or elf, the dark vision kicks in.
That monochromatic, grainy sight, everything looks like a ghost.
They creep inside. The main cavern is vast, dripping water echoing. And there, in the center, an ogre, knob,
Bathing.
in hot mud.
It's another one of those moments of absurdity mixed with terror. A massive giant, relaxed, vulnerable, yet terrifyingly strong.
The party chooses stealth. They have to skirt the edge of the cavern. The tension of that stealth check here is palpable.
It's a kick stone, it's a rustle of armor, a gasp when someone almost slips into the mud.
If they wake the ogre, it's a brawl they might not survive in their current state.
Mm.
But they manage to slip past. They go deeper.
Into the tunnels the goblins are too scared to use.
And they find out why.
They come to a section with a large stalagmite. It looks hollow. One of the party members, maybe the rogue, gets curious. They poke it with a sword.
And the sword.
Sizzles.
The black pudding.
Yeah.
The blob. It pours out of the rock. And this isn't a monster you can parry. You hit it, and your weapon dissolves. You block it, and your shield melts.
It is the ultimate destroyer of gear.
The panic here is unique. Adventurers rely on their tools. As a warrior, your sword is your life, watching it melt into black sludge.
That's worse than taking damage.
This monster takes their agency away. It forces them to run, to use fire, to use magic. It strips them of their power fantasy.
They survive the ooze, battered, armor pitted with acid burns. They push to the final cavern, the boss room.
Boss Hark.
Hark isn't your average goblin. He's got the villagers. He's got the leverage. He's sitting there with his giant rat pets just watching.
The villagers are huddled in a pit. He calls it the larder. Morak the dwarf is down there trying to keep them calm. Lady Nandar's lady-in-waiting is weeping.
The stakes are absolute. If the fight starts, the hostages could die.
But Hark is intelligent. He wants to survive. He sees this party blood-soaked, acid-burned, but still standing, and he makes a calculation.
I can fight you and maybe die, or I can sell these humans back to you.
It adds nuance. He's not a mindless monster. He's a businessman.
Yeah.
A cruel one, but a businessman.
And it gives the party a moral choice. Do we pay the ransom? Is that enabling him? Or do we risk the hostages to kill him?
There's no perfect answer.
The negotiation is tense. The party has to pay gold, or maybe a service. Hark wants the black pudding dead.
Done. We already did it.
Hark wants a lock for his chest. Sure, they make the deal. They aren't exterminators today, they are rescuers.
And leading the villagers out of the dark, blinking into the sunlight, it's a victory.
But it's a heavy one, because the first question Morak asks is, where is Lady Nandar?
And the party has to tell him, she's gone, Morak. She fell.
The mix of relief at being saved and the grief of the loss, it's a heavy walk back to Nightstone.
They return to the village. The Zhentarim are holding the walls if they survived. The villagers look at their ruined homes. It feels like the end of the adventure.
They are exhausted. They're more experienced now, seasoned by fire.
Okay, I have to pause this here. We've spent this whole time talking about grit. Mud, blood, dead apothecaries, political maneuvering with the mafia. It feels like a very grounded, gritty war movie.
And then a shadow covers the sun.
They look up. And this is where the genre shifts. hard.
It really is a whiplash. A castle, a tower, floating on a cloud, descending from the sky.
Wait, we just spent all this time talking about mud and dead villagers, and now there's a castle on a cloud.
Hoss is that. It is a bit of a shock, isn't it? But looking at the campaign structure, this is deliberate. We call this the scope shift or the zoom out.
It feels like the director changed halfway through the movie.
In a way, they did. The Nightstone incident is designed to make you feel small. You are struggling to save one tiny village. Then Zephyros arrives in his cloud tower and literally lifts you out of the mud.
The scale is impossible. The stairs form out of solid mist. It's inviting them up.
They climb 1,000 feet up. The air gets thin, cold. They step onto the cloud.
Yeah.
And they meet Zephyros.
A cloud giant wizard. He's not attacking. Well, he's befuddled. He's wearing a bathrobe of stars. He's reading a book the size of a mattress.
Zephyros is a delight, but he's also terrifyingly powerful. He tells them he's been speaking to planar entities. He believes this specific group of mud-caked adventurers is destined to fix the Ordning.
The Ordning. The caste system of the giants. It's broken.
The world is falling apart because the giants are in chaos.
Zephyros drags the party out of their local problems, save the village, and drops them into a global crisis, save the world.
So the goblins were just the tremors before the earthquake.
Exactly. And this segment, with the Cloud Tower, serves to bridge the gap between local heroes and world savers. But notice, even in the clouds, the themes don't disappear. The danger just gets weird.
He offers them a ride. I'll take you north, to Bryn Shander. Or Tribor.
They accept because, well, he's a giant wizard in a floating castle. You don't say no.
But the sky isn't safe. Days into the journey, they are high above the world, and they are attacked.
Not by birds, but by people riding giant vultures.
The cult of the howling hatred. These guys are creepy, they wear masks, they land on the cloud. They have a gift for Zephyros.
Pixie dust. They want him to join their master, Yansi Bin, the Prince of Evil Air.
The party has to step in. Zephyros is insane. He might say yes. They have to be the voice of reason.
Hey, big guy, these are bad news.
The fight that breaks out is vertigo-inducing. Imagine fighting on the edge of a cloud, thousands of feet in the air.
One shove, and you're falling for minutes. The cultists are fast, using the wind. The party is holding on for dear life.
They defeat the cult, but the threat level keeps escalating. Just as they catch their breath, a dragon roars.
A silver dragon. Clarion. He's a good guy, right?
Usually. But he's carrying a strike team. Dwarves. Lord's Alliance dwarves.
They drop from the dragon's claws, chug potions of what looks like smoke, and infiltrate the tower. This is Operation Orb Strike.
Their mission.
Yeah.
Destroy the navigation orb. Crash the tower.
They think Zephyros is evil. They think it's an attack tower.
The party is now in the bizarre position of defending a cloud giant against a team of good dwarves. It's a comedy of errors with lethal stakes. The party is shouting, "No, stop, he's friendly, he's just crazy."
The dwarves are swinging axes, shouting, "For Mithril Hall."
It's a battle of containment. The party can't kill the dwarves. That would make them criminals. They have to grapple, disarm, talk them down.
A high-stakes diplomatic crisis in the middle of a combat encounter. That Operation Orb Strike detail proves that even in a high fantasy setting, miscommunication is the biggest killer.
Eventually, they talk sense into them, or maybe they just hold them off long enough for the dragon to realize Zephyros isn't fighting back. The dwarves stand down, the dragon apologizes, they fly off.
And silence returns to the area. Zephyros is just confused. He mutters something about dragons and goes back to his book.
The tower descends, it drops them off, maybe at Bryn Shander, maybe Golden Fields. The party steps off the cloud, they hit the solid ground.
And think about where they are now, mentally.
They started looking for a lost village, they fought wolves in the mud, they negotiated with the mafia, they hunted goblins in the dark.
They dissolved their armor in acid, they met a giant. They fought a cult in the sky, they stopped a dwarven special ops team.
They are no longer local heroes, they are players in the War of the Giants.
They look at each other, battered, scarred, weapons notched, and they realize the bell has stopped ringing.
But the real noise, the noise of the world breaking, that has just begun.
The cloud tower drifts away into the sunset, and the party turns north, ready for the next chapter.
Okay, let's unpack this whole journey, because the Nightstone incident is such a perfect microcosm of how quickly a situation can spiral from bad to apocalyptic.
It really is. It's a masterclass in escalation.
So what does this all mean for the listener? If you were in this party, what's the takeaway from this entire ordeal?
The takeaway is adaptability. You start as a rat catcher, essentially. Then you become a town guard, then a diplomat, then a dungeon delver. than a sky pirate fighter.
The world of this saga is huge, and it demands that you grow into it fast.
You can't just be one thing. You have to be ready for the mud and the clouds.
And you have to be ready to lead when the leaders fall.
Precisely. Because when the bell stops ringing, someone has to decide what happens next. And that someone is you.
Man, what a ride. From the bell to the clouds. That is the chronicle of the Nightstone incident.
A tragedy, a comedy, and an epic, all in one long weekend.
We'll leave you with this thought. The tower dropped the party off. They are back on the ground. But they've seen the world from above now. They know how small Nightstone really is.
Once you've seen the scope of the problem, can you ever really go back to just fighting goblins?
I don't think you can. You've touched the sky. The mud never feels quite the same.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. Keep your sword sharp and watch the skies.
And don't touch the black pudding.
Seriously, don't touch it.
We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we are opening a file that is, quite frankly, terrifying. We are stepping into the rumblings chapter of a crisis that really, it redefines what it means to be safe in the North. And I don't use the word crisis lightly here.
No, you can't. It's a pivotal moment.
Right.
We aren't just looking at a raid or, a minor skirmish. We're looking at an earthquake. And that word from the source material, rumblings, it's almost too gentle.
Right. It sounds like distant thunder, something you can maybe ignore, something that might just pass you by. But what we're actually seeing here is, well, it's a complete structural collapse of the peace.
It really is. We're talking about a sudden, coordinated, and catastrophic uprising of giant kind. And sudden is the key word there.
Exactly. Usually in these kinds of historical accounts, you see a slow buildup. A rumor here, a missing caravan there. But this is a mobilization on a massive scale. And it's affecting 3 totally distinct strongholds of civilization all at once.
It's the difference between, say, a bad weather event and a fundamental climate shift. The giants have always been a background threat. They're up in the mountains, in the hills. They were just part of the danger of the North, like the cold or the wolves.
A fact of life.
Exactly. But now they're the foreground. They are the immediate threat, and they're attacking places that people thought were, untouchable.
So that's what we're going to be focusing on today, 3 specific locations. And I really want us to think of them not just as like dots on a map or levels in a game. These are living communities.
We have to. You have to understand the targets to understand the tragedy. So first, you've got Bryn Shander, the frozen walled heart of Icewind Dale. This is a place where just surviving the day is a victory.
Okay, so that's survival. Then what?
Then you have Golden Fields. It's called the Granary of the North. It's this huge temple farm. So if Bryn Shander is all about grit, Golden Fields is about growth, about abundance.
And the third one?
Tribor, the mercantile crossroads, a hub of industry, of commerce.
3 very, very different vibes.
Completely. And what's so fascinating and frankly terrifying is that each location is facing a different kind of giant. Bryn Shander is up against the frost giants, Golden Fields, the hill giants, and Tribor. Tribor is facing fire giants.
And that's the hook for me. I mean, giants are usually solitary creatures, right? Or they stick to their own clans in some remote mountain range. To see them launching organized attacks on fortified cities, it just screams a level of desperation or ambition that we haven't seen in centuries. Why now? And why these specific places?
That is the core question for this entire deep dive. These aren't random attacks. On the surface, it looks like pure chaos. But when you look deeper, when you look at the reports and the tactical assessments, there's a definite method to the madness. In each location, the giants have a specific goal. They are not just there to kill people, they are hunting for something.
A scavenger hunt. Like a deadly, city-destroying scavenger hunt.
That's a perfect way to put it. In Bryn Shander, they're after a specific artifact. In Golden Fields, they want food, massive quantities of it. And in Tribor, they're looking for a piece of an ancient machine. And these 3 goals, they tell us everything about the different giant cultures and what's driving them, what's making them so desperate right now.
Okay, so let's start at the top of the world. Section 1, the Siege of Ice. Bryn Shander.
Bryn Shander. Yeah, just the name sounds cold, doesn't it?
It really does. So paint the picture for us. If you're living there, what is life like?
Okay, so you have to imagine the largest settlement in all of 10 towns. But large is a very relative term up there. It's all huddled on this windswept hill south of the mountain, Kelvin's Cairn. But the most important feature, the defining feature of the whole town, is the wall.
The wall.
A circular wall, 30 feet high, made of these tight-fitting stone blocks. No mortar. The sheer weight and craftsmanship hold it together.
30 feet, that's not just a fence. That's a serious fortification. That's like a 3-story building.
It has to be. Because outside that wall is the tundra. I mean, lethal winds, temperatures that can snap iron, let alone bone. You've got yetis, cragcats, you name it. That wall is the only thing standing between the people of Bryn Shander and a very quick, very cold death.
And the people inside?
They're tough. You have scrim shanders carving intricate designs into the bones of knucklehead trout. You have fishers, trappers, merchants, tough enough to run caravans through that weather. They're fiercely independent.
They're the kind of people who complain about the wind but would never, ever live anywhere else.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
They're used to hardship. But the thing is, they're used to environmental hardship, or maybe fending off a small barbarian raid. They are not prepared for what's coming. They're not ready for a specialized military strike force.
And that is what hits them, frost giants.
Led by a giantess named Drufi.
Drufi. Even the name just sounds hard, like rock.
She is a formidable leader. The reports say she marches out of the swirling snow with 12 frost giants and a whole pack of winter wolves. And the way she starts the attack, it's not with a battering ram. It's with a sound.
The horn.
A horn carved from a mammoth's tusk. She blows it, and the sound just cuts through the wind. They say you could hear it for a mile. It rattles the teeth of everyone inside the walls.
That's psychological warfare 101, isn't it?
Yeah.
Announce your presence. Let the fear sink in.
It is. She wants them to know doom has arrived. And then she surrounds the town. 9 of her giants just circle the perimeter and start hurling rocks.
And we're not talking about, like, pebbles here.
We're talking about boulders the size of barrels. They're lobbing them clean over that 30-foot wall. And they're not really aiming for soldiers on the wall. They're aiming for the town itself. The houses, the marketplace.
They want panic. They want the defenders distracted, running to check on their families, huddling in basements.
Exactly. While everyone is in chaos, Drufi and her 3 biggest bodyguards march right up to the southwest gate. The main gate.
And this is where it gets really interesting, because she doesn't just try to smash the gate down. She knocks on the door, figuratively speaking. She actually demands a parley.
Her words echo across the square. Surrender Artis Cimber or die.
Artis Cimber. Okay, so who is this guy? And why would a frost giant threaten to level an entire city for him?
Artis Cimber is. He's an elusive figure in the lore. A former harper, an explorer, a man of many, many stories. But the man himself is almost secondary to what he possesses, the Ring of Winter.
Okay, let's dive into that. The Ring of Winter, it sounds like something from a legend.
It basically is. It's an artifact of incredible age and, frankly, terrifying power. It's said to preserve the youth of its wearer, which is why Artis has apparently been around for so long.
But I'm guessing eternal youth isn't what a frost giant is after.
No. Much more importantly for a frost giant, the ring grants absolute dominion over ice and cold. We're talking about the power to freeze entire oceans, to summon blizzards out of a clear sky, to create armies of ice elementals.
So if Drufi gets her hands on this ring,
She could plunge the world into an eternal winter. Or, maybe more realistically, she could elevate the frost giants to the very top of the giant hierarchy, the Ordning. All the giant clans are in this desperate struggle for status right now. Possession of an artifact like this. That would be an instant win for her people.
which explains the desperation. She's not just raiding, she's trying to win a civil war among giants. So she assumes Artis is in Bryn Shander. Is he?
No,
And that is the absolute tragedy of this whole situation.
it is. The entire town is under siege.
Right?
Rocks are crushing homes. People are dying. The walls are buckling. All for a man who isn't even there.
But there has to be a connection, a thread that led them there. They didn't just pick a town at random.
There is a thread. And his name is Serac of Suzail.
The acolyte.
Right. On the surface, Serac is just a seemingly ordinary man. He's an acolyte of Torm, the god of courage and self-sacrifice. His life is simple. He washes the floors of the temple, the house of the Triad. He prays. He helps the priest. He's only been in Icewind Dale for a few months, came up here trying to fish, trying to find himself, you know.
A young man looking for purpose. But he has a secret. A secret bloodline.
He is the son of Artis Cimber.
Oh, wow. Does he know about the ring? Does he know what his father has?
He knows some of it. He knows his father is immortal, or at least rumored to be. He knows there's powerful magic involved, but he's never seen the ring. He barely even knows his own father. Artis gave him up as a baby to an orphanage back in Suzail, specifically to protect him from his enemies.
Which, ironically, has completely failed, because now the giants are here for him.
Exactly. The protection became a beacon. Serac is the human element in this high fantasy conflict. He realizes in the middle of all this chaos that the giants are here because of his family. And even though he doesn't have the ring, doesn't know where it is, his mere existence puts everyone he cares about in mortal danger. The giants believe he can lead them to Artus.
It's a classic hero's dilemma, an impossible burden to carry. But he's not the only one stepping up, right? The defense of Bryn Shander is full of these great little character moments. I have to talk about Augrek Brighthelm.
Ah, the sheriff's deputy. A fantastic character.
I love her description in the source notes. She's stationed right at the southwest gate, the exact spot where Drufi is attacking. And normally, she's the town's welcome wagon. She gives this cheerful, "Welcome to Bryn Shander" speech to every traveler who comes through.
Mind your tempers, and you'll be most welcome here.
Yes. And the notes say the other guards are always rolling their eyes at her constant cheerfulness. But when the giants hit, that optimism turns into absolute steel. She's a dwarf of the Brighthelm clan. She stands her ground.
And she represents the local law enforcement doing its job. Sheriff Markham Southwell is there too, of course, a good man trying his best to organize the town militia. But Augrek is the heart of that defense. She's the proof that the people of Bryn Shander might be quirky and isolated, but they are not weak.
Then you have the shadow element, the hidden players, Beldora.
The homeless woman by the fire.
Or so she seems.
Right. The description is perfect. She wears boots that are way too big for her, gloves made of rough walrus hide. She earns a few coppers tending the public fires for travelers in the marketplace. She looks like just another piece of the scenery.
But she's a Harper agent. She has a sending stone concealed on her person.
Which is everything in a situation like this. Talk about the importance of information in a siege.
It's life or death. Bryn Shander is so isolated, at the very edge of the world. If that town falls, it could be weeks before anyone even knows it happened.
Exactly. Beldora represents the lifeline. She uses that stone to contact another Harper agent, a gnome named Thwip Ironbottom in Hundlestone. She is the only reason the outside world might learn about this giant uprising before it's too late.
So let's play this out. Suppose the heroes, the listeners, essentially if they were there, they manage to repel Drufi. They kill the giants or drive them off. What's left of Shander? What's the aftermath?
A shattered sense of safety. That wall, which was their god, their one constant, has been breached. They know they're vulnerable now. And for the specific people we've been talking about, it changes their lives forever.
Serac can't stay.
Absolutely not. He knows that as long as he is in that town, the frost giants might return. They know his scent now, so to speak. For the safety of the town, he has to leave. He decides to head south all the way to Waterdeep. He wants to find the Roaring Horn family.
Why them specifically?
They're a noble family with deep connections to the Harpers. He's hoping they can help him find his father, or at least help him understand this terrible burden he carries. He goes from being a quiet, floor-sweeping acolyte to a man on a desperate quest.
And what about Augrek? What's her next move?
She's a pragmatist. She knows they were lucky. She realizes they need real reinforcements, so she asks the heroes to go to Ironmaster,
The Dwarven City.
which is notoriously isolationist. They're built into a mountain. They don't like outsiders. They don't get involved. But Augrek believes her clan ties, the Brighthelm name, can open those gates. It's a desperate plea for unity in the face of a superior foe.
So Bryn Shander gives us this incredible story of survival, of hidden identities, and the cold, hard reality of the Frost Giant's ambition. But now, let's thaw out a bit. Let's head south, to the breadbasket of the north.
Section 2, The Feast of Destruction, Golden Fields.
This place sounds like an absolute paradise compared to Icewind Dale.
It's a stark contrast, for sure. Golden Fields is a temple farm dedicated to Shantae, the Earth Mother. It's not just a farm, though. It's a fortified abbey. It's a holy site.
Describe the visuals for us. What does it look like?
Imagine these massive rolling hills of golden wheat. Huge pumpkin patches, orange orchards, fields as far as the eye can see. It's lush, it's green, it's alive. But enclosing all of it are walls that are even higher than Bryn Shander's.
Higher than 30 feet?
60 feet high on the outside.
60 feet! That's enormous. That's a fortress.
It has to be. Golden Fields provides a huge amount of the food for the entire north. It feeds Waterdeep. It is a major strategic resource. Inside the walls, you have these beautiful pagodas, abbeys, thousands of workers. It's peaceful. The air smells like fresh baked bread and damp earth.
But maybe a little too peaceful, a little complacent.
That is the central problem. We talked about the failure of leadership in the outline. Golden Fields has grown soft, fat and happy.
Starting with the abbot, Ellerden Darovik.
He's a good man, don't get me wrong, a devout member of the Emerald Enclave. He loves nature, he loves his people, but he's a pacifist at heart. He's not a war leader. He genuinely believes a goddess will provide, that the walls will hold, that their faith is enough of a shield.
And the man who's supposed to be the war leader.
Captain Strog Thunderblade.
Strog Thunderblade. I mean, with a name like that, you expect some kind of legendary warrior.
The name promises so much, doesn't it? But the reality is, he's a half-orc veteran who has let himself go. The notes describe him as bored, lazy, and effectively asleep at the wheel. He sleeps late. He doesn't drill the guards. He just assumes those 60-foot walls are impregnable.
And that complacency creates the perfect opening for the Hill Giants.
Precisely. The Hill Giants are led, or rather they're sent by, their leader, Chief Gu.
We have to talk about Chief Gu. Her motivation is, well, it's unique.
It is primal. It's so simple, it's almost brilliant. She wants to be the biggest giant. Not the strongest, not the smartest, not the richest, the biggest, literally. She wants to become so fat that she proves her worth through sheer mass. So she sits in her den and demands that her husbands bring her food.
Her husbands, Lob and Og, they sound like a comedy duo.
And they kind of act like one too. The reports describe them as dim-witted, constantly bickering and terrified of their wife. But that's what makes them so dangerous. They're desperate to feed her. They aren't looking for a magic ring or an ancient weapon. They're just there to loot the granaries and steal every pumpkin and pig they can find.
A hunger-driven attack. But they didn't come alone. They brought a whole army of bugbears, ogres, and goblins. And they brought the contraptions.
The goblin huckers?
This might be my favorite detail in the entire report. Please, break this down for us. It is so grotesque, but so weirdly inventive.
It is a piece of goblinoid engineering that is both hilarious and absolutely horrifying. So imagine a wooden catapult, but instead of being on wheels, it's strapped to the back of an ogre.
A backpack catapult.
Yes. And the ammunition is not a rock or a flaming ball of pitch. It is a goblin.
A living goblin.
A living goblin wearing a spiked metal helmet. The ogre yanks a cord, and the goblin is launched in this high screaming arc over the 60-foot walls.
And then what happens?
Ideally, for the giants, the goblin lands on something, or someone soft. The spiked helmet does the damage. Of course, the goblin rarely survives the landing.
It's a suicide squad, literally goblin kamikazes.
It's a terror weapon. It's designed to completely bypass the walls. It creates chaos inside the compound. While the guards are all looking out at the giants, they're suddenly being attacked from behind by goblins falling out of the sky.
It's completely absurd, but you can see how effective that would be. So the walls are breached by goblins from above and climbing bugbears from below, and the defenders have to rally. Since Captain Thunderblade is useless, who steps up?
Well, first, the land itself steps up.
Ah!
Golden Fields is a druidic stronghold, remember. So you have Liferless.
The awakened tree.
Yes. Liferless is the oldest resident of Golden Fields.
Yeah.
A massive ancient oak tree that can walk and talk. He normally just tells stories to the children, lets them swing from his boughs. He's this gentle, grandfatherly soul.
But when the giants show up,
He becomes a living siege weapon. He's a juggernaut. He's wading into the bugbears, smashing them with his branches, uprooting their siege ladders. It's a very Ents marching on Isengard kind of moment. It illustrates the sanctity of Golden Fields, that nature itself will rise up to defend the harvest.
nature fights back. I love that. And then you have the complexity of the human element, the spies. You have Shelvis Martholio.
The shepherd?
Yes, the so-called shepherd who seems to spend a lot more time watching the guard rotations than he does watching his sheep. He's a Zhentarim spy.
The Black Network again. They are everywhere. He's been sent there to scout the location, to assess its defenses, to see if the Zhentarim can exploit the wealth of Golden Fields. But when the attack happens, he's forced to drop his cover and actually fight, to defend his position and his life.
It creates this amazing dynamic where you have the devout pacifist abbot, the magical tree, and the cynical criminal spy all fighting on the same side against the giants.
It shows that survival makes for very strange bedfellows. And the defense really relies on the adventuring element, the listener, the heroes, to rally these disparate groups because the official leadership has completely failed.
But the thing that really struck me about the Golden Fields situation is the escalation. The solution proposed by the resident wizard, Naxine Drothkala.
Naxine, yes. She's from Waterdeep, an agent of the Lord's Alliance. She represents the intellectual, strategic response to the crisis. She looks at these hill giants lobbing rocks, launching goblins, and she realizes this isn't just a random raid, it's a symptom of something much bigger.
And she proposes a solution that is, well, it's controversial, to say the least.
The dragon connection. She theorizes that the giants are mobilizing on a scale that hasn't been seen in thousands of years. Conventional armies can't stop them. Her solution: We need dragons.
Specifically, Old Gnawbone.
A powerful, ancient green dragon living in the nearby Crypt Garden forest.
Okay, wait. Asking a chromatic dragon for help seems insanely desperate. Green dragons are manipulative, poisonous, and fundamentally evil.
It is the definition of desperation. But Naxine has a rationale. She argues that the giants are an ancient, mortal enemy of the dragons. The whole Ordning, the giant social structure, was originally established to fight dragons. So if the giants are rising, the dragons should be very concerned.
So she wants to weaponize that ancient hatred, play them off against each other.
Exactly. And this just raises the stakes to a whole new level. We aren't just defending a farm anymore. We're talking about geopolitical alliances with apex predators. She believes the enemy of my enemy is my friend, at least for now.
That is a very dangerous game to play, but it highlights the stakes, doesn't it? The hill giants aren't just hungry. Their uprising is pushing civilization to make deals with devils, or in this case, dragons, just to survive.
Which is a perfect segue to our third and final location. Because if Golden Fields is considering asking dragons for help, Tribor is dealing with giants who are actively building a weapon to kill dragons.
Section 3, the dig at Tribor.
Tribor, the crossroads of commerce.
This is a different flavor again. Not the icy survival of Bryn Shander or the pastoral holiness of Golden Fields. This is a dusty, busy trade town, horse ranching, wagon making. It's secular. It's all about business.
Right. No big temples, no remote isolation. It sits right where the Long Road meets the Evermore Way. If you want to get anywhere in the north, you probably have to pass through Tribor. It's the transit hub.
And their defense is the 12.
A mounted militia. 12 veterans on horseback. It's a symbol of organized, practical, secular defense. Unlike the sleepy guards of Golden Fields, these guys are professionals. They operate on a rotation, they're well-equipped, they're the pride of the town.
But they're up against fire giants.
And fire giants are the terrifying industrialists of the giant world. They are disciplined. They're clad in thick plate armor that glows with internal heat. And they're led by 2 captains, Oxort and Ildmane.
And their tactics are completely different from the other giants we've seen?
Completely. They don't just hurl rocks or launch goblins.
Yeah.
They use combined arms tactics. They bring Orogs with them. Heavily armored orcs from the Underdark.
Correct.
Basically elite shock troops. And they also bring magmans.
Little fire elementals, right?
Nasty little things. They're just living balls of magma that run around setting everything they touch on fire.
So the strategy is chaos and fire.
Yeah, exactly. The Orogs and magmans create the distraction. They engage the 12. Tie them up in combat, they set the town on fire, they cause the civilians to panic and run.
And while all that chaos is happening, the fire giants, they just ignore the town?
Essentially, yes.
Right.
They aren't there to conquer the town, they aren't there to eat the horses, they are there for one reason, to dig. They walk right through the chaos, heading for a specific spot, the public campground in the center of town, and they start excavating. They have these magical rods that act like dowsing rods or metal detectors, pulsing with light.
What are they looking for? What could be buried under a campground in Tribor?
The Vunindad.
That's the big reveal. The name sounds heavy. What is the Vunindad?
It translates from the giant tongue to the Titan of Death. Thousands of years ago, in the ancient war between giants and dragons, the fire giants built a colossus, a machine.
Whoa, so like a giant mech. A magical automaton.
That's a good way to think of it. An adamantine juggernaut, hundreds of feet tall. It was designed for one purpose, to hunt and kill dragons. It was the ultimate weapon of the giant race.
And the whole thing is in Tribor?
No, just a fragment of it. The construct was destroyed or dismantled long ago, and its pieces were scattered across the north. The fire giants, under the command of their lord, Duke Zolto, are trying to reassemble it. They are on a grand fetch quest for the parts of their doomsday device.
So if they find this piece in Tribor,
they are one step closer to rebuilding a super weapon that could tip the balance of power on the entire continent. This changes the whole context of the giant uprising. The frost giants want the ring to gain magical supremacy. The hill giants just want to eat. But the fire giants, they are actively gearing up for a world war against dragonkind.
that elevates the threat level astronomically. It's not just raids anymore. It's a full-blown arms race.
Exactly. And the defenders of Tribor give us a window into this ancient enmity. You've got a dwarf named Gelrin Fohammer.
The royal armorer?
Yes, an aging dwarf smith. He makes beautiful ceremonial armor for kings and lords. But when the giants show up, he doesn't hide in his forge. He has this deep ancestral hatred for giants. He takes it personally. He sees them not just as invaders, but as the ancient enemies of his people. He grabs a hammer and goes out to fight them himself.
And once again, the Zentrum are here, Earlham Stockspool.
The smooth operator.
He runs a legitimate-looking caravan company, but he's really a recruiter for the Black Network. It's starting to feel like the Zentrum are embedded everywhere in this crisis.
They are, and it makes perfect sense, if you think about it. Chaos is a ladder, right? When the official powers, like the Lord's Alliance, fail to protect the roads and the towns, the Zentrum step in. They offer protection for a price. Earlham is cool, collected. He sees the giant attack as a nuisance to his business, but also a fantastic recruiting opportunity.
There's also a very subtle detail in the notes about a ghost story in Tribor. Something about the Happy Cow Tavern.
Ah, yes. This is a very deep cut, a piece of hidden lore. There's a connection to the ghost of a halfling. But that thread eventually leads to a revelation about a character named Zira.
Zira, who appears to be a half-elf working in the town.
But she is actually a bronze dragon in disguise.
Wait, really? So there are dragons in the town while the fire giants are digging for a dragon-killing machine?
Watching. It confirms that the dragons are already aware of what's happening. They're observing. They have agents on the ground. It adds this incredible layer of paranoia and tension. The fire giants are digging for a dragon slayer, and a dragon is sitting in the tavern watching them do it.
That is just incredible. A Cold War turning hot right under everyone's noses.
It absolutely reinforces that this isn't just about giants getting unruly. This is about ancient powers preparing for a new war.
Okay, so we've looked at the three fronts. Bryn Shander, the siege for the Ring of Winter, Golden Fields, the feast for the Hill Giant Chief, Tribor, the dig for the Dragon Slayer weapon. And in all three cases, the peace is gone. The illusion of safety is just shattered.
Completely shattered.
Let's move to our final section then. Section 4, the web of consequences. We need to synthesize this. What does this all mean for the listener? If you're an adventurer in this world, or even just someone trying to live a normal life in the North, what's the big takeaway?
The takeaway is that the Ordning, the social structure that kept the giants in their place for centuries, is broken. It has collapsed. Every giant race is now a free agent, desperately trying to prove that they are the strongest, the most worthy.
It's a competition, a deadly one.
It is a contest for the favor of their chief god, Annam the All-Father. The Frost Giants are trying to win by acquiring ultimate magical power and freezing the world. The Fire Giants by building the ultimate weapon. The Hill Giants by, well, growing the biggest.
And this internal giant conflict fractures the entire North for everyone else. We see it in the quests and the pleas for help that spin out of these attacks.
Right. If you survive the attack on Bryn Shander, you're not just rebuilding. You're being sent to Ironmaster or Waterdeep. You're trying to forge alliances, to warn people. If you survive Golden Fields, you might be sent to do something insane like find a dragon, or you might find yourself making a deal with the Zentrum.
That Zentrum angle is really interesting to me. The sources mention these quests involving a criminal called the Weevil.
Wervel, the Weevil Forkbeard.
Okay.
He's a dwarf criminal, a bandit leader who preys on caravans.
And suddenly everyone wants him.
Exactly. The Order of the Gauntlet, a faction of knights, they want him brought to justice. But the Zentrum, they want to recruit him and his crew. It shows that even during a giant apocalypse, the petty squabbles and power plays of the small folk don't stop. It puts you, the adventurer, in a tough spot. Do you help the law bring a criminal to justice? Or do you hand him over to the mafia because they helped you defend the town from giants?
Moral ambiguity amidst monster attacks. A classic dilemma.
It creates such a rich tapestry of choices. And then look at the Harper Network. Beldora in Bryn Shander is sending coded messages via sending Stone to Thwip in Hundlestone. They're trying to stitch together a resistance using nothing but information and secrets.
So you've got the Harpers using information, the Zentrum using money and muscle, and the official Lord's Alliance. They seem to be struggling to just catch up.
And then, floating above it all, you have Naxine's wild card. The dragons.
Which brings me to the big provocative question I wanted to ask you. Naxine in Golden Fields suggests fighting giants with dragons. Based on everything we now know about the Vonindod in Tribor, is that a winning strategy? Or is that just inviting a far worse apocalypse?
It is the ultimate gamble.
Oh.
Think about it. The fire giants are building the Vonindog because they fear the dragons. They are anticipating a war. They believe it's inevitable. If you, as a representative of the small folk, go out and actively bring dragons into the fight, you are validating their worst fears. You are proving them right.
So you might stop the hill giants from eating your crops this season.
But you might trigger the fire giants to accelerate their plans and unleash their Titan of Death. You could turn a series of disconnected raids into a single continental war that burns the entire North to ash.
The cure might be so much worse than the disease.
It very likely could be. But, when you're standing on a wall watching boulders smash your home and goblins rain from the sky, you might not be thinking about the long-term geopolitical consequences. You just want to survive the night.
Survival. In the end, that's what it all comes down to. The North is no longer safe. The walls of Bryn Shander, the fields of Golden Fields, the roads of Tribor, they've all been breached.
The map has changed. The safe zones are gone. Everywhere is the front line now.
And the real danger moving forward might not just be the giants themselves. It might be the alliances we're forced to form in the shadows, with the Zentarum with ancient dragons, just to fill the power vacuum.
We are entering an age of monsters, and the greatest danger is that we might have to become monsters ourselves just to fight them.
Well, on that cheerful note, I think we're going to have to leave it there for today, for our listeners. If you were in Golden Fields and Maxine came to you with that plan, would you go talk to the Green Dragon? Or would you put your faith in those 60-foot walls? Something to think about.
Indeed. Choose your path very carefully.
Thanks for diving deep with us. We'll see you next time.
Okay, let's unpack this. When we look at a map of a fantasy world, or really any world, we usually look for the capital cities.
The big dots on the map.
The big dots, yeah. We look for the roads, the trade routes, the places where the story is, supposed to happen. We look for safety. But today, I want to look at the blank space.
The white space on the map? The Here Be Dragons section?
Exactly. That massive, empty-looking stretch of land where the mapmaker basically just wrote good luck and stopped drawing. We are looking at the savage frontier, or as the locals call it, just the North. And I have to say, going through the source material for this deep dive, which is incredibly dense, by the way, I realize I've been thinking about this region all wrong.
Oh, yeah. How so?
I thought it was just the wilderness,
Yeah.
Just a backdrop. But it's not just nature, is it? It's an active antagonist.
That is the perfect way to frame it. If you take nothing else away from this deep dive, it should be this. In the North, the land is trying to kill you just as actively as any monster is.
Wow.
We have a stack of geographical surveys, cultural histories of the barbarian tribes, and some very alarming reports on the current giant activity. And when you put it all together, you realize the savage frontier isn't a place you conquer.
Well,
It's a place you endure.
and barely at that. We have a lot to cover. We need to map this territory from the freezing sea of moving ice to the absolute weirdness of the Anarok Desert.
It's a land of contrasts.
There really is.
Yeah.
And we're going to break down the points of light concept, which is a really crucial bit of political theory for this region. And we're going to stare directly at the current crisis, which involves giants tearing civilization apart.
A crisis that's shaking the very foundations of the North.
So let's start with the vibe.
Yeah.
If I'm dropped into the middle of the savage frontier right now, what am I seeing? What am I feeling?
Cold. You are feeling cold. Even in the summer, the wind that comes off the sea of moving ice, it just cuts right through you. It's a wet, heavy cold.
It's not a dry, crisp cold.
Ugh.
A miserable cold.
A miserable, bone-chilling cold. Geographically, we're talking about a massive swath of Faerun. To the west, you've got the ocean, the trackless sea.
Okay.
To the east, the scorching Anuruk Desert. The south is your lifeline. That's where Waterdeep is, the comfort of civilization. And then north. Well, north is the spine of the world mountains.
Which is basically the wall at the end of the world.
Exactly. And between those borders, you have millions of square miles of rocky badlands, dense ancient forests, and freezing tundra.
And silence. That's what stood out to me in the travelogues we reviewed. It's quiet until it isn't.
Right. And that silence is incredibly deceptive. One of the key insights from the history texts is that this land feels wild, but it's actually a graveyard.
A graveyard. That's a powerful image.
It's the core theme you'll see again and again. You are walking over the bones of empires that were far stronger, far more magical, and frankly, far more arrogant than the current ones.
You're talking about places like Netheril.
Netheril, Illafarn, the dwarven kingdom of Delzoun. These were magical superstates. I mean, Netheril had flying cities. Delzoun had strongholds that spanned entire mountain ranges underneath the ground.
And they're all gone.
All gone, wiped away by hubris or magic or time.
Which creates this really interesting economic dynamic that we see in the sources. The wealth of the North isn't farming. I mean, you could farm in the Jezreel Valley, sure, but that's not why people risk their lives to come here.
No, not at all.
The real industry is. It's grave robbing.
To put it bluntly, yes, it's a gold rush mentality, but for history. You have adventurers and, frankly, desperate people flocking north because they know that just beneath the ice or inside that one cave, there might be a relic from Netheril worth more than a castle in the south.
But the mortality rate of that profession is...
Staggering. It's incredibly high risk for a potentially high reward. Most people just find the risk.
Okay, let's talk about the risk that is specifically spiking right now. The source material is screaming about giants. And not just a giant here and there. We're talking about a coordinated or maybe a chaotic uprising. It feels different.
It is the defining crisis of the current era. And to understand it, we have to define a term the sources keep using. The Ordning.
Ordning. The Ordning. Sounds like a legal term or something from Norse myth.
It's a bit of both. It's more of a theological and social caste system. For giants, the Ordning is everything. It's their place in the universe.
So like a hierarchy.
A divinely mandated hierarchy. Storm giants were at the top, then you had cloud, fire, frost, stone, and way down at the bottom, hill giants. For thousands of years, every giant knew their place.
And they accepted it.
They had to. If you were a hill giant, you listened to a stone giant who listened to a frost giant, and so on up the chain. It was rigid. But the sources indicate that the Ordning has been shattered.
Shattered how? Did someone break it?
Yeah.
A hero.
A god, yes. The giant gods, specifically Anim the Allfather, have essentially dissolved the hierarchy. They've gone silent. They have, in effect, told the giants, the old rules don't apply anymore. Impress us.
Wow. So it's a free-for-all, a celestial competition to see who's best.
Exactly. It's a race to the top. Every giant type is now trying to prove that they should be at the top of the new pecking order. And how do you prove you're the strongest giant?
You cause the most trouble.
You reshape the world. You raid the small folk. You amass wealth. You destroy your enemies. You build monuments. You make your mark.
This explains so much. It explains why the attacks are so different depending on where you are. I was confused initially because the reports were so varied.
Right, because it's not a unified army. It's chaos. It's 6 different factions all pursuing their own agendas.
So let's take an example. If you're a farmer in the Deseren Valley, the breadbasket of the north, you're dealing with hill giants. They are gluttonous, simple, and incredibly destructive. They aren't trying to conquer you. They're trying to eat your livestock, your grain silos, and, well, maybe your family. They're a force of nature, almost. Like a flood or a fire.
A hungry, walking force of nature. They're stripping the land bare to feed their endless hunger, trying to prove their might through consumption.
Which causes famine. That's an attack on the food supply for the entire region.
A massive famine, yes. But then look at the coast. The frost giants aren't eating cows.
No, they have bigger plans.
Much bigger. They are raiding the sea of moving ice and the coastal settlements. They are building longships. They are acting like mythic Vikings, searching for ancient relics. The sources mention the Ring of Winter specifically to empower themselves. It's a military campaign.
They're trying to win through conquest and magic. What about the stone giants? This one was the most alien to me. They aren't raiding for food or loot?
No, they are raiding for art, or at least their version of it. They have this deep-seated belief that the surface world is disordered. It's chaotic, ugly.
So they're tidying up.
They are coming up from the Underdark to dismantle settlements and rock formations to correct the landscape. Imagine a town being flattened not out of malice, but because a giant thought the feng shui was off.
That is terrifyingly indifferent. It's almost worse than malice.
It is, because you can't reason with it. You can't surrender to it. Your existence is simply an aesthetic error they need to erase.
It really highlights how small and fragile the civilized populations are in comparison. And that brings us to the humans, the elves, the dwarves, the people trying to keep the lights on.
The points of light, as the texts call them.
It's the central political tension, isn't it? In a standard medieval fantasy kingdom, the king rules the land. There are borders, patrols, laws.
The king's law extends to the horizon.
Right. But in the savage frontier, the kingdom ends at the city walls. Waterdeep, Neverwinter, Silvery Moon, these are islands. They're islands in a sea of darkness.
And that sea is rising.
So to survive, they've formed this Lord's Alliance, which sounds very noble, like the Knights of the Round Table or something.
It sounds great on paper.
But reading the fine print, it seems a little more shaky.
It is anything but a round table. It is a pragmatic, desperate, and often resentful coalition.
So it's not a band of brothers.
Not at all. You have the open Lord of Waterdeep sitting at a table with the Lord Protector of Neverwinter. They have different economies, different cultures, and they often despise each other. But they realize that if they don't share intelligence on the giants, or if they don't patrol the trade roads together, they will be picked off one by one.
It's like a neighborhood watch, but everyone is paranoid and the burglars are 20 feet tall.
Chuckles. That's a perfect analogy. And the cultural divide that this creates is fascinating. Inside a city like Waterdeep, it's cosmopolitan.
Right, a melting pot.
Commerce forces a certain level of tolerance. You see goblins trading with humans, elves drinking with dwarves. But the moment you step outside those walls, the source material says the xenophobia spikes off the charts.
Because out there, a stranger usually means danger. It's a survival instinct.
Exactly. If you live in a homestead 3 days from Neverwinter, the only non-humans you see are orc raiding parties or goblin thieves. You don't have the luxury of diversity, you have a siege mentality. Everyone who isn't us is them.
Let's zoom in on a couple of these cities because the contrast is so stark. We have Neverwinter versus Silvery Moon.
Night and day. Genuinely. Neverwinter is the city of skilled hands. It's gritty. You have to remember, Mount Hotenow erupted about 50 years ago.
So it's a city in recovery.
It was nearly wiped off the map. They are still rebuilding. There are still huge chasms in the earth, some leading directly down to the Underdark that are being sealed up. It's a city of construction, dust, and sheer determination.
A very blue-collar, practical place.
Very, versus Silvery Moon, the gem of the north.
Which sounds anything but practical.
It's basically an elven dreamscape made manifest. Magic is everywhere. It's refined, it's artistic, it's a center of learning. It stands as a symbol of what the North could be if it wasn't constantly at war.
But it's an exception, not the rule.
Okay. A beautiful, fragile exception. And it's also very isolated. It's surrounded by the Silver Marches, which is, well, we'll get to that. It's a very rough neighborhood.
Okay, before we leave the so-called civilized folks, we have to talk about the Northlanders. Now, I'll be honest, when I first read the term Northlanders, I assumed we were talking about the barbarians. But the text makes a very sharp distinction.
A crucial distinction. The Northlanders, or Northmen, are the people of the islands to the west. Gunderlin, Ratham, the Purple Rocks.
Seafarers.
Right. Think tall, fair-haired, Vikings in transition.
Vikings in transition. I like that. What does that mean?
Well, historically, they were the terror of the Sword Coast. They were raiders, they burned, they pillaged for centuries. But recently, many of their kings have realized that, trade pays better and more consistently than war.
So they're becoming merchants.
Shrewd merchants, yeah. Ferrying goods up and down the coast. They're still tough, they're still warriors, but their goals have shifted.
But not all of them have chilled out, so to speak.
No. And this is where we hit one of the darkest parts of the source material, the Purple Rocks.
This section gave me actual chills. So you have these islands, Uthirol and Drisk. And on the surface, they seem fine. The text says they welcome travelers, they feed you, but then it drops this hammer. There are no children.
It is a horror story hidden in plain sight.
What's going on there?
The people of the Purple Rocks have turned away from the traditional gods. They worship Slarkrethel,
The Kraken.
an ancient, malevolent, and deeply intelligent kraken. And the pact they have made for calm seas and bountiful fish is the children. They throw their newborns into the ocean as sacrifices.
That is just beyond grim. But wait, if they throw all the children into the sea, how do they have a population? How does the culture continue?
That is the truly insidious part. The text hints that some return. Those blessed by the Kraken come back, changed. Or perhaps more commonly, they rely on assimilating outsiders who are shipwrecked or who willingly join their cult. It's a dying culture perpetuated by a monstrous pact.
It really shows that survival in the North takes you to some very dark psychological places.
It's the logic of the extremist. The sea will kill us unless we feed it. To them, it's a rational exchange. To the civilized folk of the Lord's Alliance, it's an abomination. It just highlights how fragmented the morality of the region is.
So that's the coast. A grim tour of the coast. Now I want to turn inland and talk about the people who truly own the savage part of the savage frontier. The barbarians.
Right.
The text splits them into two main groups. The Reged and the Uthgard. And they are very different.
Very different cultures, very different beliefs. Let's start with the Reged. These are the people of Icewind Dale. We're talking far, far north. Glaciers and tundra.
They're the true north.
Yes. They are nomadic, following the reindeer herds across the Reged Glacier. Their entire life is dictated by the seasons and the migration of their food source.
We have four main tribes here. Elk, tiger, wolf, and Bear.
Yeah.
And the political drama between them is better than most TV shows I've seen.
It's high-stakes politics on ice. You have the Tribe of the Elk, led by King Jarend. They are the good guys, relatively speaking.
Okay, what makes them the good guys?
They're pragmatic. They are trying to ally with the towns of 10 towns. They see cooperation as the only path to survival against the endless winter and the monsters. But then you have the Tribe of the Tiger.
Led by Queen Gyornheld.
Queen Bjornhild. She is a zealot. She worships Auril, the Frost Maiden, the goddess of winter itself.
So she embraces the cold.
She revels in it. She believes that the cold is a test from her goddess, and that compassion, cooperation, any softness is a weakness. She would rather see her people freeze to death than accept help from a southerner.
A true fundamentalist.
Absolutely. And then there's the Tribe of the Wolf, and if Bjornhild is cold and cruel, the Wolf King, Izar, is just rabid.
What's his story?
Izar is a tragic villain. He worships Malor, the Beast Lord, the god of the savage hunt, and he has driven his tribe into a frenzy of violence. They aren't hunting for food anymore. They are hunting for the sport of the kill.
So they're just predators.
They've become monsters. The text implies the tribe itself is broken, terrified of their own leader, but unable to escape his madness. He's destroying them from the inside out.
It's a great example of how a leader's obsession can completely destroy a culture. But let's move south to the Uthgard. These guys are everywhere, and they are complicated.
The Uthgard are the antibodies of the North. That's how I view them.
Antibodies, what do you mean?
Their entire culture is built on a deep ancestral hatred for three things: giants, orcs, and magic. They see these things as diseases that plague the land, and they are the cure.
Okay, giants and orcs, that makes sense. Traditional enemies. But unpack the magic hatred. In a world full of wizards, why do they hate magic so much? Is it just superstition?
It's deeper than superstition. It's memory. Their oral history goes back thousands of years. They remember that it was the arrogance of the magical empires, Neberil specifically, that broke the world.
The flying cities we mentioned.
The flying cities that crashed and burned, creating wastelands. They view magic not as a tool, but as a corruption. A weapon that always misfires and hurts the user and everyone around them.
So if an adventurer wizard walks into a Uthgard camp trying to be helpful,
they will likely be killed or
No.
tortured. The text is very clear on this. They often dismember spellcasters. It's not just we don't like you. It's a security protocol. To them, a wizard is as dangerous as a radioactive isotope. You have to contain it and destroy it.
wow. Okay. And they don't have cities. They have spirit mounds. What are those?
Right. These are their sacred sites, usually massive barrows or ancient stone circles. It's where they bury their dead and they believe commune with their ancestors and their totem spirits. This is the only ground they will defend to the death. Otherwise, they're nomads.
The source material details quite a few Uthgard tribes, and some of them are incredibly specific and, frankly, incredibly weird. The Grey Wolf tribe stood out to me.
The Grey Wolf tribe is a fascinating subversion of the werewolf trope.
I said,
The entire core of the tribe are lycanthropes. They can all turn into wolves.
but they don't view it as a curse, like in the movies.
No, it's a gift. It's a blessing from their totem spirit. But here is the twisted part. The part the texts call the culling.
The culling.
If they attack a caravan and bite people, those survivors are now infected with lycanthropy. The Grey Wolf tribe will then methodically hunt those survivors down and kill them.
Wait, why? Usually werewolves want to spread the curse, right? Build an army of the night.
Not here. They kill them to keep the bloodline pure. They don't want outsiders having their gift. It's a form of spiritual elitism. It makes them distinct from just a pack of monsters. They're an organized, predatory society with very strict rules.
That is strangely exclusive. You aren't good enough to be a werewolf.
Exactly. It's a terrifying thought. Then you have some that are strange in a different way, like the Black Raven tribe.
I remember this one. They have solved the travel problem in the north.
They absolutely have. They ride giant ravens into battle.
So they have aerial cavalry.
In a land of mountains and impassable chasms, it's the ultimate strategic advantage. They are raiders who strike from the sky, and they are incredibly dangerous and very hard to track.
And the Griffin tribe. This one felt like a grim cautionary tale for travelers. They have a settlement called Griffin's Nest.
Griffin's Nest is a trap. It looks like a trading post from a distance. It has walls, houses. It looks civilized.
A point of light.
A false point of light. The Griffin tribe, led by a man named Halric Bonesnapper, uses it to lure in merchants and travelers. They welcome you in, feed you, give you a warm bed, and then they slaughter you in your sleep.
And eat you. The name Bone Snapper is a bit of a clue.
And eat you, yes. It plays on that desperate hope that every traveler in the North has. You see a light in the storm, you think you're saved, but it's just a different kind of monster waiting with a smile.
There was one detail about the Sky Pony tribe that I found really poignant. Their leader.
Ah, the man with the spear in his chest?
Yes. The source says he has an orc spearhead lodged in his chest near his heart, and he refuses to have it removed.
Why? It's killing him. Slowly. But he keeps it as a badge of honor, a symbol of his toughness. It's his way of saying, I took this blow that would kill any other man, and I'm still standing. It epitomizes the Youth Guard philosophy. Strength above all.
But is also killing him.
And that's the tragedy. His weakness is showing. He's getting sicker, and his rivals are circling, waiting for him to fall. He's holding on to his pride, and it's going to cost him his tribe and his life.
We've talked about the people, but we need to talk about the places. The landscape itself is a character here, and the locations mentioned in the source material are they're heavy with history. Let's start with the High Forest.
The High Forest is a remnant of the primeval world. It's huge. You could lose entire countries inside it. And deep in the center, you have the Grandfather Tree, which is a holy site for one of the Uthgar tribes. But the real mystery of the forest is the Star Mounts.
Mountains inside a forest. That just sounds grand.
Massive crystal-veined peaks that rise out of the canopy. The text mentions strange lights seen from a distance and bizarre crystal structures. Dragons use the peaks as Ares because they are so inaccessible to humanoids. It's a lost world scenario right in the middle of the map.
A place that civilization has never touched.
And likely never will.
And then you have the complete contrast of the Anarok Desert. We mentioned it as a border, but there's one specific location there, Ascor, that blew my mind when I read about it.
Ascor is my favorite visual in the entire text. It's haunting. It's a ruined dwarven city on the very edge of the sands. But here's the thing. It was built as a port.
A port? Facing a desert? That's just wrong.
Imagine standing on a sand dune. You look out and you see these massive stone docks built for ships the size of mountains jutting out into the dry sand, and half buried in the dunes around you are the ships themselves. Colossal ships carved from stone.
Ships made of stone. How did they float?
Dwarven magic. They used to float on what was once a great inland sea, but the magic failed, or the world changed, and the sea dried up. So now you have this silent, motionless harbor on the edge of a wasteland. It perfectly captures the deep time of this world.
Wow.
The world has changed so completely that a major port city is now a desert ruin.
It really drives home that point about the graveyard of empires. You look at Ascor and you realize, oh, we are just the current tenants.
And the lease is about to be up.
Speaking of eviction, let's go to the Silver Marches. We talked about Silvery Moon being the gem, but the rest of the region sounds traumatized, the War of the Silver Marches.
This is very recent history. It was a massive, brutal conflict between the orcs of the Many Arrows Kingdom and the civilized races. And the good guys won, but it was a hollow victory.
How so?
They took terrible losses. The city of Sundabar, a major dwarven fortress and city, wasn't just captured, it was shattered. The surface city was razed to the ground. The dwarves have retreated to their fortress deep underground.
So when you travel through the Silver Marches now, you aren't seeing a victory parade.
You're seeing craters. You're seeing maimed veterans begging on the roads. You're seeing trust completely eroded. The dwarves of Sundabar feel the humans and elves didn't help them fast enough. The alliance is fractured. It's a very realistic depiction of post-war stress and trauma. The war is over, but the peace is miserable.
Okay, before we get too depressed, the North does have some weird, almost funny spots. I have to ask you about Loudwater. Specifically, the bridge.
The Flying Fish Bridge, yes.
Please explain the Flying Fish Bridge.
It's a bridge over the Delimbir River, a beautiful, ancient elven structure. They put magical wards on it centuries ago to protect it. But over time, the wards have degraded or malfunctioned. Now, they don't just protect the bridge, they actively repel the river trout.
So the fish.
The fish are physically flung out of the water and over the bridge in an arc. If you are crossing, you literally risk getting slapped in the face by an airborne trout.
That is the kind of detail I love. It makes the magic feel real because it's malfunctioning. It's not majestic, it's just annoying.
Exactly. And then you have Barge Ride In, which is less funny and more gross.
What's the Barge Ride In?
It's essentially a fortified parking lot for wagons and caravans. It's a walled community that, according to the text, reeks of manure. And to top it off, at night, the nearby Wumford bat comes out to hunt.
A giant predator bat.
Yes, it snatches livestock and occasionally people, so you're sleeping in this smelly, noisy room, listening to the leathery wings of a giant bat outside, just hoping the shutters hold. It's the quintessential frontier motel experience.
And finally, Dead Stone Cleft. We mentioned the stone giants earlier, but this place is where their artistry comes into play.
This is a really fascinating location. It's a canyon where a clan of stone giants live, and they are, in their minds, dismantling the world. They are pulling apart the rock, the land, and artfully rearranging it into new sculptures.
So they're trying to terraform the world through sculpture.
It speaks to that alien mindset of the giants we talked about. To us, it looks like mindless destruction. To them, it might be a sacred act of creation. They are fixing the feng shui of the mountains.
By destroying everything in their path.
Precisely.
So we've mapped the land, we've met the people, we've toured the ruins. Now let's talk about the practical side of this. The source material has a whole section on wilderness survival, and it emphasizes that travel here isn't like travel in other places.
This is what I call the travel montage fallacy. In many stories, travel is just a fade to black. You leave point A, you arrive at point B.
Right, the journey is skipped.
In Savage Frontier, the travel is the story. The journey is the main event.
Because the environment itself is an enemy.
Yes, the weather is as potent as any monster. You have blizzards that can appear out of nowhere and bury a camp in an hour. You have navigation challenges. Getting lost in the Evermoors or the high forest is a death sentence. There are no signposts.
In the foraging, you can't just stop at an inn or a convenience store.
You have to hunt. You have to find clean water. And every time you stop to hunt, you risk becoming the prey. There's a whole ecosystem of things that want to eat you.
So if the cold doesn't get you, the youth guard might. And if they don't, a giant definitely will.
It's a gauntlet. It really creates this atmosphere of constant vigilance. You can never relax, not for a moment.
Which brings us back to the central theme. Why go there? Why does anyone live here?
That's the billion gold piece question, isn't it?
It is. With all this danger giants, werewolves, killer weather, flying fish, why isn't this place empty?
Opportunity. The Savage Frontier is the land of the second chance and the big score. Because it is so dangerous, it is full of untapped potential. The ruins of Netheril and Delzoun hold magic that could change the world, or at least make you fabulously wealthy. There are mineral veins no one has tapped, there's land no one has claimed.
So it draws the brave, the desperate, and the greedy.
Exactly. It's a filter. The people who survive in the north, whether they are the determined rebuilders of Neverwinter, the pragmatic merchants of the Lord's Alliance, or the hardened barbarian tribes, are some of the toughest people on the planet. They have been forged by this environment.
It's a place where civilization is a choice you have to make every single day.
Yes.
You have to fight to keep the walls up. You have to fight to keep the fire lit.
And right now, with the giants rising, that fight is harder than it has been in centuries. The points of light are flickering.
So what does this all mean for us? We've looked at the map, the history, the threats. What's the big takeaway?
I think it connects to the bigger picture of cyclical history. We look at the ruins of Asgore or the fallen stones of Netheril, and we see the end of things. We see failure.
Right, the graveyard.
But for the Uthgard, for the giants, this isn't an end. This is just the turning of the wheel.
The giants believe they are reclaiming what was theirs.
And the Uthgard believe they are protecting the land from the same mistakes of the past. And the civilized folk are just trying to hold on to the present moment for one more day. It's a three-way collision of philosophies, played out on a battlefield of ice and rock.
It really makes you wonder about the permanence of things. We assume our cities, our points of light, are permanent fixtures. But the Savage Frontier is proof that they aren't.
They are temporary shelters in a storm that has been blowing for 10,000 years.
That is a very sobering thought.
Here's a final provocative thought for you to chew on. The source material mentions that Uthgar, the hero god of the Uthgard people, ascended to godhood by battling giants. That is the foundational myth of their entire culture.
Okay, right.
While the giants are back, in force, the threat is identical to the one in their most sacred myth. So are we just seeing history repeat itself? Is the stage set for a new Uthgar to rise from one of the tribes and save the north? Or, with cities like Sundabar already fallen, are we actually witnessing the end of the era of civilized folk in the north? Are Neverwinter and Silvery Moon and Waterdeep destined to become just another layer of ruins like Asgore for some future explorer to stumble upon and wonder what happened to us?
Wow. Are we just the next ancient mystery? That is, yeah, well, that's going to keep me up at night.
It should. The North doesn't offer guarantees. It only offers a chance.
And on that slightly terrifying note, we're going to wrap up this deep dive into the savage frontier. Stay warm, watch out for flying fish, and keep your fires bright.
And watch the skies.
We'll see you next time. The wind. I mean, that's really where we have to start, isn't it?
That has to be.
It's not just, background noise in this chronicle. It's a physical weight.
Yeah.
We're looking at a group of travelers, and we'll call them the companions for our purposes, pushing north, deep into the spine of the world.
And the sources we have, these records, they're not describing a trip. They don't even describe a journey. They describe an assault. The world itself is trying to kill them.
It's the difference between travel and just pure survival.
Exactly. When you get past the Valley of Kedron, you're leaving. I mean, you're leaving the known world behind. The temperature plummets to a point where, metal gets brittle, exposed skin freezes almost instantly.
And the wind you mentioned.
The wind screams. It's not a whistle, it's a shriek. And it's full of ice. Tiny shards that just scour everything, armor, shields, skin. So when we're talking about the journey to the Eye of the All-Father, you have to understand, by the time the companions even see the temple, they're already at their limit.
They're broken.
They're broken, exhausted. 2 days of that, and all your warmth is just gone.
And they aren't alone, which is such a crucial detail. They're walking in the shadow of a giant.
Harshnag the Grim. A frost giant who, for reasons we can only guess at from the texts, has turned his back on his own kind to help the small folk.
The contrast there must be just visually stunning.
It's staggering. The records paint this picture of, humans, elves. They're slogging through snowdrifts up to their waists. Every breath is like fire in their lungs.
And then there's Harshnag.
To him, the drifts are, ankle deep.
Yeah.
He just marches. He's this moving mountain, and he's literally breaking the wind for them. They're using his bulk as a shield just to stop from freezing solid in his wake.
There's got to be a psychological element to that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Walking behind something so immense that it could kill you without even noticing, relying on it completely.
It creates a dynamic of absolute dependency. I mean, the sources are pretty clear. Without Harshnag, this whole expedition is over before it begins.
They're just another set of frozen bodies under a snowbank.
And the story ends there. So when they finally crest that pass and they see it, the Eye of the All-Father, it's not a moment of triumph. It's a desperate, gasping hope for shelter.
Let's talk about that site, because it's not just a building.
No. The mountain itself seems to change. It resolves into a shape, a dome carved right out of the living rock of the peak.
This isn't human work.
Not even close. It's titanic. The entrance alone is flanked by these 6 pillars, each one 30 feet tall. And as the companions stagger closer, just trying to get out of the gale, they start to see the details.
They're not just pillars.
They're a history lesson. A brutal one, carved in granite.
The reliefs depict the giants, but it's very specific, isn't it? It's not just, here's a big person.
No, it's the Ordning, and you really can't understand what happens inside the temple until you understand what's carved on the outside.
The divine social order of the giants.
It's more than a caste system. The sources imply it's like a biological imperative, and the carvings show it so clearly. At the bottom, you have the hill giants, just brute labor, lifting rocks.
Then stone giants carving the earth. Frost giants.
Harshnag's people. Depicted as these fierce reavers and conquerors. Above them, fire giants, the master smiths and warmongers, cloud giants living in these opulent floating castles.
And at the very top,
the storm giants, ruling as these philosopher kings, hurling lightning. It's a perfect, rigid hierarchy.
it looks so neat and tidy in the stone, everyone in their place.
And that's the tragedy of it. That's the deep, deep irony. The companions are staring at a picture of a world that is gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
They're freezing on the doorstep of a temple to a broken god, a broken system.
Because the ordning is shattered. That's the whole reason the world is in chaos. That's why they're even here. But as they're standing there trying to process all this, something happens.
The wind dies.
For just a moment, it just stops.
Hmm.
And in that sudden, shocking silence, they see something that makes their blood run even colder.
Tracks.
Fresh tracks in the snow.
And this is where the tone shifts, right? It goes from a story of survival against the elements to something else.
To horror. Yeah. You're days, maybe weeks, from anything you'd call civilization. You think you are the only living things on this mountain, and then you realize you're not.
And the tracks? They're not from a giant?
They're human-sized. And that, in a way, is so much worse. A beast, you can understand its motives. A giant, you have Harshnag, you can try to negotiate. But humans this far out in this killing cold.
They're either completely insane,
or they're so desperate they become more dangerous than any beast.
so the companions follow the tracks, up the final set of steps, up to these great gates of granite that look like they haven't been opened in millennia. And there they are.
The Uthgard.
Specifically, the Great Worm Tribe. And we need to be careful here because the chronicles don't paint them as simple bandits.
No, they're survivors. Of the absolute harshest kind. They're wrapped in layers of furs, their weapons are chipped and worn, their eyes. The description is of hollow, hungry eyes. They're starving.
They're led by a chieftain, a man called Wormblood.
And there's something off about him. It's not just his demeanor. The record describes an amulet he wears. An amulet of proof against detection and location.
How does that manifest? It's not like he's invisible.
No, it's described as this subtle visual distortion. It's hard to look right at him. Your eyes just seem to slide off. He's blurry in your peripheral vision. It makes him seem less like a man and more like a spirit of the snow, a ghost.
And he's got a pet.
Which is just, it's a mark of his sheer will, I think. Chained next to him is a white dragon wormling.
A baby
A
dragon.
very angry, very dangerous baby dragon. Keeping a creature like that it's a statement.
What's the statement?
I'm insane.
It's a statement of power. I have mastered the greatest predator of the frozen waste. I have mastered the cold itself. But it's also, I think, a sign of their desperation. That wormling is a weapon they can barely control. A cornered animal with a rabid dog on a leash.
So paint the scene. The companions approach. They're exhausted, half frozen. Warmblood and his tribe are there, trying to hack their way into the temple. Why? Plunder. Simple as that. They believe this ancient place is full of treasure. Food, magic, weapons. Anything that could help their tribes survive the winter. And when they see the companions and Harshnag,
They don't see potential allies.
and see competition, they see more mouths that will eat the food they hope to find.
I have to ask, though. They have Harshnag with them. A 30-foot-tall frost giant. Surely even the most desperate barbarian looks at that and thinks, okay, maybe we talk first. Why does it escalate to violence?
I think it's a few things. First, starving people don't think about odds. They think about need. And second, it's Wormblood. It's his pride. He can't be seen backing down in front of his tribe.
And the giant is an aggravating factor.
A huge one. The Uthgard, especially the Great Worm Tribe, they have these ancient stories of giants as their mortal enemies. Beings who stole the land from their ancestors. Seeing Harshnag might not have been a deterrent. It might have been the trigger, a cultural reflex.
So negotiation fails, or maybe it never even starts.
And it just snaps. The violence is sudden. It's not a formal challenge or a duel. It's a brawl on the ice, an explosion of desperation.
The sources talk about the barbarian rage.
Yeah.
How do they describe that?
It's not tactical. It's this frothing, almost suicidal commitment to violence. They ignore pain. The records describe one of them taking a sword through the shoulder, and it doesn't stop him. He just uses the blade to anchor himself so he can keep hacking at his opponent's neck.
Vicious.
Utterly.
Right.
And there's Shaman. She's not some academic wizard. She's screaming these raw pleas to, these uncaring nature spirits and channeling this raw necrotic energy that withers flesh on contact. It's ugly, desperate magic.
And the wormling gets unleashed.
Of course, it's just adding to the chaos. A jet of freezing breath sweeps across the melee. Harshnag is like a force of nature, his axe cleaving through 2 or 3 men at a time, but he's also trying not to get swarmed.
And the companions are in the thick of it. Having to kill these people who are, when you strip it all down, just try not to starve.
That's the grim reality of it. There's no clean victory here, just survival.
And when Wormblood finally falls,
The fighting just stops instantly. The only sound is the wind picking up again. The snow is stained red, and the bodies are already starting to freeze.
and then comes the part that it's hard to read in the chronicles.
The looting.
The companions strip the bodies.
They do.
From a modern heroic perspective, that feels wrong. These were desperate people.
It is cold. There's no denying that. But you have to look at the context. The companions are running on empty. Their supplies are low. Their own equipment is battered. Wormblood had a magical great tax. He had that strange amulet.
You can't eat honor.
And you can't stay warm with morality in the spine of the world. Taking that axe isn't an act of greed. It's the grim, horrible calculus of survival. He is dead. I am alive. His weapon might keep me that way for one more day.
It's a brutal introduction to the temple, isn't it? You have to get blood on your hands just to get to the front door.
Exactly. And speaking of the door, the barbarians couldn't get it open. They were just chipping away at the stone. But the companions,
They have a giant.
they have Harshnag.
And the physics of this are just mind-boggling. These are 30-foot granite doors sealed shut by centuries of ice and pressure.
Harshnag just puts his shoulder to it. And it's not easy, even for him. The text describes the strain. You hear the groan of his leather armor, the grinding of stone on ice that sounds like a glacier calving. It is a feat of strength that borders on the divine.
And with a sound like the world cracking open,
The way is clear.
they step inside.
Yeah.
Into the temple of the All-Father proper. And if they thought the outside was imposing,
The interior is designed to crush your spirit, to make you feel small, not just physically, but spiritually. The ceiling disappears into darkness 100 feet above you. The floor is coated in this layer of ancient frost that crunches under your boots like broken glass.
and the silence.
A heavy, profound silence. The only light is what they bring with them, their torches and lanterns just pushing back the oppressive dark a few feet.
Until the light catches on the statues.
The statues, they just loom out of the darkness, 7 of them. At the far end of the chamber is Annam the Allfather, enormous, robed, and his face, it's just a smooth expanse of stone, faceless.
The creator.
And arranged in a semicircle before him, almost as if in supplication, are his 6 sons.
The progenitors of the 6 true giant races.
Exactly. Stor, the father of the hill giants, Scorius of the stone giants, and so on. But as the companions move their light across these immense figures, the problem becomes immediately obvious.
It's a visual puzzle.
A very simple, very big one. Each statue of the sons is holding its symbolic weapon. A club, a spear, a smith's hammer. But the statue of Thrym, the father of the frost giants, his hands are empty.
And Harshnag would see that right away.
Of course, that's his god, or, the god of his people. Seeing him disarmed it's an affront, a sacrilege. But more than that, it's a clue.
The temple is dormant. The power is locked away.
Exactly. To proceed, to speak to the oracle they came here for, they can't just walk through a door. They have to complete a rite. They have to rearm the god.
That's fascinating. It's not about finding a key. It's an act of religious service.
It implies that for the giants, faith and war are inseparable. To worship is to be ready for battle. To pray is to hold a weapon.
So the hunt begins. They're in a frozen, silent cathedral, and they're looking for a god's axe.
Which leads them deeper into the complex, into what the records call the Feast Hall, Area 7. And this room is immediately wrong.
So?
It's a complete sensory assault. Remember, they've been in sub-zero, wind-blasted cold for days. They push open a set of stone doors, and a wave of heat washes over them. And smells? The smell of old, rendered grease, rancid meat,
Yeah.
copper, the smell of old blood.
It's warm. After all that cold, that should be a relief.
It should be, but it's not. It's a suspicious warmth. A cloying heat. There's a fire pit in the center of the hall with this natural gas flame that's probably been burning for 1,000 years. But the warmth isn't comforting. It feels biological, like you've just stepped into the mouth of some massive creature.
And there it is, leaning against
Yeah.
a huge stone slab, almost casually.
The prize!
Yeah.
The frost giant great tax. A massive piece of steel edged with razor-sharp ice crystals that never seem to melt. It's just sitting there.
It's bait.
It's the lure on an anglerfish. Because as one of the companions starts to move toward it, thinking it's that easy, the deep shadows in an alcove at the back of the room shift.
The Morhaz.
The polar worm. That name it's too simple. It doesn't do justice to the sheer nightmare of this thing. Imagine a centipede but 40 feet long, made of thick chitinous plates and bristling with dozens of legs.
And it has a unique biological feature.
It burns. Its internal body temperature is, for all intents and purposes, volcanic. It uses this heat to melt tunnels through solid glaciers. And when it gets angry, when it prepares to attack, its entire dorsal carapace begins to glow. Faintly at first, then cherry red.
So the fight is on, and it's in this huge but enclosed space.
A claustrophobic nightmare. You've got this enormous, searingly hot creature in a room cluttered with giant-sized stone furniture, and the speed of it is the first shock.
You'd expect something that big to be slow.
Lumbering, yeah. But it skitters, it surges forward with this terrifying insectoid speed. And when the warriors in the party finally land a blow, when a sword bites into that kite...
And it's not just a clean hit.
No. The creature's blood sprays out, and it's like striking a pressurized line of acid and lava. It's superheated, it sizzles on armor, melts leather straps, blisters skin on contact.
So it actually hurts you to attack it.
It punishes you for hurting it. But that's not the real horror. The real horror is its mouth. The Rimorhaz doesn't just bite you.
It swallows.
It swallows you whole. And the chronicle is very clear. This happens. One of the companions gets grappled by those countless legs, lifted off their feet.
And just stuffed into its gullet.
Can you even imagine that moment? The sheer terror. You're being crushed by the esophagus, and you're being burned alive by the internal heat. It's a blast furnace. The record says their screams were just muffled by the flesh of the monster.
That's just pure panic for the rest of the party.
All tactical thinking goes out the window. It's not about winning a fight anymore. It's a frantic, desperate rescue mission. They're just hacking and slashing at the beast's throat, trying to cut their friend out before they're either digested or incinerated.
Where's Harshnag in all this?
He's the anchor. He's wrestling a creature that's almost his own size. The sources describe him grabbing its mandibles, trying to hold the jaws open, his own frost giant skin hissing and blistering from the heat. He's taking the brunt of it to keep it from swallowing anyone else.
And eventually, somehow, they bring it down.
It collapses, it curls in on itself, and the red glow of its carapace slowly fades to a dull gray. They manage to pull their companion out of its throat.
Alive.
Scorched, traumatized, barely conscious, but alive.
And they have the axe.
They have the axe, but now they have to get this massive thing back to the main hall.
A frost giant's great axe has to weigh, what, 300, 400 pounds?
At least. It's this huge, unwieldy slab of metal. Harshnag carries it, of course, but the walk back it's a solemn procession. They're battered, they're burned, they're bleeding. They just paid the temple's price of admission in blood and terror.
So they return to the main hall to the 7 statues. Harshnag approaches the statue of his god, Thrym.
And he lifts the axe. But this is where the giant's magic shows itself to be different. He doesn't just place the axe in the statue's empty hands. No. He turns to the massive archway that leads deeper into the temple. It's carved with runes. He finds the Eyes rune, the rune for ice, for frost, and he touches the head of the axe to it.
He's completing a circuit.
He is, and the effect is immediate. The very air begins to change. The frost on the floor vibrates. And then clouds, actual roiling thunderclouds, begin to form inside the archway.
Not a shimmer. A storm.
A storm in a bottle. The sound of rolling thunder fills the temple so loud it shakes dust from the ceiling 100 feet up. It's a portal, but it's not a gentle, silent one. It's a living storm that you have to have the courage to walk into.
They step through.
And they're pulled across space. They arrive in the Eye of Annam, the inner sanctum.
It's a hexagonal chamber, and of course the first thing they see is another body.
Death is a constant theme in this place. A cloud giant lying on the floor, perfectly preserved under a thin shroud of frost.
Igron.
And this is where the story shifts again. It's not survival horror anymore. It's almost Shakespearean, because Igron isn't just a set piece.
His spirit rises from the corpse.
The ghost of a giant. But he doesn't attack. He just looks at them. With this infinite, weary sadness, he sees Harshnag, a frost giant. He sees the small folk with him. And he doesn't see enemies. He sees fellow travelers. And he tells them his story.
It's a story of family. A father and a son.
His father, Blagothkus, was the one who killed him.
Why?
Because Igron wasn't giant enough. He wasn't ambitious. He didn't want to conquer and burn and reshape the world in his image. He was content. He appreciated music and art. And in the brutal hierarchical world of the Ordning, contentment was seen as weakness, a sin.
So his father murdered him.
Murder him to purge the perceived weakness from his bloodline. It's horrifying.
But it also humanizes the giants in a way nothing else has. They're not just mindless monsters. They're victims of their own toxic, brutal culture.
Igron is the perfect casualty of that philosophy, a system that demands greatness at the expense of kindness, of empathy, and because the companions, because they listen to him, because they offer him the respect his own father never did, he helps them. He shows them the mithril circle in the center of the room.
The Oracle.
The Oracle isn't a being, it's a presence, a place. When they step into that circle of shimmering metal, the light in the room changes, and the thunder, it begins to speak in their minds.
This is it. This is the moment they've bled for. They can finally ask their questions. Why is this happening? Why are the giants on a rampage?
And the Oracle gives them a truth that it shatters their entire understanding of the world. The first answer is simple. The Ordning is broken.
Obvious next question.
Yeah.
Who broke it?
And the answer is the twist that defines the entire conflict. Annam, the All-Father,
Their own god.
the god of the giants, didn't abandon them. He broke them on purpose.
How would he do that?
The Oracle's words are to rouse them from their complacency. Annam looked down at his children and saw stagnation. They were resting on the glories of their ancestors. They were becoming soft. So he kicked over the anthill. He dissolved the entire structure of their society and essentially said, "Impress me. Whoever causes the most change, whoever proves their strength and ambition most dramatically, will rule the new Ordning.
It's a divine free-for-all, a battle royale for the favor of their father.
And that explains everything. Duke Zalto, the fire giant, trying to build this world-destroying machine. Countess Sansuria, the cloud giant, torturing people for ancient magic. They're all just desperate, powerful children trying to get Daddy to notice them by burning down the neighborhood.
And the companions are standing right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle of the ashes. The Oracle gives them a path forward. It tells them they need a conch of teleportation to reach the strongholds of these new giant lords. But then it shows them visions. It reveals the locations of the different lords.
And forces a choice.
This is the real weight of the knowledge they gain. The Oracle shows them. Here is Duke Zalto's forge. Here is Countess Sensori's cloud castle. Here is the Jarl of the frost giants. You can't fight them all. You have to choose one.
So if you choose to go after the fire giants and their weapon of mass destruction,
you are actively choosing to let the cloud giants continue their reign of terror. If you go after the frost giants, you're letting the hill giants continue to devour entire villas.
it's the burden of command, isn't it? You can't save everyone. You have to triage threats. You have to pick which evil you can confront.
It's a horrible, impossible choice. And just to, twist the knife a little further, the Oracle demands something in return for this wisdom.
Prove your worth.
Exactly. I have shown you the paths, but to receive my final guidance, you must first bring me a relic. Go to the spirit mounds of the Uthgard barbarians. Retrieve a giant artifact that was stolen from us eons ago.
Wait a minute. The Uthgard. The very same people they just slaughtered at the front gate.
The very same! And that's the final bitter irony. The Oracle reveals this endless cycle of violence. The giants took the land from the humans. The humans then stole giant relics to consecrate their own holy sites. And now the companions have to go steal those relics back from the humans to appease the giant god in order to save the humans from the giants.
It's a snake eating its own tail.
It's history presented as a series of thefts. There are no clean hands in the history of the North. Just generations of people taking things from each other.
Before we move on from the temple, there's a detail from the exploration notes I want to touch on. The ice spider tunnels.
Ah, yes. The cracks in the foundation, literally. These are natural fissures that have opened up in the temple's lower levels, and they're infested.
And in the larder of these giant ice spiders, among the frozen, silk-wrapped bodies of goats and dwarves, they find something else.
A woman, wrapped in a cocoon, but she's alive.
Nori, a barbarian from the Great Worm tribe.
From the same tribe they just fought. She must have been separated from the main group and captured by the spiders. She's unconscious, just hanging there in the dark.
That's a huge moral test for the companions right there.
A massive one. What do? Do you cut her down?
If you do, you're saving someone who is, by all rights, your enemy. If she wakes up and realizes you killed her chieftain, she's going to try and kill you. Or she'll run and get reinforcements.
But the alternative, to just leave her there, to be food for spiders.
That's the question, isn't it? Are the companions still heroes, or have they become as pragmatic and brutal as everyone else in this frozen wasteland?
If they do save her, it's a huge risk. But the sources suggest that if they do, and if they treat her with a measure of honor, it changes things.
How so?
She wakes up, she sees these people who just fought her tribe. She sees Harshnag. But she also sees that they saved her life when they had no reason to. It's an act of strength she can respect. It complicates the narrative. The Uthgards aren't a monolith of savagery, they're people. They can show gratitude. It's this tiny, quiet moment of potential humanity in a place filled with monsters and dead gods.
A fascinating detour. But let's get back on the main path. They have the Oracle's wisdom. They've made their impossible choice. They have a new mission. They're finally leaving the inner sanctum.
And they are just done. They are physically battered, emotionally drained. They've faced their own mortality, the ghosts of giants. They just want out. They head for the exit.
But the temple isn't quite finished with them.
One last parting gift, the trapped hall.
They're rushing. They're not being as careful as they were on the way in. And someone trips a wire or breaks a beam of light.
It's a magical sensor. And the wall at the far end of the hallway, it changes.
It's not a monster. You can't fight it with a sword.
No. A sphere of solid granite 40 feet in diameter just phases into existence out of the solid rock wall at the top of an icy ramp.
It's a physics problem. 100 tons of rock, gravity, and a slick downward slope.
The only answer is run.
It's pure blind panic, not a strategic withdrawal. A mad scramble. People are slipping on the ice, crashing into each other, their lungs burning as they sprint for their lives.
They're diving into these little alcoves carved into the walls, just flattening themselves against the stone as this moon of granite thunders past them.
But here's the detail that really sells the giant mindset. At the bottom of this ramp, there's another statue. A stone giant.
With its arms held out like a baseball catcher.
And the sphere hits the statue.
Yeah.
And the statue just catches it.
Catches it. There's a boom that echoes through the whole complex, but the statue absorbs the kinetic energy, and then the mechanism resets. The sphere phases back into the wall, ready to go again.
It's so arrogant. The giants built a death trap that cleans up after itself. It's the sheer contempt for smaller creatures. We will crush you, and we won't even be bothered to sweep up the mess.
It's the final reminder from the temple. You are an insect. You are an irritation in the house of the gods.
But they make it. They survive. They stumble back to the main doors, put their shoulders to the great stone slabs, and step out of the oppressive darkness.
And into the blinding white sunlight of the mountaintop, they're blinking, their eyes adjusting, and they just stop dead.
Because the sky isn't empty.
An airship. An impossible ship. It's a wooden vessel, but it's held aloft by a massive balloon made from stitched-together red dragon scales. And it's just hovering there, right outside the temple.
And there's a crew on deck.
Men and women in black leather armor, their faces hidden by masks stylized to look like dragon snouts. The cult of the dragon.
This has trap written all over it.
It absolutely screams trap. But then the captain calls down to them. They're not hostile. They're offering them a ride.
A gift, he says, from the great dragon Clough.
Clough. An ancient, legendary red dragon, one of the oldest, most powerful, and most malevolent beings in the entire world. Why on earth is he sending a taxi service for a group of heroes?
The enemy of my enemy.
Is my temporary pawn. Clough hates the giants with a fiery passion. He knows the Ordning is broken, and he sees an opportunity. The companions are the perfect tool to sow more chaos among his ancient rivals. He wants them to succeed because it weakens his enemies.
So the party is standing there on the ice, having this debate. Do we get on the obviously evil dragon cultist airship? It's better than walking, but...
And right in the middle of that debate, the wind stops.
Yeah.
Just like before they saw the tracks, the gale that has been a constant presence for days just cuts out. And the silence this time is violent. It's unmatched.
Shadow falls over them.
A shadow that blots out the sun. They look up, and all they see are blue scales and lightning arsing between teeth the size of daggers. The doom of the desert, an ancient blue dragon. She is, in terms of raw power, a storm giant in dragon form, and she doesn't land gracefully. She crashes.
What's the impact like?
It's a meteor strike. She slams into the mountainside just beyond the temple entrance. The entire peak shudders. The snow around her instantly vaporizes into steam. The shockwave alone knocks the companions flat. This isn't a boss fight. This is a geological event. A natural disaster with claws and teeth.
Why is she here?
She knows. Somehow she knows they spoke to the oracle. We learn from other sources she's been infiltrating the storm giant court in disguise, manipulating events from the shadows. The companions and the knowledge they carry are a loose end. She's here to bury the oracle and them forever.
And the companions? They're completely outmatched.
They're ants. If she decides to use her breath weapon, they're not wounded. They cease to exist. They become a cloud of superheated ash.
Harshnag knows this.
Instantly. Harshnag looks at Heimrith, and you can feel the weight of 10,000 years of racial hatred. Dragon versus giant. But then he looks at his friends, at these small folk who fought by his side, who mourned a giant's ghost, who treated him not as a monster, but as a person.
He sees the terror in their eyes.
He knows they can't win. He knows they can't run. There is no strategy that works here. There is only death. Unless he changes the battlefield entirely.
He roars, and it's a sound of pure defiance, a challenge that even rivals the dragon's presence. And he charges.
But he doesn't charge Imrith?
He runs back into the temple.
He runs past the empty hands of Thrym, past the reliefs of the Ordning. He runs straight for the main supports of the hall, the statue of Annam the Allfather.
Oh, no.
He hefts that massive gray tax. Maybe it's Warmblood's, maybe it's the one from the feast hall. The records are unclear. And he doesn't swing at the dragon. He swings at the foundation of the world. He smashes the structural supports of the temple.
He's bringing the mountain down on top of them.
Amrith realizes what he's doing, but it's too late. She lunges for him, breathing a torrent of lightning that incinerates the stone where he was standing. But Harshnag is already moving. He grapples her. He holds the ancient blue dragon in the kill zone he just created.
The ceiling cracks.
A sound that is louder than thunder, millions of tons of rock and ice. the history of the giants, the silent oracle, the corpse of the Remorhaz, the bones of the Uthgard, all of it starts to fall.
And the companions.
They have seconds. They make a choice. They scramble onto the cultist airship, the crew hauling them over the rail, or they just dive down the mountainside, sliding and tumbling through the snow, and behind them the world collapses.
That sound must be absolute.
And then,
Yeah.
nothing. Silence.
The dust settles. Where the eye of the All-Father stood, there's now just a new, jagged slope of rubble. Imrith is gone. Buried.
And Harshnag is buried with her.
We had to sit with that for a moment, the outro. The companions are alive, standing on the deck of an evil ship drifting away from the ruin.
They're alive, but they are hollowed out. The victory is ash in their mouths. They have the knowledge they came for. They know their target, but they've lost their guide, their protector. The one being who bridged the gap between their world and the world of the giants.
The mentor figure is gone. It's a classic trope, but here it feels so earned and brutal.
It forces a change in them. Before this, they were adventurers, maybe even explorers. Now, standing on that deck, watching the dust settle, now they're survivors. Now they are avengers.
They look back at the mountain one last time.
And the mountain is just a mountain again. Indifferent. The wind begins to pick up, whispering through the new ruins. The cold returns.
So what's the single most immediate consequence of this entire ordeal?
They are alone. Utterly and completely alone. They're flying toward a war, carried by their enemies to hunt a king. All the safety nets are gone. The training wheels are off. The next giant they face without Harshnag at their back.
That is a terrifying thought.
It is. But that's the price the Oracle demanded. Knowledge always has a cost. And they just paid it in full, with the life of their friend.
A heavy end to a heavy chronicle.
The weight of the world tends to be.
To everyone listening, maybe keep your friends close. You never know when you'll need them to bring a mountain down for you.
And never, ever trust a sudden silence in the snow. The smell hits you miles before the structure is even visible. And I'm not talking about, a bad odor or the kind of passing stench you get from a swamp.
No. This is something else entirely.
It's a biological assault. I mean, it feels like it creates a physical barrier in the air. You're walking along the banks of the Desserin River, expecting the crisp scent of running water and pine, and then suddenly the air just turns thick. It's oily. It coats the back of your throat with this mixture of wet fur, stagnant water, and the excrement of, 1,000 pigs. It's heavy. It just sits in your lungs.
Well, it's actually more than just a smell. It's an ecological signal, a warning. If you look at the hydrology of the river right there, the flow has effectively stopped. Grudhog isn't just a fortress sitting on the river.
It's a blockage.
It's a blockage. It's a necrotic wound in the landscape.
Yeah.
I mean, when we analyze the water samples from this part of the Desserin, we're seeing oxygen levels dropping to near zero. Nothing lives in this water anymore except the things that feed on rot.
So the whole area is just dying.
The ecosystem is screaming before you even lay eyes on the actual threat.
And then, through that miasma, the fog breaks, and you see it. The river mound. Grudhog. It defies the definition of a fortress. It looks like a beaver dam constructed by a lunatic god.
That's a good way to put it.
You have these massive stripped redwoods, piles of clay, boulders the size of carriages, all jammed together to just strangle the river. It's chaos given form.
Jammed is the word you used. But if you look closer at the timber, this is where the narrative tells us one thing, but the visual evidence tells us something very different.
Right.
We know hill giants. They are Grolentor's children.
Right.
They are nomadic gluttons. They are biological engines of consumption. They eat, they sleep, they move. They do not have the cognitive capacity for architecture.
Not at all.
They certainly don't have the patience to create a watertight seal using packed clay and, wattle and daub techniques. A hill giant sees a tree and thinks club.
Or food.
Or food, right. They don't think load-bearing lintel.
So you're seeing a contradiction right there in the construction itself. The materials are absolutely giant-sized, but the design it's smarter.
Exactly. I'm seeing a fingerprint, a distinct militaristic fingerprint. Look at the defensive pilings. Look at the way the walkways are suspended to allow for patrol routes that don't intersect with the sleeping quarters. This is goblinoid engineering. Specifically hobgoblin. This structure represents a terrifying synthesis. It uses the raw, unstoppable horsepower of giant muscle, acting as living cranes.
directed by the disciplined, cruel intellect of hobgoblin architects.
Precisely.
It's a complete subversion of the natural order, isn't it? Because normally giants just crush goblins. They don't listen to them.
Completely. In the Ordning, the divine caste system of the giant small folk are beneath notice. They are pests, or like you said, snacks. But here, the pests are the brains of the operation.
So the hobgoblins have found a way to control them.
Not control, so much as guide. They've engineered a symbiotic parasite. They feed the giants, they organize the defense, and in exchange, they wield a power they have no right to possess. They've weaponized the giants' own hunger.
And at the center of this unholy alliance, buried deep inside that mud palace, is the only thing that matters to the party. The conch of teleportation.
The whole reason they're here.
They aren't here to liberate the countryside, though that might be a nice side effect. They aren't here for gold, though there's plenty of it buried in the muck somewhere. They are here because the world is broken. The Storm King is missing, the Ordning is shattered, and the only way to get to the undersea court of Maelstrom is through that conch.
Failure here isn't just death for them.
No, it means the chaos just continues indefinitely.
Which brings us to the approach. You can't just knock on the front door of a place like Grethog. The sheer volume of enemies is, it's overwhelming. We were talking about a small strike team against an army of giants, ogres, bugbears.
It's impossible odds. A frontal assault is suicide.
Total suicide. They have to find the eyes of the beast and blind them first.
So let's zoom in. The party is moving through the underbrush, skirting the edge of the river. The mud is slick, threatening to suck the boots right off their feet with every step. And they're eyeing the first major obstacle, the Gong Tower.
Tell me about this tower.
It's this 60-foot log structure perched on a bluff overlooking the river. To the casual observer, it's just a lookout post. But to a tactical team, this is a kill zone.
It's a choke point. In the purest military sense, you have 4 hobgoblin sentries. And, we need to distinguish hobgoblins from their cousins. A goblin is skittish.
Right.
An orc is aggressive. But a hobgoblin is disciplined. These soldiers aren't sleeping on the job. They're not distracted. They're scanning sectors. They have a massive brass gong hanging in the rafters.
That gong is the binary switch for the entire mission. It's on or it's off. If that metal rings, even once, the element of surprise is gone. The mission changes from surgical extraction to suicide run.
No in between.
The party knows this. You can feel the tension in the way they move. It's not just about being quiet. It's about timing. It's about coordination. The rogue signals a halt. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of the party away from the tower for a moment. A small blessing.
And this is where we see the difference between a game mechanic and, narrative reality. When we say stealth check, we tend to think of it as a video game toggle. You crouch and you're invisible. But in reality, this is an excruciating act of physical control.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the paladin carefully wrapping their chainmail in strips of cloth to stifle that constant clink, clink, clink of the rings. It's the wizard regulating their breathing so they don't gasp when the cold river water unexpectedly hits their boots. It is a collective act of will to simply become invisible.
It's a collective hold of breath, but then entropy happens. The one factor you can never truly control, the natural one of reality.
Something always goes wrong.
One of the party members, maybe the heavy-footed fighter, his foot slips on a patch of wet clay. A stone, a small one, skitters down the bluff. It's not a loud noise, just a little clack-clack splash.
But sound carries over water. And this is the Oda, loop, observe, orient, decide, act. The hobgoblin on the tower, the one facing their direction, he hears that snap. He stops his patrol. That's the observe.
The whole party just freezes.
He turns his head toward the sound. That's orient. Now, the party has perhaps a split second before he reaches decide and his hand moves to the mallet for that gong.
And the silence in that split second stretches so thin it feels like a wire about to snap. The party doesn't wait. They can't wait. The rogue initiates. And they don't aim for the chest. A chest shot allows for a scream.
No, you can't risk that.
They aim for the throat. The mechanics of the takedown have to be utterly silent. The arrow takes the first sentry right in the windpipe.
And you hear a wet thud. No scream. But the body creates noise. As he falls, he drops his weapon, his spear. That spear is now falling toward the wooden floor of the platform. If it hits, it's going to be just as loud as the gong.
This is where the panic sets in, but it's a controlled panic. The monk or the rogue, whoever is fastest, has to physically sprint up the vertical surface of the bluff-defying gravity for a second to catch the falling body, to snatch the falling spear before gravity finishes the job.
An incredible feat of agility.
It's a ballet of violence. They catch the mallet inches from the gong. The tower is clear. The eyes of the hill have been blinded.
And just notice the irony there. The giants, these massive creatures of power, they rely on these smaller creatures for their security.
Because they're too lazy.
They're too lazy, too self-absorbed to keep watch.
Wow.
By taking out the discipline, the hobgoblins, the party has blinded the beast. Now they can actually move into the belly.
They bypass the main entrance, far too guarded, and slip toward the side of the mound near the docks where the river has been choked off. There is a heavy curtain made of stitched animal hides. It's stiff with dried mud and grease. They pull it aside and slip through, entering the kitchen.
And that transition must be jarring.
Jarring is one word for it. Outside, the air was at least fresh, albeit smelly. Inside, the heat just hits you like a hammer. A dome-shaped fireplace is roaring in the center of the room, big enough to roast an ox whole. The floor isn't stone, it's packed mud, slick with spillover from cooking pots.
And the sensory details just get worse, I'm assuming.
So much worse. Maggots are crawling on leftover food piled on the tables. The humidity is unbearable, thick with steam and smoke. But it's what's happening in front of the fire that stops the party cold. There are 6 goblins. They're laughing, chattering in that high-pitched, cruel dialect of theirs, and they are tying something to a spit.
Oh no.
A Strongheart halfling. Roderick Hilltopple. This is a moment of pure, unadulterated horror. In a world of giants, small folk are not people, they are calories.
They're just ingredients.
To these goblins, Roderick isn't a prisoner of war. He's lunch. And this presents a massive moral dilemma for the group. The mission is the Kant. The mission requires absolute silence. Saving one halfling risks alerting the entire complex. A cold, pragmatic party might just walk past, leaving him to his fate to ensure the world is saved.
But heroism is rarely pragmatic, is it?
Yeah.
It's usually inconvenient. The paladin grips their sword, the cleric's hand goes to their holy symbol, the decision is made in a heartbeat. They can't watch this.
No. So the skirmish that follows is just chaos in a confined space. The kitchen is cluttered. Pots, pans, tables, twice the size of a human. The party strikes, but they can't use their biggest, loudest spells. No fireballs, no thunder waves. It has to be precise, up close.
But the goblins?
The goblins, however, are cowards. As soon as the first blade flashes, as soon as their leader goes down with a gurgle, their morale shatters completely.
Describe that panic for me. Because panicking and fleeing sounds organized. It isn't.
It's an utter loss of nerve. They shriek. They drop the halfling face first into the mud. They scramble over the tables, slipping in the grease, knocking over stacks of tin plates. It's a cacophony of clattering metal and high-pitched screams.
So much for stealth.
The party has to cut them down before they reach the larder ladder or the hide curtain door. If just one goblin gets out, the alarm is raised. It's a messy, frantic few seconds of chasing down terrified creatures in the mud, tackling them, silencing them one by one.
And when the silence falls again, broken only by the crackling fire and the whimpering of Roderick, we get this incredible character moment.
It's unbelievable. They cut him loose. He's trembling, bruised, covered in filth, absolutely terrified. But here's the kicker. He's grateful, sure, but he's also a farmer. He looks at these heavily armed adventurers who just saved his life and says, "Thank you, but I'm not leaving without my sheep."
You're kidding? His sheep?
His sheep! It's ludicrous. The world is ending, giants are rampaging across the land, and this guy is worried about his livestock.
But you know, it's human. In the face of overwhelming cosmic horror, we cling to the things we can control. His flock is his life. Losing the sheep means he starves anyway, even if the world is saved. It's the quest hook, translated into stubborn human motivation.
The party has to suppress this. They have to grab him, hiss at him. "We are saving the world, Roderick. We will get your sheep later." They practically have to stash him in a corner where he's just terrified and sulking, and then they have to press on.
So much for a clean rescue.
They need to go deeper. They need to find a way up to the main hall, but the direct route is blocked by guards. They have to go through the lower levels. They have to go through the pig pen.
Oh, this can't be good.
If the kitchen was bad, this is the nadir. This is the bowels of the operation. We are talking about a room with 30-foot ceilings, but the floor is a sunken pit of despair. A literal river of filth runoff from the latrines, and the slaughterhouse cuts right through the middle of the room.
And I imagine it's not empty.
Not at all. It's an ocean of squealing. Scores of fat pigs are wallowing in the mud. And guarding them, 7 bugbears. Huge, hairy, muscle-bound goblinoids and one massive Etten. Boinker boinker.
Boinker boinker, of course.
I love that name, but I wouldn't say it to his face. Or, faces. An Etten is a 2-headed giant. A biological mistake. 2 minds in one body, constantly bickering with each other. Oinker Boinker is the jailer of the pigs.
So the party has to get past all of that.
They're trying to skirt the edge of this room, trying to use the constant noise of the pigs to mask their footsteps,
Yeah.
moving along these narrow, slick wooden catwalks.
But fate is cruel. In the game, we call this a natural one. In the story, it's a simple misstep. A character slips on a slick wooden bridge spanning the sewage stream. Their scabbard bangs against the railing. A loud metallic clang.
The pigs go silent for a heartbeat, just 1 second of quiet, then they erupt in panicked squeals. Oinker Boinker's two heads stop arguing with each other. Four eyes lock onto the shadows where the party is hiding.
And the fight is on.
The alarm isn't raised to the whole castle yet, but the fight is on. And fighting in this room is a nightmare. The mud is knee-deep. It sucks at your legs. You can't pivot. You can't dodge. It's like fighting in quicksand.
This is difficult terrain translated into pure exhaustion. Every step requires you to yank your foot out of a suction cup of clay and feces. The bugbears, they know this terrain. They have wide, flat feet. They move over it with ease.
They're at home in it.
Right, and they use the pigs as cover, shoving the animals into the path of the party's attacks, making every sword swing a risk.
It's a brawl in the muck. The Eden is swinging a club the size of a tree trunk. One head is shouting orders at the bugbears. The other is just screaming insults at the party. They're getting battered. Every hit they take here is a bruise, a cracked rib, a depletion of their stamina. And the smell. I mean, imagine fighting for your life while breathing that in.
And just when they think they've cleared the room, the fight spills over. They push through the pig pen into the adjoining room, the abattoir, the slaughterhouse.
And if they thought the Eden was bad, here they meet Slub, a hill giant butcher covered from head to toe in dried blood, and his pet, the Ochio.
Describe that thing for me, because Ocha is a weird word, but the reality is just terrifying.
It's a monster's monster. Imagine a ball of leathery flesh standing on 3 thick legs with a massive, gaping maw filled with rows of teeth. And it has 3 long tentacles, 2 are tipped with sharp spikes, and the third one has a cluster of eyes on the end.
So it's looking at you with its arm.
It's looking at you with its arm, and it's a creature that evolved to eat filth. It lives in the garbage. In this ecosystem of Gredhog, the Ochia is the apex scavenger. The giants eat the world. The Ochio eats what the giants leave behind.
It's the cycle of filth made flesh.
Exactly. And the party is exhausted. They've fought bugbears, an Etten, and now a full-sized giant and his garbage monster. They are burning through their magical reserves. The wizard is panting, hands trembling as they cast their spells. You can almost feel that sensation of reaching for a thought, for a complex arcane formula, and it's just not there anymore.
The well is running dry.
The cleric is running out of prayers. But they do it. They take down Slub. The Odio collapses into a pile of stinking sludge. The silence that follows is heavy, thick. They are covered in pig filth, blood, and sweat. They are tired, but they look up.
They look up to the ceiling of this slaughterhouse. It's the floor of the feasting hall above them. They can hear the thumping of massive feet. They can smell the roasting meat. They are directly below the throne.
They find a ladder, a massive, sturdy ladder slick with grime leading up from the filth. They climb. One by one, they ascend from the darkness into the flickering light of the great hall.
This is the reveal.
They pull themselves up onto a ledge, a walkway built for goblins so they don't get stepped on by the giants. They stay low in the shadows, and they look out across the hall.
And what do they see?
It is cavernous. The ceiling peaks 65 feet overhead. Oil lamps flicker on pillars as thick as redwoods. And at the far end of the hall, there she is, Chief Gu.
It's difficult to convey the sheer mass of Chief Gu, I think. We aren't talking about obesity. We are talking about a geological event. She weighs 20,000 pounds. She is slumped atop a reinforced wagon that is literally groaning. The axles bowed into U-shapes under her incredible bulk.
It looks like it could break at any second.
And this is the critical insight for the listener. If you write Gu off as just hungry, you miss the tragedy of it all. This is a theological crisis manifested as flesh. The Ordning, the social ladder of the giants, has shattered. The Storm King is missing. For a hill giant, your worth is determined by your size.
That's their whole worldview.
In their primitive theology, bigger is better. Bigger is closer to God.
So she's not just eating lunch. She's praying.
Precisely.
Yeah.
She is trying to hack the divine system. She believes that if she becomes the largest giant in existence, the Allfather, Annam, must make her the queen of all giants. She is gating her way to godhood. It's a cargo cult logic.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand that storm giants rule because of their wisdom and magic. She thinks it's just about mass. It's a tragic, gluttonous ambition.
That makes the goblin Snert even more horrific. There's a goblin literally tucked into the folds of her flesh.
It's a detail from the Chronicles that emphasizes her scale. Snert the goblin is trapped there, he lives there. It shows that she has become a landscape. She has ceased to be an individual and has become a biome.
The party is on the ledge, hiding. They see the conch. It's there, partially buried under her bulk, glinting in the firelight. Negotiation is the first instinct of a hero, right? Maybe they can reason with her.
It's a noble thought, but probably a naive one.
They step out of the shadows. "Great Chief Goo!" they shout, their voices barely carrying across the massive hall. "We seek the conch."
And this is where the cultural barrier just slams down like a portcullis. Goo doesn't see diplomats, she doesn't see heroes, she sees fresh meat. She is confused for a second. Why is the food talking? And then the hunger takes over. She roars, "Food! Attack!"
The room just explodes into violence. Her husbands, other male hill giants she's enslaved, grab their great clubs. The ogres charge. The goblins on the high ledges start raining arrows down on the party. This is the climax.
And the dynamics are terrifying.
They're tired from the fight downstairs. Now they are facing 5 hill giants and 4 ogres simultaneously. A single hit from a giant's club shatters stone. A direct hit on a wizard or a rogue is instant death. The party is scrambling, dodging, using every ounce of agility they have left.
And they realize very quickly, they cannot kill her. She might have a set number of hit points, but narratively, she's a wall of meat. Arrows sink into her flesh and just disappear. Spells scorch her skin, and she just gets angrier. She's throwing trash, bones, even the goblins snort at them.
It's futile. They need a tactical pivot. They need to stop thinking like warriors and start thinking like engineers. The rogue, dodging a massive club swing that pulverizes the floor where they just were, looks at the wagon. It's groaning. The wood is splintering. It's holding 10 tons of giant.
And that's the moment of insight.
The shout goes out. "The wheels! Cut the support!" It's a called shot. In a game, it's a check to spot weakness. In the story, it is a moment of desperate battlefield clarity.
A last-ditch effort.
The ranger draws an arrow. The wizard prepares a magic missile, a force spell that can't miss. The fighter hurls a hand axe. Fate hangs on this action. If they miss or don't do enough damage, the giants close in and the party is crushed.
The tension must be unbearable.
The projectile flies. A spell, an arrow, it doesn't matter. It strikes the rear axle of the wagon. The wood, already stressed beyond its limit, doesn't just break, it explodes. It snaps like a cannon shot.
And physics takes over.
Yes. The wagon bed tilts violently. Goo's mass does the rest. She rolls. And once 20,000 pounds starts rolling, it does not stop.
She's an avalanche of flesh.
She screams a sound like a tearing sail. She tumbles off the wagon. She hits the floor of the great hall, but the floor wasn't built for that kind of focused impact. Specifically, she rolls onto the wooden grate, covering the hole to the pig pen below, the hole they just climbed out of.
Oh, the irony. The beams shatter. They just turn into splinters instantly.
She falls 30 feet. Down into the darkness.
And the impact. It must have been like an earthquake. The earth shakes. Dust rains down from the rafters. And from below, there is a wet, sickening crunch. What the source material calls 21 bludgeoning damage to anything unfortunate enough to be underneath her.
The pigs in the pen below are just flattened. The sound echoes through the entire mound. And then silence.
Absolute silence.
In the great hall, the fighting stops. The husbands, the ogres, they all freeze. They look at the empty space where their god used to be. They look at the ragged hole in the floor.
Their morale breaks instantly. Their entire worldview was built on Goo's size and her dominance, and she just fell through the floor. The illusion of her divinity is shattered.
Some of the giants drop their clubs, some flee, some just stand there staring, completely dumbfounded.
Their world has literally collapsed.
The party doesn't wait to see if they surrender. They sprint to the overturned wagon. It's a mess of filth and treasure, a lifetime of plunder. But there, exposed by her fall, is the conch of teleportation. It's huge, a giant shell etched with the runes of the storm giants.
They grab it. It feels heavy, cold to the touch.
Yeah.
They probably see other things, a golden flute, a jade, flower pot treasures stolen from the small folk. They grab what they can carry.
But the silence is temporary. The alarm is fully raised now. The camp outside, the stockyard, the caves is swarming. They can hear the reinforcement horns blowing. The hobgoblin warlords are organizing a response.
This is the retreat. They have to get out now. They look down the hole one last time.
Yeah.
Guy is alive, prone, trapped in the debris and mud below, wailing in pain and humiliation. She isn't a threat anymore. She's a tragedy.
The party runs, they don't fight their way out, they flee, they dive out the windows or burst through the back doors. They scramble down the muddy embankments of the mound, slipping and sliding. They are battered, bruised, covered in pig filth, blood, and mud. They run until their lungs burn.
They make it to the tree line. They scramble up into the hills, finding a cave or a copse of trees miles away from Gridhog, and they collapse.
And as the adrenaline fades, the reality of their situation sets in. The wizard examines the conch. It's pulsating with faint magical energy. But there's a catch.
Of course there is. Attunement. You can't just pick up a legendary artifact and blow the horn and teleport. You need to sync your soul, your life force, with the magic of the item. And that takes time.
An hour. An hour of focus, of meditation, of rest they barely have. But they are safe for the moment.
Imagine that scene, though. The sun is setting. They're safe, for now, in the hills. If they manage to save Roderick, maybe he's there, tending to the 3 sheep he somehow managed to drag along with him during the escape.
Giving the heroes this look that's a mix of awe and annoyance.
Exactly. And back at Gridhog, the entire hierarchy is dissolving. Du's husbands might kill her for her weakness. Or they might just abandon her. The dam might burst without the maintenance of the hobgoblins. The threat to the region is diminished, but the fundamental chaos of the giants remains.
The party leader holds the conch. It is etched with the runes of the storm giants. They are covered in the lowest filth of the World Hill giant dung, but they hold the key to the highest realm, Maelstrom.
It's a powerful dichotomy, isn't it? They have literally crawled through shit to reach for the stars.
But as they sit there, catching their breath, trying to begin the process of attuning to this artifact, a provocative thought lingers. They have the key. They beat the glutton. But have they learned why?
Exactly. They treated the symptom. Gu was a symptom of the broken Ordning. She was trying to fix her place in the universe the only way she knew how. The disease, the missing king, the shattered divine order remains. The party has won the battle of Gridhog, but the war for the soul of the giants is really just beginning.
And that is where we leave them. Bloody, dirty, victorious, and holding the fate of the world in a giant seashell. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are doing something a little different. We are stepping into the footprints of giants.
And not metaphorically.
No, not at all. Not like standing on the shoulders of scientific predecessors or anything like that. We are literally looking at a stack of documents here that outline 2 of the most terrifying, fascinating, and, well, radically different civilizations you could possibly imagine.
It's an incredible pairing.
We're looking at the stone giants of Deadstone Cleft and the frost giants of Svartborg.
It is a study in contrasts, absolutely. But before we even get into the locations, the specific strongholds, I think we have to understand the psychological break that's happened here.
Right, the catalyst for all of this.
So we're looking at what happens when the fundamental laws of a society don't just bend, but shatter completely.
And that's this concept called the Ordning. When I first read about it, I thought, okay, it's a caste system. You know, like you have your kings, your nobles, your peasants. Simple enough.
But the notes suggest it's so much more intense than that. It's not just a political caste system. It is a metaphysical reality.
A metaphysical reality. What do you mean by that?
For a giant, the Ordning is like gravity.
Oh, God.
It isn't just a law written on a piece of paper. It's a biological imperative. It tells every single giant, from the smallest to the largest, exactly where they stand in the hierarchy.
So it's innate.
It's innate. It's relative to every other giant, and crucially, to their gods. A stone giant doesn't just know they're culturally distinct from a frost giant. They feel their place in the universe in their very bones. It's a cosmic alignment.
So when the documents say the Ordning was shattered, that's not just a political revolution. It's not just a king being overthrown.
No, it's an existential crisis.
Wow.
Imagine if gravity suddenly turned off.
Wow.
Or if the concept of north just vanished from every compass on the planet.
Everything would be chaos. You wouldn't know which way was up.
Exactly. It induces a species-wide vertigo. That is the psychological context for everything we're about to discuss. Everything that follows is a reaction to that trauma.
And we have 2 case studies in front of us.
2 strongholds reacting to this trauma in basically opposite ways.
Okay, let's look at the first subject then. The stone giants of Deadstone Cleft. And from what I remember, these guys are usually the artists, right? The contemplative.
The philosophers, the sculptors, they carve rock, they mind their own business. They're generally isolationists, but peaceful ones.
But the intelligence reports here paint a picture of, well, it's genocidal xenophobia. It's a complete 180.
It is a tragedy of religious corruption. They've turned inward, but not for peace or contemplation anymore. They've turned inward to purge.
And on the flip side, we have the frost giants of Svartborg.
Mm-hmm.
And they aren't having an existential crisis, it seems. They seem to be having a great time with this new freedom.
They're thriving in the chaos.
They're just angry. They are brutal raiders living on a floating iceberg fortress, and their goal is to freeze the entire world.
It's Machiavellian politics versus atmospheric horror.
I like that.
The frost giants are looking outward, trying to conquer the chaos by imposing their own will on it. The stone giants are looking inward, trying to silence the chaos by destroying everything that isn't part of their perfect, still world.
So our mission today is to explore the psychology, the ecology, and the political structures of these two places. We aren't just looking at monsters to fight. We are looking at civilizations in crisis.
When the fundamental rules of your universe just vanish, do you go mad? Or do you lash out? That is the question at the heart of both of these strongholds.
Let's start with the one that genuinely kept me up last night reading these notes. The Stone Giants, Dead Stone Cleft.
It is a haunting place, and that's putting it mildly.
I want to set the scene properly here because the description is so vivid. We're in the Great Peak Mountains. This isn't just a case of walking into a cave entrance. Describe the approach to this place, because the geography itself feels actively hostile.
Okay, so imagine you are hiking through a dense, fog-choked mountain range. It's cold, visibility is low. You come to what looks like a dead-end canyon. But it's not just sheer rock walls. The walls are hundreds of feet high, and as you get closer, you realize the texture of the wall is wrong.
Wrong how?
It's not just stone. Embedded in the stone, fused with it, are the petrified corpses of ancient stone giants.
Wait, embedded, like they were buried there, or carved?
Neither, like they merged with it. These aren't statues carved to look like giants. These are fossilized bodies that have partially sunk into the canyon walls over millennia.
That's horrifying.
Their faces are frozen in these eternal expressions of, well, some look like they're in anguish, others deep in meditation. And the mouths are all open, gaping.
And that leads to the sound, doesn't it? The notes mention a specific constant noise in this canyon.
Yes. The wind in the Great Peaks is relentless. It's always blowing. It funnels through this dead-end canyon, and it passes through the gaping stone mouths of these hundreds of petrified giants.
Oh, no.
And it creates a constant moaning dirge. It's like a whistle, but it's deep and resonant, like a bass note played on a massive organ. You are walking through a graveyard that is screaming at you.
That is visceral. It's not just architecture. The architecture itself is grieving or screaming.
It's designed to be a psychological barrier. It's a warning. If you're an outsider, it's the most terrifying sound you've ever heard.
Oh.
It says, turn back.
But if you're a stone giant...
If you're a stone giant, that sound is the song of your ancestors. It's a sacred hymn. It's both a horror movie soundtrack and a cathedral choir, depending entirely on who you are.
Okay, that sets a deeply unsettling tone. Now, one of the key concepts in Dead Stone Cleft, a really core part of their culture, is something called the Great Stillness, or Olak Mora. When I first glanced at this, I thought, okay, they take long naps. But you flag this as critical to understanding their biology, their magic, everything.
It is absolutely not a nap. It is a biological and magical reboot. You have to understand the stone giant psyche. They see the surface world, the world of wind, rain, changing seasons, us as a dream.
A dream.
A fleeting, chaotic, unimportant dream. The truth, the only reality that matters, is the stone. The unmoving, eternal, patient stone beneath the earth.
So they prefer being underground. That makes sense.
It's more than preference. It's piety. It's a religious devotion. In Dead Stone Cleft, the giants engage in Olak Mora. They enter a meditative trance so deep that their biology begins to align with the minerals around them.
You mean they literally calcify?
Yes. They turn to stone for 8 hours at a time.
They petrify themselves on purpose, voluntarily.
Every single day. And it's not passive sleep. Think of it like a hard drive syncing with a massive ancient server. They're reconnecting with the elemental plane of Earth itself. And when they wake up, when the flesh returns, they're changed.
Changed how?
They gain tremor sense.
Let's pause on tremor sense for a second, because that changes the tactical reality of this place completely. If I'm an adventurer, a scout, trying to sneak in, using invisibility or hiding in the shadows, does that work?
No. Invisibility is utterly useless here. If you take a single step, you create a vibration in the ground.
That tiny one.
To a stone giant who has just finished Olak Mora, that tiny footstep ripples through the floor like a drumbeat in a silent room. They don't need to see you, they feel you. You're walking on their skin. The entire canyon floor is an extension of their nervous system.
That is terrifying. You can't hide. There is no stealth.
You cannot hide from the ground itself. And they also gain innate spellcasting abilities from this state. They can meld into stone. They can shake stone at will.
So they can just walk into a solid wall.
Like it's water. They can step into a solid cliff face, wait for you to walk by, and then just reach out and grab you. Or they can just stay inside the wall and listen to your heartbeat through the rock. It turns the entire environment into the enemy. The walls have ears, eyes, and hands.
And under the current leadership, this sacred act, this deep connection to the earth, is being weaponized.
Completely.
They aren't doing this for enlightenment anymore. They're doing it to become better, more efficient killers.
Correct. And that brings us to the architect of this whole nightmare, Thane Kylithika.
Kylithika, the leader. Now, usually stone giants are neutral. They just want to be left alone to carve their rocks. But Kylithika is described in the files as a neutral, evil extremist. What is her deal?
She is a zealot, a complete fanatic. Her philosophy is terrifyingly simple and, from her perspective, pure.
Which is?
She believes that the surface world, the dream as they call it, has been tainted. She looks at human cities, dwarven strongholds, the roads we build, the buildings we live in, and she doesn't see civilization.
What does she see?
She sees a skin disease, a pox on the stone.
A skin disease on the earth. Wow.
Exactly. To her, mining is scarring the earth, farming is scratching the earth's skin. Building a castle is placing a parasite on the holy body of the world. She believes that by building on the stone, the small folk are desecrating it.
So she's not conquering land for resources. She doesn't want the lumber or the gold or the territory. She's cleaning.
She is scrubbing the dirt off the face of the earth. She's already wiped out entire settlements, places like Orlbar and Lork. The reports say she leaves nothing behind.
Nothing.
Nothing. She isn't taking prisoners to be slaves. She is obliterating them. She knocks down the buildings and grinds the stones to dust. She wants to return the land to its natural, pristine state, just rock and wind.
And she believes she is doing this on the direct orders of her god, Scareus Stonebones.
That is her core delusion. It's what justifies everything. She believes she is a holy warrior, a paladin for the stone.
But she's not talking to Scareus, is she? This is the big twist of Deadstone Cleft. This is where the tragedy really comes in.
This is the absolute heart of the tragedy. She is in the temple, communicating with a massive stalactite called the Steinfang.
The Stone Fang.
Yes, it's a specific geological formation in the heart of their temple complex. The ritual is that she carves questions into the rock, and at the new moon, answers appear etched on the surface of the stone. She thinks it's her god speaking directly to her.
But it's not. Who is she talking to?
No, she's talking to an entity called Drone. It's an evil earth primordial, a creature of pure chaos and destruction that has been trapped under the mountains since the dawn of time.
That is wild. So you have this devout, pious leader who thinks she is restoring the glory of her people.
Yes.
But she's actually being catfished by an ancient demon trapped in the basement.
Catfish by a primordial is a very modern way to put it, but yes, that is precisely what's happening.
And it's not giving her random advice.
No, it's feeding her specific lies to isolate her and amplify her worst tendencies. If you look at the transcripts of her questions that were recovered, she asks things like, "Are there traitors in my clan?" And the primordial, through the rock, answers yes.
It's just feeding her paranoia, turning her against her own people.
It's cutting her off from any dissenting voice, from reality itself. It tells her the barbarian allies are useful but ultimately untrustworthy. It tells her the gnome prisoner is lying. It validates every xenophobic, violent impulse she has to ensure she causes maximum destruction.
The primordial doesn't care about the stone giant's purity.
Not at all. It just wants the world above to burn, and Kylithika is the perfect tool because she thinks she's being righteous. She's a weapon that doesn't know it's being aimed.
Let's talk about the defenses she has set up, because this place is a fortress. We mentioned the wind and the moaning giants, but there is actual wildlife here too. Or, well, giant life.
The Rock-Hong.
Klang, the giant above. This isn't just a big eagle. Give us the scale here, because I think it's hard to comprehend.
A rock is gargantuan. Its wingspan is big enough to block out the sun over an entire village. We're talking hundreds of feet.
Okay.
This is the bird that hunts whales in the ocean for food and carries them back to the mountains. And here, in Deadstone Cleft, the stone giants have tamed it. It nests on a high promontory overlooking the entire canyon.
It's their air force, their early warning system.
It's their perimeter defense. If you try to fly into dead stone clefts, say on griffins or a flying carpet or whatever, you have to deal with an apex predator that eats elephants for snacks. Your approach is over before it begins.
So the air is covered, and then you have the ground defenses. And this is where I want to stop and really dig in, because there's this horrific trap called Gorgon mud. The notes mention it briefly, but I feel like the true horror of this is really understated.
Oh, the Gorgon mud is a nightmare. This is a brilliant and cruel use of what I'd call magical ecology. You're walking through the canyon, trying to be quiet, and you see what looks like a natural pool of mud.
Right, just a puddle.
Maybe it's bubbling a little. It looks like difficult terrain, something you might just trudge through and get your boots dirty. An inconvenience.
But it's not just mud.
No. It has been magically infused with the crushed essence of gorgons, those huge metallic bowls that breathe petrifying gas.
Oh, wow.
The mud itself radiates transmutation magic.
So if you step in it, what happens?
The moment your skin touches it, the process begins. It's not just sticky. It starts to calcify your flesh. It's heavy. It pulls you down like quicksand. But as you sink, your legs stop working because they're actively turning to stone.
That is a horrific way to go. You're struggling to pull your leg out, but your leg is becoming the rock you're trying to pull against.
Exactly. And the panic just accelerates it. The more you thrash and struggle, the more of your body comes into contact with the mud, and the deeper you sink.
And if you are fully submerged,
You become part of the canyon. You become one of those statues we talked about earlier.
yeah.
A permanent, silent resident.
And we have to remember, the stone giants have melded into stone.
Right. So the giants can hide inside the rock walls right next to these mud pools. They don't even have to come out. They just wait for intruders to get stuck, start panicking as their skin turns gray and hard.
And then the giant just steps out of the wall when it's over.
They don't even have to fight you. They just have to watch you harden. It is a kill zone, perfectly tailored to their biology and their newfound cruelty.
And they aren't alone in the canyon. They have human allies, which seems like a contradiction.
The Blue Bear Tribe.
The Uthgart barbarians. Specifically, a leader named Hydia Moonmusk. But why would humans ally with giants who want to wipe out civilization? Kaiolithica hates small folk.
That's the deepest irony, isn't it? The Blue Bear Tribe is essentially a cult. They view the giants not as political allies, but as divine instruments.
They worship them.
They worship them. They see the sheer size and power of the giants, and they think these are the true masters of the world. Hydia Moonmusk lives in a cave with cave bears, literally sleeps among them, and she worships Kaiolithica as a messiah figure.
It sounds like a deeply abusive relationship.
It is. Kaiolithica despises them. She sees them as useful pawns. We have records of her asking the Steinfang, can these puny barbarians be trusted? And the answer from the primordial is no.
Of course.
So she is using them as cannon fodder. She sends them to die on the front lines in raids. But the barbarians, in their fanaticism, interpret this as a test of their faith. They are willing, even eager, to die for the cleaning.
Wow. I want to pivot now to some of the weirder stuff in the canyon, because amidst all this genocide and atmospheric horror, there are these little pockets of, I guess, environmental storytelling is the best word for it.
The anomalies. The strange corners of the stronghold.
Yeah. Tell me about the Skadkong, the Fog King. This felt almost out of place with everything else.
This is one of the most fascinating details in the archives, I think. It's a tomb of an ancient ancestor, a revered albino stone giant. But it isn't just a grave, it's interactive.
Interactive.
The text says his body's become like soft clay over the eons. It's no longer hard stone.
And you have to touch it.
To commune with him, you must press your hands into his reshaping body. You have to physically sink your hands into the corpse of this ancient king.
That is incredibly disturbing.
It is, but look at what happens when you do. If you have the courage to do it, he pulls you in. You're trapped in the stone for a moment, but he answers 3 questions. And unlike the Steinfang, he answers truthfully.
So he's an oracle.
He's a direct counterpoint to the primordial. Think about the contrast. Kaiolithica is getting poisonous lies from a primordial she thinks is a god. The Skadkong represents the old wisdom, the truth, the neutrality.
He's the memory of what the stone giants used to be.
Exactly. Before this madness took over, he offers clarity in a place built on delusion. He is the only source of objective fact in the entire canyon, and you have to desecrate a tomb to get it, and he's dead.
It really highlights how far the current generation has fallen from their own history.
It does. And then, completely shifting gears, from the sublime to the Well, the mundane. We have the mushroom farm.
Yes. I loved this part. Even genocidal giants need to eat.
It grounds the fantasy, doesn't it? We imagine these mythic beings, but they have a logistics chain. They're not just powered by hate. So yes, there is a damp cave where they cultivate and eat raw giant
But
mushrooms.
there is a creature in there with them, the roper.
Ah, the rober. A monster that looks like a stalagmite until it opens a single malevolent red eye and grabs you with its stony tendrils.
But this one isn't just a mindless predator guarding a passage.
No, this one's a capitalist.
That's right. It's a tool collector.
It is. It demands gemstones.
Yeah.
If you want to cross the ream to get to the mushrooms or to the deeper tunnels beyond, you have to pay the toll. You have to give the stalagmite monster a shiny rock.
And the barbarians actually do it. Hadia Moonmusk pays
Right.
it.
Yes, Hadia Moonmusk pays the roper a gemstone every single time she walks through. It's this bizarre little microeconomy inside this horrific stronghold. It just shows that even monsters have to negotiate with other monsters.
It's fantastic.
The roper doesn't care about the cleaning or the ordning or scurrious stone bones. It just wants to get paid.
It adds so much flavor. It's not just monster attacks you. It's monster shakes you down for lunch money.
Precisely. And then you have the last anomaly, which is maybe the most tragic, the dissenter, the rock gnome, Alistair Noggins.
The guy in the pouch.
We need to unpack Alistair's situation because it is pure psychological torture. He's a clockmaker from a nearby town called Loudwater. He was captured during a raid. But instead of being crushed or eaten, he is kept in a leather pouch on Caelithica's belt.
He lives in her pocket.
He lives in a smelly leather sack bouncing against the hip of a 50-foot giant. Imagine the smell, imagine the motion sickness, imagine the noise. Every time she speaks, it must sound like a thunderclap right next to his head.
That's a living hell. How is he still alive? Why keep him?
He's brilliant. He's a survivor. He realized very quickly that Caelithica is paranoid and respects strength. So he lied to her. He told her his little town, Loudwater, has massive defenses, huge armies, powerful magic, war machines,
He's bluffing.
a massive bluff. He inflated the threat so much that she paused her attack to go ask the Steinfang for advice on how to proceed.
He bought himself time with a lie.
A high-stakes bluff.
Mhm.
He is living minute to minute, just waiting for that primordial in the rock to tell her he's a liar, at which point he'll be crushed. Every time she goes to the temple, he must be absolutely terrified.
It really shows the resilience of the small folk.
Even when you are literally in the pocket of a genocidal giant, you can use your wits to survive. It's a small spark of hope in a very dark place.
So that is Deadstone Cleft. It's claustrophobic, it's earthy, it's heavy with history and delusion and madness. Now, I think I need to put on a coat. A very, very heavy coat.
Yeah, good one. Because we are going to the Sea of Moving Ice.
From the stone to the ice, we're going to Svardborg.
A complete change of scenery.
This place sounds immense. It's a floating city, a fortress on an iceberg.
It's a berg. An iceberg fortress, yes. Imagine a massive chunk of ice, miles wide, floating in an Arctic Ocean where the water is so cold it kills you in minutes. And on this ice, the frost giants have built, or in some cases, excavated from the ice itself, these immense lodges.
Lodges makes it sound cozy, like a ski resort.
These are not cozy. We need to talk about the scale, because it's everything. Svardborg is built for beings who are 20-plus feet tall.
Right.
The stairs in these lodges, each step is 3 feet high. If you're a human-sized adventurer, you aren't walking up the stairs, you are climbing them like cliffs. The doors are massive slabs of wood and iron that weigh tons.
So just moving around this place is an athletic feat.
Precisely. You are a rat in a giant's pantry. And the cold.
Yeah.
The notes emphasize the cold constantly. It's oppressive. The wind here isn't moaning like in the canyon, it's howling. It's a physical force that bites through fur and steel.
And the water is a death trap.
You fall in, you have a survival time measured in single-digit minutes. The environment itself is a constant lethal threat.
And the leader here is Jarl Storvald. How does he compare to Caelithica?
Night and day. It's a perfect contrast. Caelithica is an isolationist zealot, lost in her own divine madness. Storvald is an expansionist warlord. He is practical, he is cruel, and he is incredibly ambitious.
And he's not even home when the camera pans to Svardborg, is he?
No, he's out on his flagship, the Kriegvind.
Which translates to Warwind. Very cool name.
Very cool. And he's out hunting whales, which is what frost giants do. But his real goal isn't food. He is searching for the Ring of Winter.
The Ring of Winter. This is a legendary artifact. This is a big deal.
It is one of the most powerful and dangerous items in the lore. Storvald wants to use it to bring about the Age of Everlasting Ice.
No, he wants to cause an ice age.
A permanent global ice age. This is the difference in scale between our two villains. Kailizica wants to clean her canyon and the mountains around it. Storvald wants to freeze the entire planet. His threat level is global.
He's basically a Bond villain with a floating ice lair.
I'd argue he's more direct than a Bond villain. Bond villains usually have some convoluted plan involving satellites or lasers. Storvald's plan is simple. Make everything cold so frost giants rule supreme. It's climatic terraforming through sheer force of will.
But let's look at the logistics here for a second. We have an army of giants on a floating iceberg. They can't farm. There's no wood. How do they survive?
They raid. This is a predatory economy. They have ships, massive long ships, bigger than any human vessel that raid the Sword Coast.
So they're Vikings on a massive scale.
Exactly. They bring back everything they need. Barrels of ale, lumber for their fires, salt for preserving meat, slaves. They produce nothing. They take everything.
And that concept of taking brings us to the most shocking part of Svartberg for me, the dragons.
This blew my mind when I first read it.
Right, because usually in these stories, dragons are the top of the food chain. If you see an adult white dragon, you run. That's the rule.
Correct. They are the apex predators of the Arctic. But Jarl Storvald, he has enslaved them. And we need to really unpack the psychology of this, because breaking a dragon isn't like breaking a horse. It's breaking a god, in a way.
White dragons are especially feral, right? They're pure hunters.
They're the most animalistic of the true dragons, but they are incredibly proud. They are pure expressions of predatory instinct. To submit to a giant is a humiliation beyond words for a creature like that. So the question is, how did Storvald do it?
He found their eggs.
He found a clutch of 7 white dragon eggs in an ancient giant temple, the Temple of Thrym. He took them hostage.
He's holding the babies hostage. That is unbelievably cruel.
It's Machiavellian. It's effective. He used them to force the parents, 2 adult white dragons, Cryovane and Isendrog, into servitude.
What's their situation now?
Isendrog is chained inside the temple, forced to guard her own eggs. She can see them, but she can't move them or protect them from the giants. She's trapped in a perpetual state of maternal anxiety and rage.
That's torture. And Cryovane, the other parent.
Cryovane is chained to the deck of the Jarl's ship, the Krigvind.
He has a full-grown dragon chained to his boat. As what, a hood ornament?
He uses it like a hound, like a weapon. Imagine the sight of that. A massive frost giant long ship crashing through the ice fields, and chained to the prow is a screaming, thrashing, roaring white dragon breathing ice and fury.
That's an incredible image.
It shows you that the frost giants aren't just big Vikings. They are masters of the food chain. They have subjugated the only thing in the north that could possibly challenge them.
I actually feel sorry for the dragons, and I never thought I'd say that.
And that's the point. It establishes Storvald's character perfectly. He doesn't just kill his enemies, he dominates them. He wants you to know that he owns you, body and soul.
Let's look at the other people and creatures on the iceberg, because it's not just giants. There's a human element here too, but it's very different from the barbarian cultists in the canyon.
Yeah.
Here we have the Zentarim.
The Black Network. These are the spies, the assassins, the shady dealers of the world. They play all sides.
What on earth are they doing on a freezing iceberg in the middle of nowhere?
They are trying to ride the tiger. We have a human mage named Milron Lost. He's there officially to help Storvald locate the Ring of Winter with his magic.
But he's not doing it out of the kindness of his heart, I'm guessing.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
It's a double cross waiting to happen. Nilron wants the ring for himself, for the Zentarim. Storvald wants the ring for the giants. They're smiling at each other, making deals, but both are planning a betrayal.
How's that going for Nilron?
He is terrified. The notes paint a great picture of him shivering in his thick fur cloak, pacing his icy room, constantly planning his escape.
He has an escape plan involving manticores.
Yes. Yes. He has manticores, magical beasts, part lion, part bat, part scorpion, waiting on a nearby iceberg as his getaway car.
That's amazing.
It shows how precarious his position is. He thinks he's this clever spy master playing the giants, but he knows that if he slips up, if his deception is discovered, he's just a snack. He's constantly checking the wind, checking the mood of the Jarl. It's a high-stress diplomatic mission where the other side eats people.
Let's talk about the culture on the Berg. What do frost giants do for fun when they're not raiding or enslaving dragons?
They drink heavily. There's a massive gathering hall where they engage in drinking contests. And we aren't talking about drinking from glasses or mugs. We are talking about chugging entire barrels of mead. The text says they get mechanically poisoned by the sheer volume of alcohol.
And the decor, What's the vibe in the gathering hall?
Macabre. There's a trophy room, and the walls are lined with the heads of their greatest kills. Polar bears, giant walruses, and most impressively, remor hazes.
A Raymer has is like a giant insect made of fire and ice, right? A
Yeah.
polar worm.
A polar worm that generates intense internal heat. It's a nasty business. If you hit it with a metal sword, the sword can melt. When you wound it, magma can spray out. Killing one is a massive feat of strength and endurance.
So mounting its head is a huge statement.
It's a statement. It says, I killed the thing that burns in the land of ice.
And then there is the warning system, the dragon horn.
And this is another one of those details that just adds so much flavor. It's a horn, yes, but it's not made from a dragon they found in the north.
Oh.
It is a horn made from a red dragon.
Wow. From a fire dragon.
Think about that. They are in the Arctic. Where did they get a red dragon? They had to go south into the mountains of the mainland, kill a fire dragon, and bring its horn all the way back to the ice as a trophy.
It's a symbol of their reach.
And it's so big that only a giant has the lung capacity to blow it. If that horn sounds, the whole iceberg wakes up. The sound of it shakes the very ice they live on.
We also see a clear hierarchy of oppression here. In Deadstone, it was basically giants and their barbarian followers. Here, it's more layered.
It's a cascade of abuse, a pyramid of cruelty. You have the frost giants at the top, obviously. Then you have the North folk barbarians, evil humans who repair the ships and lodges. They don't worship the giants like the blue bears do. They respect the giant's strength because they are bullies themselves. Might makes right.
And beneath them, who do they bully?
The Yetis. The humans speak the Yeti language. They enslave the Yetis to do the heavy lifting that the humans can't do, like moving massive blocks of ice or timbers.
So the giants bully the humans, and the humans bully the Yetis.
It's a perfect pyramid of misery. Everyone has someone to kick down at.
It really paints a picture of a society based entirely and unapologetically on might makes right.
That is the frost giant way. If you are strong, you rule. If you are weak, you serve or you die. There is no art here. There is no meditation. There is no philosophy. There is only the raid and the feast.
So we've toured the claustrophobic canyon and the windswept iceberg. I want to pull back now and do some comparative analysis. Because these are both giants, but they feel like different species entirely.
They are biologically related, of course, but culturally, they are completely alien to each other.
Let's start with their relationship to their environment. It seems fundamental.
It is. The stone giants merge with their environment. They petrify themselves to become one with the stone. They hide in the walls. They are, at their core, defensive introverts. They want the world to stop changing. They want the stillness and permanence of stone.
Then the frost giant.
They conquer their environment. They build on top of the ice. They chain the local predators. They sail the seas to take what they want. They are offensive extroverts. They don't want the world to stop changing. They want to change the world to suit them, to freeze it over.
And the loot you find in each place, the treasure tells a story all on its own.
It always does. It's an economic footprint. In Deadstone Clefts, you find gemstones, art objects, masterwork, chisels, intricate statues. It's the treasure of artisans. They value beauty and craft and things that last forever.
And in Svardborg,
You find barrels of ale, crates of salt, tons of pitch for waterproofing ships, weapons of war, plundered goods. It's the treasure of raiders. They value utility and consumption, things to be used up.
there is one thing that connects them, though. A specific, important item.
The conch of teleportation.
Right. Both Thane Kyolithica and Gerald Storvald have one. What's the significance of that?
These cocks were given to them by King Hekaton, the king of all giants, before the Ordning was shattered. It was supposed to be their direct line of communication to the throne, to the central court of Maelstrom.
It's their link to the old social order.
It's the red phone to the king. But neither of them is using it.
They've gone off the grid.
That is the key failure of the Ordning made manifest. They have the phone line to the king, so they've taken it off the hook. They are ignoring the central authority to pursue their own radical destructive agendas.
Kyolithica is listening to a demon in a rock.
And Storvald is chasing a ring of ultimate power. Neither of them cares what the king has to say anymore.
That really drives home the civilization and crisis theme we started with. The center cannot hold.
And when the center fails, the extremities go crazy.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing here. Radicalization on two different ends of the giant spectrum.
I want to circle back to something you mentioned at the very beginning, the tragedy of the stone giants. Because Svardborg feels like a classic villain lair. It's cool, it's evil, it's straightforward, but Deadstone Cleft feels sad.
It is profoundly sad. Stone giants are supposed to be the dreamers of giant kind. They believe the surface world is a chaotic dream, and the stone is the deep, true reality. Usually that philosophy makes them peaceful and reclusive.
But Caelithica has twisted that philosophy.
She's convinced them that the dream has become a nightmare that needs to be erased for the sake of reality. She's turned their core belief into a justification for genocide.
And the fact that she's doing it because she thinks she's being pious, that she's following her god's will, that's the real kicker.
It's the worst kind of evil. The evil that sincerely believes it's doing good. Jarl Storvald knows he's a bad guy. He's fine with it. He relishes it. He wants to rule the world.
He's honest about his ambition.
Right. Caelithica thinks she's saving the world by scouring it clean. And that makes her so much harder to reason with.
You can negotiate with a warlord. You can't negotiate with a fanatic.
Exactly. You might be able to bribe Storvald or offer him a better deal or threaten him with a bigger stick. He understands power. But Caelithica, she's hearing voices from a primordial. There is no logic there to exploit, only delusion.
So if you were an adventurer, hypothetically, of course, which one of these two places would you be more afraid of?
That's a tough one, a really tough one.
The zealous fanatic or the ruthless warlord?
I think Deadstone Cleft scares me more.
Really, even with the enslaved dragons and the global threat at Svartborg?
The dragons are terrifying, yes. The scale of Storvald's ambition is terrifying. But Deadstone Cleft is just fundamentally wrong. The silence, the constant moaning, the petrification, the idea that the walls themselves are watching you. The psychological horror of that place is much more insidious.
That makes sense. Svartborg is a fight. Deadstone is a haunting.
I can see that. There's something deeply unnatural about the great stillness being used for war.
Whereas Svartborg is just nature, red in tooth and claw, turned up to 11. It's cold and violent, but it's brutally, horribly understandable.
Exactly.
So what is the big takeaway here? We've looked at the notes, the maps, the leaders, the monsters. What does this all tell us about the story these sources are trying to tell?
I think the main takeaway is that monsters are rarely just bags of hit points waiting to be hit.
Right. They have cultures, societies, motivations.
Complex motivations. If you just kick down the door of Deadstone Cleft and start swinging, you miss the story. You miss the deep tragedy of Caelithica's corruption by an ancient evil. You miss the political house of cards that Nilron the Spy is building on the iceberg.
And you miss the opportunity to understand why the world is falling apart in the first place.
Exactly. These strongholds are symptoms of the broken ordning. They are what happens when leadership disappears and a power vacuum opens up. It's a warning.
And it forces you, the listener, to ask, what would these giants be if the king was still in charge? If the structure was still there?
That's the final provocative thought, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
If the Ordning hadn't broken, Caelithica would probably still be a peaceful, contemplative artisan. She might be carving beautiful statues of her ancestors instead of carving questions into a cursed rock.
And Storvald, what about him?
He'd probably still be a jerk.
Probably, yeah.
But he would be a controlled jerk, a contained threat. He wouldn't be trying to freeze the world. He'd be hunting whales and raiding the coast and keeping to his lane within the hierarchy. The structure kept their worst impulses in check.
So here's the final question. Were they always monsters? Or did the circumstance, the shattering of their world, make them monsters?
With Caelithica, I think she was made a monster. She was a victim of manipulation and circumstance. With Storvald, I think he was a monster just waiting for permission to be himself.
And that is a terrifying distinction.
It is. One is a tragedy, the other is a crime.
Well, on that cheerful note, we are going to wrap up this deep dive into the minds and strongholds of giants.
Try to stay warm out there.
And watch out for the mud. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we are opening a file that, and I mean this quite literally, burns to the touch.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
We're leaving the comfort of, the tavern, the safety of the city walls, and we are heading north. And I don't mean a pleasant ski trip north.
No, this is not a vacation spot.
This is the wind is trying to peel the skin off your face north. We are looking at the Ice Spires, specifically a location that serves as a crucible for one of the most intense chapters in the chronicle we've been following.
It's a landscape of absolute hostility. I mean, you were talking about the region north of the Silver Marches. If you look at a map of the Savage frontier, this is where the cartographer usually just stops drawing trees and starts drawing jagged, angry lines.
Right.
It is a place of biting cold, snow-capped peaks, and just total crushing desolation. The air is so thin here that every single breath feels like a transaction you're losing.
And yet the sources tell us this isn't just a survival story about, freezing to death. The party has a very specific objective here. They aren't mountain climbing for sport. They are on a mission that feels, honestly, almost suicidal on paper.
No, they're absolutely not there for the view. They're on a retrieval mission, a very specific one. They're hunting for a conch of teleportation.
Right, the Kant, which is the ticket to the Maelstrom, right, to the Storm Giant Court. We've touched on this in previous deep dives, this whole idea that the world's order, the Ordning is shattered, and to fix it, you have to go right to the top.
Exactly. To restore the Ordning, the social order of the giants, they need to get to the top of the food chain. But to get that ticket, their path leads them through Duke Zalto.
And Zalto is not just any giant.
No, he is the fire giant lord, and his fortress is Iron Slag.
Iron Slag. The name alone feels heavy. It sounds industrial. It sounds like something that tastes of ash and blood.
That is a very, very accurate assessment. Iron Slag is an ancient forge, a fortress built directly into the mountain itself. And this defines the mission profile for our deep dive today.
Okay.
This isn't a diplomatic summit. You don't knock on Zalto's door and ask for a favor. This is an infiltration.
Yep.
An infiltration into a place of industry, of slavery, and of war. The party is outnumbered, they are outsized, and they're walking into a factory that's designed to build weapons of mass destruction.
So the narrative hook here is this massive sensory contrast. You start in the ice spires. We're talking sub-zero temperatures, howling winds, that numbness in your fingers that signals frostbite is setting in.
Yeah.
And the goal is to descend into, for all intents and purposes, a volcano, from the freezer into the frying pan, but on a geological scale.
It creates a unique type of exhaustion. You aren't just fighting monsters, you are fighting the thermometer. But before they can even worry about the heat, they have to survive the climb.
Yes.
Let's look at the approach. The sources call it the 12,000 steps.
12,000. That feels excessive. I complain when the escalator is out at the mall and I have to walk up 2 flights. 12,000 steps in Arctic conditions. That sounds like a special kind of torture.
It's a vertical ascent of 500 feet carved directly into the cliff face of Mount Hammerhast.
And we need to be clear about the architecture here. These aren't, OSHA-compliant stairs with handrails and non-slip pads.
No, I'm guessing not.
They were carved by slaves millennia ago. They're rough, they're slick with black ice, and they are completely exposed to the elements.
So step one of this entire heist is just don't fall off the mountain.
Precisely. And this is where we see the environment acting as the first true enemy. The physical toll is immense. The air gets thinner, the lungs burn.
You have to imagine the weight of their gear, too.
Oh, absolutely. Plate armor, heavy packs, weapons, all of it dragging them down while the wind is actively trying to just push them off into the abyss. It's a battle against gravity before the first sword is even drawn.
And it doesn't stay a passive threat for long. At the 350-foot mark, the environment stops being passive and gets, well, aggressive. The sources mention a specific encounter here that really sets the tone for the lethality of this entire place.
This is the Chimera encounter. But I want to reframe how we look at this because in a standard story, you might just say, and then a monster attacks.
Yeah.
Here, the mechanics of the world act as fate. The party is balancing on a narrow ledge, maybe a few feet wide. Wind is howling so loud they can't hear each other shout. And then suddenly the sun goes out.
It's not an eclipse, though. It's a shadow.
A massive three-headed monstrosity swooping down from the peaks. The sensory details in the accounts are just terrifying. Before the strike, there's that sharp scent of ozone.
From the dragon head.
From the dragon head preparing a lightning breath, yeah. And it's mixed with the smell of wet, rotting fur from the goat and lion heads.
That smell. Ozone and rot. That is such a visceral combination. And the terror isn't just, will the monster bite me? It's the physics of the fight.
That's it.
If you dodge the wrong way, you fall 350 feet. There's no recovery from that.
That is the key takeaway. It forces a kind of tactical desperation. You can't flank, you can't retreat. You have to stand your ground on a sheet of ice against a creature that can fly.
So a momentary lapse in balance.
What we might call a failed dexterity check in the simulation, yeah.
It isn't just taking damage, it's gravity claiming you. It sets the stakes immediately. Nature wants you dead before you even see a single giant. Imagine the fighter, boots sliding on the ice, shield raised against a blast of fire, knowing that one step backward is the end. It's high-octane stuff.
Absolutely.
But let's assume they survive. They scramble up the last of those 12,000 steps. Lungs heaving, probably bleeding, adrenaline crashing. They finally crest the top, expecting to see, I don't know, Guard towers, lava moats, something suitably epic and terrifying.
And this is the brilliant deception of Chapter 1. They don't see a fortress,
They see a village
a village.
with thatch roofs and crops.
Specifically barley.
Barley. At 500 feet up in a frozen wasteland, that shouldn't be possible. The altitude alone should kill it. The cold.
It's the Yak folk village, and the visual disconnect is jarring. You've just fought for your life on an icy cliff, and suddenly you're in this idyllic agricultural hideaway. It's almost cute.
Okay, Yak folk. We need to address this. If you haven't encountered these before, the name sounds a bit whimsical. I'm picturing, like, friendly minotaurs with sweaters. Maybe they're holding mugs of cocoa.
Do not let the name fool you. The Yak folk, or Yakaria as they call themselves, are some of the most insidious creatures in the north.
Mm.
They're the lucky chosen in their own mythology.
Right.
They are large, hulking humanoids with the heads of yaks, yes. But they are highly intelligent, magically gifted, and fundamentally malevolent. They are not the gentle giants of this setting.
And this is where the social encounter trap springs. The party arrives, freezing, exhausted, probably wounded, and Chief Karthikeya meets them, and he doesn't attack.
No, he welcomes them with open arms. Come in, travelers, you must be freezing. He offers them the guest hut. He brings out fresh bread, cheese, warm ale.
See, that's just evil, because after that climb, after that fight, your guard is down. You are physiologically desperate for warmth and calories. You want to believe the lie.
You need the lie to be true. It is psychological warfare. They usher the party into a warm hut with comfortable cushions. The wind is silently blocked by the thick walls, the fire's crackling, and then they bring out the soup and the pipeweed.
You'd poison.
But it's not a clutch your throat and die kind of poison.
No, it's more subtle.
It's a soporific. The sources describe it as a heaviness. Narratively, it's a fog. You're eating this delicious warm soup, savoring it, and then suddenly you realize your hand is moving slower than you told it to. Your eyelids feel like they're made of lead. It's that horrible moment where you realize your own body is betraying you.
And that's the moment the turn happens, the realization that trust has been weaponized. The Constitution save isn't a dice roll here. It's a frantic mental struggle to stay conscious, to fight as the darkness closes in around you.
And through that haze, the party starts to notice the details they missed. The servants pouring the ale, they're moon elves and dwarves, and they aren't looking at them. They're looking down. They are terrified.
And they're wearing collars.
They're wearing collars.
Mm-hmm.
And outside, through the window, they see the cages.
The cages filled with prisoners, stripped of dignity in the freezing cold.
The facade just drops. The Yak folk aren't simple farmers. They are slavers. And worse, so much worse, they are skin changers. They possess this horrifying ability to crawl under the skin of other humanoids, effectively wearing them like suits to infiltrate other societies.
That took a hard left turn into body horror. I was not expecting that.
It explains why they need the prisoners. They aren't just for labor, they are potential disguises. The party realizes they aren't guests. They are livestock.
So the unspoken tension here must be palpable. You're sitting with your hosts, trying to smile, forcing your drug body to move, while you're slowly, inch by inch, sliding your hand toward your dagger under the table.
And you know they know. They're just waiting for the poison to finish its work.
So the party has to pivot instantly from weary dinner guests to fight for your life. And this isn't a bar brawl. This is a desperate fight to avoid being enslaved or worn. The desperation must be incredible fighting through that sluggishness of the poison.
And once that facade is shattered, the safety of the surface is gone.
The hook.
Completely. They can't go back down the stairs. It's too exposed, and they are in absolutely no condition to climb down 12,000 steps while drugged and fighting.
And they can't stay in the village?
The alarm is raised. The whole village is coming for them. They have only one option.
Down into the mountain.
Into the machine.
This transitions us perfectly into Chapter 2. The descent is dramatic. We aren't taking stairs anymore. We're talking about an elevator shaft.
A massive engineering feat.
Yeah.
A 500-foot drop straight down into darkness.
Riding a simple wooden platform suspended by groaning, rusting iron chains. And I love the detail that it's powered by a water wheel.
Yes.
It connects the natural world above the river, the ice, to the industrial world waiting below. It's a literal descent into the underworld.
As they descend, the sensory environment shifts completely. This is the narrative pivot. The howling wind dies down. The air grows hot, dry, metallic.
The smell of brimstone.
The smell of brimstone and hot metal replaces the fresh mountain air. The cold that was killing them just minutes ago is replaced by a heat that promises to be just as lethal.
And the sound. We have to talk about the sound.
The heartbeat of iron slag.
The bucket chain.
It's this endless loop of iron buckets moving on a track overhead, carrying ore from the mines to the smelters. Clank, grind, clank. It echoes through the entire complex. It's rhythmic, mechanical, and utterly relentless.
Narratively, this is huge. It's deafening, which means...
Stealth cover.
Yes.
Exactly. The party can use this industrial noise to mask their movements. They become small, scuttling things in a world built for giants. They can shout to each other from 10 feet away and not be heard over the grinding of the gears. It just emphasizes their insignificance in this place.
They eventually reach the dressing mill, and this is where the scale of the oppression really hits them. It's not just monsters in a room waiting for a fight. It's a factory floor.
You see orcs and dwarves working in rhythm, but it's not a willing rhythm. They are terrified. There are fire giant overseers shouting commands, cracking these massive leather whips.
So this establishes the power dynamics immediately. The giants aren't just large combatants. They are the masters of industry. They view the smaller races not as enemies, necessarily, but as fuel.
Or tools.
Yeah.
Just another resource to be consumed.
The party feels like rats in a factory. And as they move deeper, they come out onto the upper gantries of the assembly hall. They step out onto these iron walkways high above the main floor, and they look down.
And they see the reason for all of this suffering.
The Vonindod.
The Titan of Death.
It's not finished at this point, right? It's still in pieces.
It's very much a work in progress. They see the massive head and the torso suspended by enormous chains. They see a sword that is larger than a house just lying on supports. Imagine looking down and seeing a metal skull that is 40 feet across.
This is a holy crap moment for the listener and the characters. It recontextualizes everything they're doing.
It changes the mission profile entirely.
Yeah.
They thought they were just there to steal a conch, a simple smash and grab.
Relatively simple, yeah.
Right. Now, they realize Duke Zalto is rebuilding a god killer. This is a relic from the ancient wars between giants and dragons, the Thousand-Year War. This isn't just a big sword. It's a weapon of mythological proportions.
So the stakes just skyrocketed. If this thing gets built, it's not just bad for the party, it's bad for the entire world. It's a weapon of mass destruction that could level cities.
It adds this layer of historical weight to their mission. Zalto is trying to turn back the clock to the glory days of Astoria, the ancient giant empire. He wants to drag the world, kicking and screaming, back into a war that ended eons ago.
And the party is up there on these iron walkways, these gantries, looking down at this monstrosity, and the heat is just rolling up from below. We need to talk about that heat.
It is oppressive. In game mechanics, we talk about exhaustion from extreme heat. Narratively, this means their armor is hot to the touch. Their lips are cracking from the dry air. They're sweating through their clothes. Every physical action is harder. Swinging a sword feels like you're swinging it underwater because the air is so thick and hot.
And the metal grates they're walking on, if you fall, you don't just hit the floor 50 feet below.
No. You might hit a river of slag or a vat of molten iron.
Which brings us to the Foundry, Chapter 3.
And this is where things get morally complicated.
The party reaches the Foundry, it's Area 34 on the maps we've seen, and they see a scene playing out below them.
They see Zaltember.
Duke Zalto's teenage son.
And teenager in giant terms means he is 9 feet tall, strong as an ox, and completely, utterly lacking in empathy. He is a child with the power of a tank.
He's a bully.
A sadistic one. He is dangling a dwarf slave over a vat of molten iron.
Oh, no.
Just for fun. He's laughing at the dwarf's terror. He's holding the dwarf by the ankle, watching him squirm and beg.
This creates such a tense moment for the party. Their whole mission is infiltration. They're supposed to be ghosts, but they are watching a murder about to happen, a particularly gruesome one.
It is the classic unspoken tension. The paladin's hand tightens on their sword hilt. The rogue is up there, calculating the odds, the angles. Do they intervene and blow their cover completely?
Or do they stay hidden to ensure they can get the conch and maybe save the entire world from the Vonindod?
It's the greater good versus the immediate good.
But let's be honest, most parties, they can't just stand by and watch the dwarf burn. It goes against the very grain of being a hero.
No, they can't. And this leads to the heroic intervention, the narrative weave of that critical moment. It's not just an initiative roll. It's a perfectly timed arrow hitting Zaltember's hand, forcing his grip to loosen.
So he drops the dwarf.
But not into the fire, onto a safe ledge just below. Or it's a spell that shoves the dwarf sideways, out of harm's way. It's a split-second decision.
And chaos erupts. The stealth is gone.
The skirmish on the gantries is terrifying. You have ogres who are working there using these long hooked pole stools meant for tipping ore buckets. Now they're being used to try and sweep the adventurers off the walkways and into the smelters below.
So dexterity checks become these frantic scrambles to hold onto greasy, hot chains while you're suspended over liquid death. You can hear the hiss and bubble of the molten iron below, just waiting for a mistake.
And Zoltember. In this moment, he reveals his true character.
He runs.
Immediately. He's a bully, and like so many bullies, he is a coward when the fight turns real. The moment he takes a significant wound, the moment he sees his own blood welling up, he panics.
And he screams for his mother.
Mom! Mom! Clutching a bleeding arm and running away as fast as he can. It's pathetic, really.
But also incredibly dangerous. His flight is the alarm bell.
Yes, because his flight is the catalyst for the next phase. He alerts the entire complex.
Which brings us to Chapter 4, the climax. The bucket chain stops.
That is such a great detail in the source material. That noise that has been their constant companion, masking them, the clanking, the grinding, it just stops.
And sudden silence is way, way scarier than the noise ever was. It's the silence of holding your breath before the plunge.
And then you feel it before you hear it. The tremors, footsteps, boom, boom, getting closer.
Duke Zalto is coming.
He enters the assembly hall. He is massive, clad in plate armor that glows with internal heat, and he's flanked by hellhounds that are literally dripping magma onto the floor.
And he's holding a weapon that I still can't quite get over. The Iron Maul.
It's a brutal piece of engineering. The massive hammer, as you'd expect, but the head of the hammer is a cage.
And there is someone inside it. While he's fighting,
Jasper Dimmerchasm, a dwarf prisoner also, is saving for later.
that is horrifying. So every time Zalto swings this maul to crush one of the party members, the person inside is getting rattled around like a pea in a whistle.
It's a horrifying display of cruelty, and it forces the party to be careful. They can't just blast the weapon with a powerful spell. They might kill the prisoner inside.
It adds this layer of tactical complexity to the fight. You aren't just trying to kill the boss, you're trying to save the weapon he's using to kill you.
And you're doing it while being hunted by magma dogs.
But Zalto isn't the only problem, is he? The party is cornered, and then new players enter the board.
The Zorler and Drow.
Drow mages. In a fire giant fortress. That seems like a very odd pairing. What's the connection there?
An alliance of convenience. Draak and Tal Asorlaren. They have arrived with a very specific payload. A delivery.
An iron flask.
An iron flask.
And we know what's in that flask.
Majera the Dawn Titan.
Uh-oh.
A primordial of pure fire.
This connects back to Gonalgrim, the great dwarven city. The Drow stole it from there. And Zalto needs Majera.
Why? What for?
The Adamanda core forge. The only thing hot enough to reforge the Vanendad. Needs the heat of a primordial to function. Ordinary magma, even for a fire giant, isn't enough for god metal.
So the stakes of this battle just went from don't die to don't let Zalto get his hands on that flask.
Exactly. If Zalto puts Majera into the forge, the Vanendad rises.
Yeah.
Game over. The tactical chaos here is just immense. You have the brute force of the fire giant Duke.
You've got the hellhounds.
You've got the magical physics of the Drow. The source describes shadow demons literally peeling off the walls to strangle the light.
Magic as physics. I love that description. The shadows themselves becoming physical threats.
And on top of all that, Zalto's immunity to fire. The party's wizard, who might have been their heavy hitter, could be useless if all they prepared are fireballs.
They have to get creative.
They have to use ice, force, lightning, anything that can penetrate that wall of heat.
There's this one moment described in the notes, the struggle for the iron flask. It's not a grand magical duel. It's a sleight of hand check, narrated as this desperate scramble on the floor.
Yeah.
Fingers are inches away from the metal stopper, and then a giant's boot crashes down right next to them, shaking the whole world.
It's the turning point. And there are two main ways this can go. Catastrophically wrong or miraculously right.
Let's start with the catastrophic failure.
The natural one. The flask is opened accidentally or the forge is breached incorrectly. The heat released is instant death. Majera is not a pet, it is a force of nature. It would be like opening a door to the surface of the sun. The entire fortress would be vaporized.
Okay, so that's bad. What about the critical success?
Using the Duke's own arrogance against him, maybe tripping him into the path of the Drow's own powerful magic. Or, and I love this idea, dropping one of the Vanendad fragments on top of him.
Using the god killer to crush its would-be creator.
Exactly. Poetic justice. Imagine the party's archer managing to shoot the chain, holding the massive sword, and it comes crashing down, pinning the fire giant lord to the floor of his own forge.
Let's assume they pull it off. They defeat Zalto, or at least they steal the flask and get what they came for. Zalto is removed from the board, one way or another.
The immediate threat is neutralized. The bucket chain is silent for good this time. The industry of death has ground to a halt.
This moves us into the final chapter, Chapter 5, the aftermath.
They have to loot the room. It sounds crass, but that's where the objective is.
Zalto's quarters, there's a chest, and it has a combination lock.
Dwarven runes. Which makes sense, given the history of the place.
I love the tension of a thieves' tools check in a now silent room. The battle is over, the adrenaline is fading, the silence is ringing in their ears, and now it's just the tiny click of tumblers echoing in this massive hall.
And inside, the prize. The conch of teleportation.
It's heavy, it's warm to the touch, it's humming with magical potential. They got it.
But before they leave, there is one more potential interaction that adds a lot of flavor to this whole scenario. Cinderhild.
The daughter.
She's not like her brother, Zaltember. She's not a sadist. She's a bored, angry teenager who hates her parents.
She's the rebellious princess archetype, but for giants.
Exactly. She might catch them trying to sneak out. And instead of screaming for guards, she bargains. Take me with you, or I'll let you go if you promise to cause as much chaos for my dad as possible. She hates this place. She hates the heat. She wants to see the world.
It humanizes the giants just a little bit, doesn't it? They're a dysfunctional family living in a volcano. It's not just monsters A, B, and C. It's a father obsessed with a long-dead war, a son who's a violent bully, and a daughter who just wants to leave home.
So the party flees Iron Slag. They make their way out, and they step back into the snow. The freezing cold.
And it must feel like a relief.
Oh, absolutely. They're battered, burned, all their spell slots are empty. They're running on their last dregs of health.
But the world's state has changed. Zalto's war machine is halted. The Vonendod remains a lifeless husk. The slaves, if they were freed, begin that long, long trek down the mountain to freedom.
And the party is standing there in the snow, holding the conch. They know their next stop is the Maelstrom. They've gone from the fire. Now they're heading into the storm.
Precisely. They have survived the crucible.
Yeah. So let's wrap this up. What is the mission status here as we close this file?
The Fire Giant Lord is severely set back, at the very least. He wanted to kill dragons to please the giant gods. The party stopped him.
But this raises a provocative thought, and it's something that sticks with me from the notes. Zalto wanted to kill dragons. The Vonendod was a dragon killer.
Yes, that was its explicit purpose, to end the reign of dragons and restore giant supremacy.
So by stopping Zalto, the party has, in effect, saved dragonkind from a massive existential threat.
They have. Unintentionally, but yes.
In the ecosystem of the North, dragons are also, well, they're bad, usually. Ancient red dragons are not known for their charity work or their contributions to the common good.
No, they're apex predators who see the world as their horde. And this is the great dilemma of the North. Is a checked giant threat simply an unleashed dragon threat? Did the party inadvertently aid the ancient red dragons by destroying the only thing that could kill them? That is a thought to keep you up at night. You save the world, only to realize you might have just changed the flavor of the apocalypse.
That is the burden of the hero, isn't it? You solve the problem that's right in front of you, but the ripples.
Yeah.
The ripples go on forever.
Well, on that cheery note, that closes the book on the saga of the Iron Slag. Thanks for diving deep with us today.
Until next time. Okay, I want you to picture the ocean. But I don't want you to think about the sunny beach or the coral reefs you see in those vibrant nature documentaries, or even the Twilight Zone where the whales dive.
No, we're going much, much deeper.
Much deeper. I want you to imagine going down 3,000 feet into the crushing, absolute blackness of the trackless sea. Because that is where we are going today. We are taking a deep dive into Maelstrom.
And Maelstrom is quite literally the perfect name for it. It is a fortress, yes, but it is also a natural disaster that has been harnessed and turned into a home.
A harnessed natural disaster.
Exactly. It's the stronghold of the storm giants, carved directly into a reef beneath a massive vortex that, well, it drags ships to their doom.
It creates this incredibly grim, almost oppressive image right off the bat, doesn't it?
It really does.
You have this sophisticated, high-magic society of giants living inside a sinkhole that essentially acts as a garbage disposal for the surface world.
That is a very apt, if slightly disturbing way to put it. But you're right to focus on the atmosphere first. Today isn't just about architectural marvels or deep-sea ecology, though we have plenty of that.
Right.
We're looking at a political thriller that just happens to be taking place at the bottom of the ocean.
A political thriller. Okay. Because the Ordning, which we've touched on in previous deep dives, this rigid, religiously ordained social ladder of the giants is completely shattered here.
Completely. Utterly broken.
The king, Hekaton, is missing. The queen, Neri, has been murdered. And the throne currently sits with the youngest daughter, who is completely out of her depth.
Precisely. We have a power vacuum, a grieving family, and a court full of opportunists. And our mission in this deep dive is to unpack the intelligence we have on this stronghold.
Okay, so what are we working with?
We have detailed geographical records of the stronghold, dossiers on the royal family, that's Sarissa, Mirren, and Nim, and intelligence on the lurking threats within the court.
Lurking threats. I like the sound of that.
Oh, yes. So we are going to analyze how a group of small folk, people like you and me, could possibly navigate a place that views them as, well, as insects.
So let's start with the descent itself, because looking at the source material, getting to Maelstrom seems to be half the battle.
It really is. The sources mention two ways in. One involves high-level magic, and the other involves, well, essentially a death wish.
A death wish. Okay, I'm intrigued. What's the safe way?
Yes. The preferred method, the one the giants use, is a conch of teleportation. It's a magical item, keyed specifically to the frequency of the stronghold. You blow the horn, and you are instantly transported to the safety of the portal chamber.
So it's clean, efficient, safe.
Exactly. You arrive dry and, more importantly, uncrushed.
Uncrushed. Which brings us to the other way.
The other way is to sail a ship directly into the whirlpool on the surface.
Which sounds completely insane.
It is functionally suicidal. The source material is very specific about the physics here. We aren't just talking about getting wet or, holding your breath for a while.
No, this is something else entirely.
We are talking about water pressure. At 3,000 feet, the pressure is immense. The text describes it as a crushing force.
Let's dig into that mechanic, because the source notes are really specific. They mention bludgeoning damage.
Right, and this is where we translate the mechanics into, narrative reality. It specifies 7 2d6 bludgeoning damage per minute.
Per minute.
Now, to give you some context, a standard commoner, a normal human being, has maybe 4 or 5 hit points of vitality total.
So if you are exposed to this pressure, you aren't just uncomfortable, you are dead in less than 30 seconds.
You are crushed into paste, your lungs collapse instantly, your bones shatter. It is an environment that is actively, violently hostile to human life. There is no adaptation to this. You just cease to be.
The notes actually mention the apparatus of Qualish here, which I always think of as this impenetrable, legendary, magical submarine. It's usually the gold standard for underwater exploration.
It is. It's the fantasy equivalent of a deep-sea submersible.
But the text says even that can't handle it.
That's a detail I absolutely love. The source explicitly states that an apparatus of Qualish isn't designed to withstand water pressure at this specific depth. It buckles. The hull groans, seems start to split. It takes damage.
So your magical submarine is getting squeezed like a tin can.
Exactly. And that really contextualizes the power of the storm giants, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. It tells us that these giants live comfortably in an environment where even our strongest magical vehicles are crushed like soda cans.
It reinforces their status at the top of the hierarchy. It's not just that they're big. They exist where we cannot. This is their world, and we are just intruders.
So, assuming you survive the teleportation and don't get squashed by the ocean itself, you arrive at Maelstrom. Let's talk about the layout. It's not a castle in the traditional sense, is it?
No, not at all. You need to imagine a massive sinkhole, a pit in the ocean floor. The stronghold is built into the walls of this pit and into 4 towering spires of coral and rock that surround it.
So it's vertical.
Very vertical. The sinkhole itself creates this central vertical axis. It has 3 distinct levels.
And are we talking about walking around in scuba gear the whole time? Or is it all flooded?
Not necessarily, and this is one of the fascinating bits of giant magic. There are air-filled chambers. The giants have magic that constantly replenishes the air. So you have these pockets of dryness, these breathable havens, amidst the crushing weight of the ocean.
But they're separated from the water by what?
By crystal windows, or in some cases, magic fields. I love the detail about the crystal windows. It says they are oval, made of thick, transparent crystal designed to withstand that immense pressure we talked about. But it also notes that if you break one,
Instant catastrophe.
instant, you break a window and the ocean rushes in. And you have to remember, storm giants are amphibious. They can breathe water as easily as air.
Oh, that's a key detail.
It's critical. So if a fight breaks out and a window shatters, the giants are just wet. They might be annoyed. The intruders, however, are drowning and being crushed simultaneously.
It's a home defense mechanism built directly into the architecture.
It is.
It forces anyone invading this space to be incredibly careful. You can't just throw a fireball or swing a warhammer wildly because you might kill yourself.
Exactly. It turns the environment into a hostage situation. And the ocean is the gun held to your head.
That is absolutely terrifying. Speaking of home decor, we have to talk about the furniture. Because nothing says alien culture quite like using living sea creatures as storage units.
Ah, you are referring to the anemone chests.
I am absolutely referring to the anemone chests. This detail blew my mind. So instead of a wooden box with a lock, they have these massive 10-foot wide sea anemones.
Yes, they cultivate them, and they serve a dual purpose, which is just brilliant world building.
Okay, what's the first purpose?
On one hand, they are waste disposal. You throw your organic trash food scraps, compost, whatever, into the anemone, and it digests it over a few days. Clean and efficient, no landfill needed.
But on the other hand,
Yeah, that's so clever.
the part that's so clever,
On the other hand, they use them to store inorganic treasure. Gold, gems, metal weapons. The anemone can't digest those things, so the giants stick their hands into the stinging tentacles, deposit their gold, and the anemone just holds it. It protects it.
it's the ultimate security system. If I, a small folk, try to rob a storm giant, I have to stick my arm into a poisonous sea creature.
Precisely. The source notes that unless you are a storm giant, touching it triggers a defensive reaction. Poisonous tendrils lash out.
So you get stung.
You get stung, and the poison can paralyze you. The text does mention you can try to trick it with a deep understanding of nature, essentially tickling it in just the right spot to make it open up peacefully. But otherwise, you're in for a world of hurt.
And then there are the giant clams.
Right. Massive clams scattered around the chambers. And this is more of a gamble. You pry them open, which takes significant strength, by the way. And inside, you might find giant pearls worth a fortune, or magical items, or sometimes just nothing.
Like a natural lottery.
A bit, yeah. It creates this very organic, symbiotic feel to the stronghold. They aren't just living in the ocean, they are living with it. They've integrated the ecology into their daily lives.
Let's move to the center of the complex.
Yeah.
The sinkhole. The pit. This is the part that really emphasizes the scale of the giants versus the small folk. What's at the bottom?
A graveyard. The bottom of the sinkhole, what the sources call level 1, is strewn with the debris of shipwrecks. When that vortex on the surface pulls a ship down, it tears it apart, and the pieces settle here. Masts, hulls, treasure chests, all broken.
And who or what is down there?
Hulking crabs, massive scavengers that pick through the wreckage. But think about the psychology of that for a second.
Go on.
The storm giants live in the spires above. Every day they look down into this pit and see the shattered remains of human and elf civilization. To them, our greatest galleons, our warships, our merchant vessels,
What's this litter?
they're just littered, debris to be picked over by crabs. It speaks volumes about their perspective.
That really sets the stage for the social dynamic here, doesn't it? It's not just that they are big and we are small. It's that our greatest achievements, our tragedies, are their floor decorations.
Exactly. And that brings us to the main event. The royal family. The Ordning is broken, the king is missing, and we have a very, very tense situation on the throne.
Tense is putting it mildly. The sources paint this as a Shakespearean tragedy in motion.
It really is. You have Princess Sarissa, the youngest daughter, sitting on the Wormskull throne as regent.
Why the youngest? That's the first question. Usually in almost any monarchy we'd recognize, it's the eldest who inherits.
And that's the first friction point, the source of all the jealousy. King Hekaton, before he vanished, deliberately bypassed his two eldest daughters, Mirren and Nim.
He just kept them. Why?
He saw something in Sarissa, a temperament, a level-headedness that the others lacked. He believed she was the only one fit to rule, the only one who could lead the giants with wisdom instead of just, rage or ambition.
So Sarissa's on the throne. What is she like? What do the dossiers say?
She is the moral center of this entire story. The dossier describes her as young, overwhelmed, and deeply grieving. Her mother was just murdered, her father is gone, and she is trying to hold their entire society together.
That's a lot to put on someone.
It is. But crucially, she shares her mother's affection for small folk.
That's rare for a giant, right? I mean, from what we've discussed, they see us as insects.
Extremely rare. Most giants view small folk as nuisances at best, or slaves at worst. But Sarissa and her mother, Queen Neri, were different. They believed humans and others had value. Sarissa wants peace. She wants to believe her father is alive, but she is utterly isolated.
Isolated because of her sisters.
Surrounded by enemies in her own home.
Okay, let's unpack Mirren and Nim. They sound pleasant.
Oh, they're classic villains, but in very different and interesting ways. Mirren is the eldest. She's described as emotional, vain, and incredibly violent. She feels the throne was stolen from her.
The entitled one?
The entitled one, absolutely. She is the type to throw a tantrum that levels a city. All passion, no foresight.
And Nim, the middle child.
Nim is the opposite. She is cold, calculating. Where Mirren explodes, Nim plots. She is manipulative and patient. She's the real snake in the grass.
And together.
Together, they are actively conspiring against Sarissa. They are whispering in her ear, trying to make her fail, or worse. They see any newcomers, any small folk, as either assassins sent to kill them, or as convenient scapegoats they can pin their own schemes on.
The source material describes a scene in the Great Hall that I think perfectly captures their dynamic. The performance.
Oh, this is so vivid. It's one of the best descriptions in the source. So you walk into the Great Hall and you see Mirren singing. But she's not just singing, she's performing for an audience of other giant lords who are visiting the court.
And Nim is accompanying her.
She is.
And what is Nim playing?
She's playing the crab organ.
A crab organ. We have to drill down on this. This is not a normal instrument.
No, it is not. It is a living, hulking giant crab. But someone, presumably the giants, has glued hollow coral pipes to its shell.
Glued them on.
Glued them on. And when Nim wants to play a note, she taps a specific nodule on the crab's shell. The crab, being tickled or annoyed, exhales a burst of air or water through one of the pipes, creating a musical tone.
That is horrific and kind of genius at the same time.
It's grotesque. It turns a living creature into an instrument. It shows a level of dominance over nature that is just deeply unsettling. And there's Nim coolly tapping on this giant crustacean while Mirren belts out a song, all while they are secretly plotting to murder their sister.
Talk about a toxic family dinner.
It's the picture of dysfunction.
And standing off to the side, watching all this, is Uncle Uther. Where does he fit into this mess?
Uther is the enforcer. He is Hekaton's brother. He commands the garrison. The interesting thing about Uther is that he isn't evil.
Well,
No, he loves his family. But he is rigid. He follows the chain of command, the letter of the law, to an extreme.
so he protects Sarissa.
He protects the region. Currently, that happens to be Sarissa. So even though he might personally disagree with her soft spot for humans, he will defend her with his life because she sits on the throne. But if the sisters manage to legally usurp her, if they could prove she was unfit to rule according to giant law, Uther might just fall in line with them. He represents the old guard. He's dangerous, not because he's malicious, but because he's obedient to a fold.
So we have a weak regent, 2 evil sisters, and a strict by-the-book uncle. But there's someone else in the court, someone who doesn't quite fit the family portrait. Imrith.
Yes. To the casual observer and to the giants themselves, she appears to be a storm giant, a wise, matronly counselor. She's often found whispering advice to Sarissa or the sisters, a trusted friend of the family.
But the intelligence reports say otherwise.
The reports are definitive, and this is the big reveal. Imrith is not a giant. She is an ancient blue dragon in disguise.
A dragon. Inside a giant stronghold. That's like a fox living in the henhouse, but the fox is also a kaiju.
It's more like a fox living in a wolf den. Giants and dragons are ancient mortal enemies. They have fought wars for thousands of years. The 1,000-Year War is a core part of their history. For a dragon to infiltrate the highest court of the storm giants, it's a masterstroke of espionage.
What is her endgame here? Why dress up as a giant auntie?
Chaos. Pure, unadulterated chaos. She wants to dismantle the giant hierarchy, the ordning from within. She's the one stoking the sisters' jealousy. She's the one telling Sarissa that any adventurers who show up are assassins. She wants the giants to go to war with the small folk to weaken themselves so dragons can rise again.
She's playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
Exactly. And she has a failsafe. If she's exposed, say, if someone hits her with anti-magic or attacks her, she doesn't just fight. She has a very specific goal.
Which is?
She aims to snatch the coral scepter.
The stick Sarissa holds. The symbol of her office.
It's more than a symbol. The coral scepter is the control rod for the Wormskull throne. Without it, Sarissa can't control the throne's powers. The source says if Imrith steals it, not only is Sarissa physically vulnerable, she's actually paralyzed. Her symbol of authority is gone, and she's helpless.
So the stakes are incredibly high. It's not just a family squabble. It's a covert invasion by an ancient enemy. But Imrith isn't the only guest here. The Great Hall is filled with other giants. Who are they?
These are the visiting dignitaries. When the Ordning shattered, the other giant types, cloud, fire, frost, stone, all sensed weakness. They sent representatives to Maelstrom to judge Sarissa. They are there to see if she has the spine to rule.
And these aren't just background extras. The sources imply they're political players.
They are absolutely a social puzzle the adventurers have to solve.
Okay, let's run through them quickly because this feels crucial.
It is exactly that. First, Count Vol. He's a cloud giant. The notes paint him as arrogant but purely transactional. He's greedy. He represents the vice of avarice.
So he can be bought.
He can be bribed. If you give him treasure or magic items, he'll support you. His allegiance is for sale.
Okay, so Vol is bought. Who else?
Duchess Tartha,
Yeah.
a fire giant. She is key. Fire giants are militaristic, authoritarian. They generally hate everyone. But Tartha has one specific personality trait that trumps all others. She hates dragons.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Right. Even more than she dislikes small folk, she loathes dragons. It's an ancient, burning hatred. If you can prove Imrith is a dragon, Tartha becomes your best friend. She will turn on the advisor instantly and violently.
A very useful ally to have. Then we have the Frost Giant.
Jarl Helenhild. Frost giants are simpler. They respect one thing and one thing only. Physical strength. You can't bribe her and you can't outtalk her.
So you have to fight her.
You have to prove your mettle. If you can stand toe-to-toe with her in combat or survive a blow from her axe without flinching, she will respect you. It's about earning her respect through prowess.
And finally, the Stone Giant.
Thane Braxo. Stone giants are deeply spiritual, almost mystical. They live deep underground and see the surface world as a kind of dream. The source says he fears omens and the gods. He's worried about why the Ordning broke.
So he's looking for a sign.
He's desperate for one. If you can convince him that the gods are on your side or that there is a religious significance to your mission, he will listen. He's the moral compass of the group in a strange way.
So for an adventurer entering this room, it's a social minefield. You can't just pull out a sword and start swinging.
No, that would be suicide.
You have to bribe the Count, trigger the Duchess's hatred, fight the Jarl, and pray with the Thane.
Exactly. And swaying them shifts the balance of power in the room. If the sisters order the guards to kill you, but 4 powerful giant lords step in and say, hold on, let's hear them out, that buys you the one thing you need.
Time.
Time to talk to Sarissa.
Let's talk about that throne room, the Hall of the Wormskull Throne. It sounds pretty metal.
It is quite literal. The throne floats, it levitates above the floor. It's made of obsidian black volcanic glass. And attached to its base are 4 blue dragon skulls.
That is a serious statement piece. I sit on the skulls of my enemies.
And the irony isn't lost here, is it? Iamorith, a blue dragon, is standing right next to a throne decorated with the skulls of her kin.
She must be fuming.
It must take incredible self-control for her not to just destroy it. It really speaks to her dedication to the long game. She's willing to endure that insult every single day to achieve her goal.
There's another location I want to touch on because it feels so tragic and personal. The study.
Ah, yes. Area 22. Amidst all this grandeur and violence, there is a quiet room filled with books. But not giant books. Books written by small folk.
Human books, elven books.
Yes, and the text says they are water-stained, wrinkled, the ink is smeared, and almost illegible. But Sarissa has collected them from the shipwrecks that fall into the South Hole.
And what does she do with them?
She tries to read them using a spyglass because the text is so tiny to her.
Oh, that image, a 50-foot giantess hunching over a soggy human-sized book, reading it with a telescope, just trying to understand the people her family destroys.
It completely humanizes her. It shows her desperation. She is looking for answers outside of her own culture. She knows something is wrong with the way giants do things, and she's looking to us, to the small folk, for a different perspective.
It's a clear signal.
It signals that she is an ally waiting to be made if you can just get past her grief and her paranoia.
So let's say the adventurers navigate the sharks, the crabs, the evil sisters, and the dragon. They finally get an audience with Sarissa. How do they win her trust?
They have to prove they aren't assassins. Remember, she's grieving. She's paranoid. Her advisor, Imrith, is whispering poison in her ear. But she wants to believe there's another way. If they can expose the sisters' plot or reveal Imrith's true nature, the walls come down.
And if they do that, if they earn her trust, she gives them a clue. The golden goose.
This is the pivot point of the entire investigation. After all this high magic and giant politics, she hands them a wooden coin.
Not magic.
Not at all. It's not an ancient artifact. It's a cheap wooden chip painted with a golden goose.
And it was found near her mother's body.
Right. This is the only clue, and Sarissa doesn't know what it is. She has been keeping it, thinking it might be a personal keepsake, a memento.
That is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
She is holding on to this cheap gambling chip, thinking it's a locket from her mom.
Oh, Mom loved this little wooden goose.
When in reality, it's almost certainly something dropped by the assassin. It's a piece of trash from the killer.
Wow. That makes the reveal even harsher. When the adventurers have to tell her, "Your Highness, that's not a locket, that's a poker chip from a corrupt casino," it shatters that last little illusion.
It forces her to confront the reality of the murder. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a monster attack in the deep. It was a hit. A contract killing paid for with dirty money from the surface world.
And that chip leads to the next location. We are leaving the ocean floor and heading to the surface, to a city called Yarder, and a boat called the Grand Dame. This is a huge tonal shift, a complete change in genre. We go from the crushing pressure and alien biology of Maelstrom to a high society riverboat. The Grand Dame is a floating casino.
And who runs this boat?
A nobleman named Lord Dryland. On the surface, he's a wealthy socialite, dealing cards and pouring wine, but the golden goose chip links him directly to the murder of the Queen of the Storm Giants.
He's a bad guy.
He's a desperate guy. He's corrupt, yes, but he's also a pawn in a much bigger game. The source mentions his security chief, a woman named Pao Ming. She's a mage who enforces the rules on the boat.
And enforces the rules usually means throwing people overboard.
In this case, literally. If you cheat at cards, Pao Ming throws you in the river. But the real danger isn't Pao Ming, it's who Lord Dryland works for.
The Kraken Society.
Yes. The chip leads to Dryland, but Dryland knows where King Hekaton is being held. And he's terrified to speak because the Kraken Society, and a literal kraken named Slarkrethel, is watching him.
So the conspiracy goes even deeper. The dragon in the court was just one layer. There's a kraken involved now.
It seems the ancient enemies of the giants are teaming up. Dragons and krakens working in the shadows to shatter the Ordning for good, and poor Lord Dryland is just the middleman holding the gambling chips.
Okay, let's pull back and look at the big picture here. We've gone from a sinkhole at the bottom of the sea to a riverboat casino. What does this all mean for the listener? Why does this story matter?
I think it matters because it deconstructs the idea of monsters. In a typical story, you go to the giant's castle, you kill the giant, you take the loot. But here, the monster on the throne is a grieving daughter who wants peace. The real monsters are the manipulators, the jealous sisters, the disguised dragon, the shadowy kraken cult.
It's political. It's a spy thriller.
It is intensely political. It shows that chaos, the shattering of the Ordning, isn't just random destruction. It's this messy, complex power struggle. And the fate of the world rests on navigating that struggle, not just hitting it with a sword.
And I love the scale of it. You have these titanic forces, storm giants, blue dragons, krakens, and the thing that connects them all, the thing that solves the mystery, is a worthless wooden coin.
A tiny, insignificant piece of wood. It's a wonderful reminder that even in a world of gods and monsters, the smallest details can topple kingdoms.
The smallest details can topple kingdoms. I love that.
It's true. The Queen of the Storm Giants died for a gambling debt or a bet or a transaction marked by that silly little chip.
Before we wrap up, I want to go back to one thing, the crab organ. I just cannot get it out of my head.
It is the defining image of Maelstrom for me. It really is.
It's just so. It represents everything about the sisters, doesn't it? Their cruelty, their vanity.
It does. It is cruel, it is beautiful in a grotesque way, and it is completely unnatural. It turns a living thing into a tool for their amusement. It perfectly encapsulates the arrogance of the evil giants. They don't just want to rule the world, they want to bend it to their whims, even if it means gluing pipes to a crab.
Well, on that nightmarish note, we've covered the descent, the court, the conspiracy, and the clue. From the depths of Maelstrom to the gambling tables of the Grand Dame, this is a story about power, betrayal, and looking closely at the little things.
And remember, if you ever find yourself 3,000 feet underwater, don't touch the anemones.
Good advice. Thanks for listening to this deep dive into Maelstrom. We'll see you on the surface.
Until next time.
Okay, let's really unpack this environment a bit more before we sign off, because the water pressure mechanic is something I feel we glossed over a bit too quickly, and it's fascinating.
I agree. The source material doesn't just say it hurts. It treats the ocean itself as an active enemy.
Exactly. And from a narrative standpoint, that is so crucial. Usually in these scenarios, the environment is just a backdrop, it's wallpaper. But here, the ocean is a participant. If you are not a giant, or a whale, or a crab, you do not belong here.
It is actively trying to erase you.
And that context makes the air bubble magic even more impressive. The giants are maintaining these massive pockets of air against the weight of the entire ocean. It's like holding back an avalanche with a thought.
It really speaks to their mastery of magic. We often think of giants as just big warriors, big clubs, throwing rocks, but storm giants are innate spellcasters. They are harmonized with the elements. Keeping the ocean out is as natural to them as building a roof is to us.
I also want to circle back to the sinkhole layout. We talked about the levels, but the visual of the vortex above is wild. The map shows this swirling funnel of water directly over the hole.
That's the maelstrom itself. It's a dynamic ceiling. Imagine looking up from your throne room and seeing a tornado of water, and occasionally a ship comes crashing through it in 1,000 pieces.
And the giants just watch.
They watch, or they ignore it. It's just weather to them. Oh, look, another ship from Waterdeep just disintegrated in the foyer.
It's horrifyingly casual. And speaking of casual horror, let's talk about the sharks, the shark pens.
Area 19, yes. They don't just have sharks swimming around. They keep hunter sharks like we would keep guard dogs.
Shark pens. The phrase implies so much.
It does. It implies domestication of the apex predator of the ocean. But there is a detail in the armory that connects to this, the weapons they use.
Oh, the shark tooth weapons. I saw that.
Yes. Great swords lined with shark teeth. Shields made of dragon total shells. They use the fauna of the deep as their technology. It reinforces that idea that they are the top of the food chain. They hunt the hunters for spare parts.
I want to touch on Sarissa's isolation again. We mentioned she reads human books, but there is another detail in the text about her meditation cave.
Right, Area 18, the cave that radiates divination and teleportation magic.
It says King Hekaton used it to travel all over the world. But Sarissa, she uses it to offer the adventurers a way out.
It shows her benevolence, doesn't it? She has access to this incredibly powerful strategic tool, a teleportation network. And her first instinct, if you befriend her, is to say, I can help you get home.
She isn't hoarding power.
No, she is trying to facilitate connection, which is so different from her sisters. Contrast that with Mirren's tower. We didn't talk much about her room.
What's it like?
Area 30. It's full of vanity, mirrors, jewelry, all the things you'd expect. But the key detail is the crystal window facing the interior. She sits there, armed with a great sword, watching the sinkhole. She is literally looking down on everything and everyone.
And Nim's room, Area 31.
Nim has steam mephits in her bath.
Wait, what? What are those?
Little elemental creatures made of steam. They warm her bathwater for her.
Yeah.
And the text says they jeer at strangers.
That is the most bougie, villainous thing I have ever heard. She has sentient steam creatures to keep her bath hot and insult her guests.
It paints such a clear picture of Nim, doesn't it? She likes comfort, she likes cruelty, and she likes others to do the work for her. She doesn't heat her own water. She enslaves elementals to do it.
Let's talk about the Temple of Strongmouse for a second. Area 21. This is the religious center of the stronghold.
Strongmouse is the god of storm giants. The statue depicts him as this imperious figure riding the waves. But the interesting mechanic here is the secret passage.
You have to pull the statue over.
You have to topple your god to find the truth. That's a heavy metaphor. The statue hides the path to Queen Neri's tomb.
Oh, wow. I missed that connection. So, to visit her mother's grave, Sarissa, or anyone, has to physically move the symbol of their entire religion out of the way.
Or perhaps it implies that the truth of the queen's death is hidden behind the facade of tradition and religion. The Ordning is literally covering up the tragedy.
That is deep. And the tomb itself.
It's somber, a sarcophagus inlaid with blue coral. And it's flooded. The queen rests in the water. It's a very respectful, quiet place in a fortress that is otherwise full of noise and danger. A pocket of peace.
It's just, it's all so tragic, this whole family, this whole place. Which brings us back to the Grand Dame. I want to talk about the transition from Chapter 10 to Chapter 11. It feels like we are switching genres completely.
We are. We go from high fantasy, giants and dragons, to noir. Riverboats, gambling, following the money.
It's a classic follow the money beat. The adventure shifts from exploration to investigation. You aren't hacking through a dungeon anymore. You are rubbing elbows with the corrupt elite of Yarder.
And the golden goose mechanic in the text is interesting. It says, finding the source requires downtime. You have to spend days asking around, bribing people, gathering rumors.
It simulates the legwork of a detective. You don't just roll a die and know the answer. You have to immerse yourself in the city's culture. You have to find the seedy underbelly. And Lord Drylund, we called him corrupt. But let's look at his details. He's a noble.
Yeah.
He has a rapier with a bejeweled octopus hilt.
Subtlety is not his strong suit, is it? An octopus hilt. When you're secretly working for a Kraken cult.
It's like wearing a name tag that says, "Hello, my name is Obvious Villain."
But it shows his arrogance. He thinks he's untouchable on his boat. He thinks the Kraken protects him.
Until the Kraken decides he's a liability. The notes say, Slarkrethel. The Kraken can kill him telepathically.
Yes, instantly. If Drylund talks, the Kraken can just reach into his mind and shut him down. Permanently. It adds this terrifying ticking clock to any interrogation.
So you aren't just fighting Drylund's guards.
No, you are fighting the Kraken's psychic grip on his brain.
That is horrifying.
Yeah.
You finally corner the guy, you're about to get the location of the king, and suddenly his head just pops.
It emphasizes the reach of the Kraken society. They are everywhere. They are in the deep sea. They are on the riverboats. They are inside the minds of their servants.
So we have the giants shattered, the dragons infiltrating, and the Krakens pulling the strings from the deep. It really is a World War scenario for this setting.
It is, and the small folk, the humans, elves, dwarves, are just caught in the crossfire. That's why the adventurer's role is so critical. They are the only ones who can thread the needle between these massive superpowers.
They are the diplomats with swords.
Precisely. They have to be courtiers in Maelstrom and detectives in Yarder. A very diverse skill set is required.
Before we close, let's talk about the giant lords in the Great Hall one last time. I feel like there's so much potential there.
Oh, absolutely. Take Thane Braxo, the stone giant. We said he fears omens. Stone giants live underground. They view the surface world as a dream, a hallucination. For him to be here, under the ocean, must be incredibly disorienting.
So he's probably barely holding it together. He must think he's in a nightmare.
He's looking for any sign that this is real or that there is a divine plan. If an adventurer walks up and says, "The Oracle sent us," he will latch onto that like a lifeline. He's desperate for meaning.
Duchess Tortha, the fire giant. Fire giants are usually lawful evil, militaristic slavers. But here, she is a potential ally.
Because her hatred of dragons overrides her disdain for small folk. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's a great example of how the specific lore of these creatures can be used as a social lever.
It rewards the player, or the listener, for knowing their lore. If you know fire giants hate dragons, you win the encounter without drawing a sword.
Knowledge is power, literally in this case.
And Count Vol, the cloud giant.
Yeah.
He's just the worst, right?
He is the embodiment of greed. Cloud giants live in floating castles, literally looking down on everyone. He doesn't care about the king or the queen or the Ordning. He cares about his own wealth. He's the corrupt politician of the group, and he's completely transparent about it.
So the Great Hall is basically a microcosm of the entire giant society. You have the greedy cloud, the hateful fire, the brutal frost, and the superstitious stone. And the storm giants are trying to referee them all while their house burns down.
And while a dragon pours gasoline on the fire.
It's a perfect storm, pun intended.
Very good.
I try. But really, looking at Maelstrom as a whole, it's a tragedy. It's a beautiful, magical place that is rotting from the inside out.
And that's what makes it such a compelling setting. It's not just a dungeon to loot. It's a broken home to fix.
I'd love to survive.
Or to survive. Because let's not forget, if you say the wrong thing to Sarissa, she has a scepter that can paralyze you and a throne decorated with dragon skulls that can blast you with lightning.
Right. Good point. Fix the broken home, but don't get electrocuted by the furniture.
Words to live by in any adventure.
Okay, I think we have really squeezed every drop of salt water out of this topic. From the crushing depths to the high-stakes poker tables, it's a wild ride.
It certainly is. It's a reminder that in these stories, the environment and the politics are just as deadly as the monsters.
Absolutely. So next time you see a sea anemone, give it a little salute. It might be guarding a giant's treasure.
Or it might just sting you. Best to keep your distance.
Wise words from our expert. Thank you all for listening. This has been the deep dive into Maelstrom and the Shattered Ordning. Stay curious, stay safe, and watch out for whirlpools.
Goodbye.
Wait. I know we said goodbye, but I'm looking at the notes on the crab organ again. I just realized something.
Oh, what is it?
It says, proficiency in the performance skill can, with hours of practice, learn to play the crab organ.
Yes, and
That implies that someone sat down and wrote sheet music for a crab.
I suppose it does. Sonata for crustacean in C major.
That is the level of detail I love. Somewhere, there is a bard who lists giant crab on their resume of instruments they've mastered.
Only in Maelstrom.
Only in Maelstrom. Okay, now we're really done. Thanks, everyone. Imagine for a second the absolute, the top tier of raw physical power in a fantasy world.
Right.
We're not talking about a simple dungeon crawl here. We are definitely not talking about kicking down some wooden door to fight a few goblins in a basement.
No, not at all.
We are talking about storm giants, the highest of the high in the giant Ordning. These beings that can wrestle whales, that can summon hurricanes, going up against a creature so ancient and so powerful, she's known, literally, as the doom of the desert.
It is. I mean, it is a clash of titans in the truest sense of the word. We're looking at the climax of this massive, massive conflict. It's the resolution to all the political intrigue that's been poisoning the giant courts for the entire campaign.
Yeah.
And it all comes to a head in one very specific, very dangerous place, the lair of the ancient blue dragon, Imrith.
So this is our deep dive into Chapter 12, Doom of the Desert from Storm King's Thunder.
Yeah.
And looking at the source material we have today, I mean, honestly, this feels less like a tactical breakdown and more like the script for the biggest fantasy movie that's never been made.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The scale is incredible.
We have storm giants riding on whales.
Yeah.
We have gargantuan birds acting as air support. We have living statues operating siege weapons. And at the center of it all, a dragon who has built herself a fortress out of paranoia and sand.
It is definitely cinematic, you're right. But what I find just so compelling here is the psychology behind it all. You know, underneath the spectacle of the lightning breath and the heavy artillery, this is really a story about desperation. So we're going to unpack Imrith's final stronghold. We'll analyze the strategic layout of her amphitheater lair and look at the terrifying defenses waiting for anyone brave enough or, let's be honest, probably foolish enough to assault it.
But also the why, right? Why she built it this way.
Exactly. We're going to look at why.
Because usually, you know, dragons are these arrogant apex predators. They sleep on a big pile of gold and just sort of wait for lunch to walk through the door. But Imrith, she feels different. She feels very active.
She's proactive. She's afraid.
So let's set the stage. We're coming out of the giant court, Maelstrom. And ideally, the adventurers have solved the mystery, they've exposed the villain, and King Hekaton is back on the throne.
That's the ideal state, yes. The source material actually gives you a few possibilities here. If the adventurers have been successful up to this point, King Hekaton has returned, and he's immediately used a scrying pool, you know, a classic divination tool, to locate his nemesis. He knows Imrith has gone to ground in the Anoric Desert.
And he is not in a forgiving mood.
Oh, no.
This isn't just a monster hunt for him, is it? It feels much more personal.
It's deeply personal. This is about vengeance. Imrith infiltrated his court, she deceived his own daughters, and she orchestrated his kidnapping. He wants blood.
Right.
The source notes that even if Hekaton didn't survive, his daughter, Princess Sarissa, she steps up with that same fire, that same determination. She vows that Imrith's betrayal will not go unpunished. But for now, let's just assume Hekaton is the one leading the charge. So he summons the adventurers, the small folk, and he thanks them. But then he asks for one last favor. Join him. Help him storm the dragon's lair.
And this is where the sheer scale of the conflict really just smacks you in the face.
Yeah.
Because the giants, they know that small folk, even really powerful adventurers at, what, level 10 or 11, they're still squishy.
Very squishy.
A bite from a blue dragon is just bad news for a human. A full lightning breath weapon can just incinerate a wizard instantly. So the giants do something incredible. They open up the royal treasury.
They do, and what they pull out is, well, it's a total game changer. They provide potions of giant size.
Okay, we have to pause here.
Yeah.
Because a potion of giant size sounds, you know, sort of generic, but mechanically in the context of 5th edition D&D, this is a legendary item. This isn't just an enlarged reduced spell.
Not even close. No, this is a fundamental rewrite of your character's physiology for a full 24 hours. We really need to stress how rare and powerful this is. This isn't something you can just buy at a corner potion shop.
So what does it do?
When you drink this, your size category becomes huge. Your strength score becomes 25.
25. Let's put that in context. A normal human hero, I mean, they peak at 20. A stone giant, one of the strongest, is around 23.
Exactly. So for 24 hours, you are stronger than most giants. And that's not all. Your hit points double. So if you were, say, a fragile rogue with 60 hit points, suddenly you have 120. You're as tough as a barbarian. But the real kicker, the thing that completely changes the math of this whole final encounter, is the damage.
Right.
Every single weapon attack you make deals triple the number of damage
A
dice.
triple. So if I'm a fighter and I'm swinging a greatsword, that's normally 2d6.
You are now rolling 66, plus that massive strength modifier from your new score of 25 for every single swing.
Wow.
It turns a human adventurer into a walking siege engine. It is the one thing that allows them to stand toe-to-toe with an ancient dragon and actually trade blows without just being instantly annihilated.
I love the psychological component of this, too. You're handed this small bottle that can turn you into a literal titan, but you have to decide when to pop the cork. They get them at Maelstrom, but the fight is still days of travel away. Do you drink it right before you march in? Do you save it for a last-ditch effort when you're about to go down?
That is the tactical dilemma, isn't it? And the Giants also give them something else, something called the Claw of the Barum Rune.
Okay.
It's a relic they recovered from a shipwreck near Maelstrom. The source material doesn't go into super deep detail on its specific mechanics in this chapter. It's more of a narrative key, a symbol, but it's presented as this gift of immense significance.
What's it symbolizing?
It shows that the Giants are investing their own history, their own power into these smaller allies. They are arming them as equals for this one final battle.
Okay, so we're geared up. We're holding our god-tier potions. Now for the logistics problem. Maelstrom is underwater, off the coast. The Anork Desert is nowhere near there.
How do you move an entire squad of storm giants and their little friends across the world? You take the scenic route, apparently. But let's just pause on these logistics for a moment, because it's easy to just say, move an army. But in practice, we are talking about storm giants.
Yeah.
These are beings that stand 26 feet tall and weigh thousands and thousands of pounds. You don't just put them on a horse.
Right, you don't even put them on a normal boat. A standard ship would probably just capsize with 4 storm giants on the deck.
Exactly. So this is a massive logistical hurdle that the source material solves in a way that I think really showcases the sheer scope of giant power. It's a 2-stage relay. First, you have the maritime leg. They aren't using ships. They're using whales.
Whales.
No,
Just casually riding whales.
They're riding whales to a place called the Whale Bones, which are a set of islands. The text implies this deep level of communion with these creatures. Storm giants are amphibious. They live in the deep ocean, so they harness these massive beasts to either tow them or they ride on their backs to this transit hub.
Okay, so that's stage 1. But the second leg is where the fantasy dial just gets cranked to 11. Because to cross the Anork Desert, you can't exactly swim.
And they're the rocks.
Gargantuan birds of prey. And I really want to be clear about the classification gargantuan here.
This isn't just a big eagle.
No. In the game's mechanics, a rock has a wingspan of 200 feet or more. A storm giant riding a rock is not like a human riding a horse. It is much more like a human piloting a fighter jet.
Just visualize that for a second. You have this elite strike, Team King Hekaton, his personal guard. The adventurers soaring over these endless, shimmering sands of the Anork on the backs of birds the size of airplanes. It completely changes the visual language of the campaign. You go from this deep, claustrophobic underwater court at Maelstrom to suddenly soaring over this wide-open desert. It sets a tone of epic finality. You are, quite literally, flying into the eye of the storm. It creates a very specific atmosphere. You're flying towards a confrontation that is going to shake the very earth. And speaking of that strike team, Hekaton, he doesn't go alone. He brings his best bodyguards. Nimir, Orlecto, Shaldor, and Vasha.
And he leaves Imperator Uther behind to guard the throne, which is smart. You don't leave the keys to the kingdom under the doormat when you go off to war.
Good policy.
But I did notice a little note in the source material about one of those bodyguards, Orlecto.
Ah, yes. The hidden agenda.
What's that about?
The source material just drops this little hint that Orlecto might have some ulterior motives. It suggests that if the dungeon master needs a traitor, or, just an underhanded character to add a bit more tension to the mix, Orlecto is the designated candidate.
But why throw that in there? Isn't fighting an ancient dragon, enough tension?
I think it implies that the political infighting of the giants might not be entirely paused just because there's a dragon to kill. Yep. It adds this layer of unease to the whole journey. You're flying into battle, you're strapped to a giant bird, but can you really trust the giant flying next to you? Maybe Orlecto thinks Hekaton is weak for allying with small folk. Maybe he thinks he should be king. It's just a flavor note, but it's a really potent one.
Spicy. I like it. So the strike team arrives. They don't just land on the dragon's doorstep, though. They touch down about half a mile out.
Correct. Storm giants are not exactly known for their stealth.
Right.
They are massive, thunderous beings encased in plate armor. The plan is almost always a direct assault. But the source does allow for some flexibility. If the small folk want to try and sneak in, the giants are perfectly willing to create a massive, noisy distraction.
A very big distraction.
But generally, the expectation is a frontal collision, a straight-up charge.
Let's look at the battlefield then. This isn't a cave. Well, not just a cave. Imrith has set up her base of operations in a ruined amphitheater.
It's a really striking image, isn't it? A half-buried amphitheater northeast of the old dwarven city of Ascor. It implies this was once a place of, culture and performance, and now it's just been swallowed by the sands.
And the atmosphere is just terrible.
It is oppressive. There is a regional effect in place what the book calls a dry thunderstorm.
A dry thunderstorm, what is that?
It's black clouds constantly churning, thunder pealing, lightning flashing across the sky, but no rain ever falls.
Wow.
And it covers a 6-mile radius around the lair. It's not just weather, it is a direct reflection of Imrith's mood. She is seething. And mechanically, this is a huge signal to the players that they are entering the domain of an ancient blue dragon.
Masters of lightning and earth.
Exactly. The environment itself is hostile to you before you even see the enemy.
And she's not just sitting in there waiting to get hit. She has fortified this place. We're talking siege weapons.
2 large trebuchets, to be precise, mounted right on top of the ruins. And they aren't unmanned. This is where Imrith's other name, her moniker, the Dragon of Statues, really comes into play.
Ah, the gargoyles.
The entire amphitheater is populated by gargoyles, 30 of them.
30? That's not a garrison. That's a small army.
It's a serious defensive line. 22 of them are perched on these plinths around the ruin, acting as static defenses or, sleeper agents waiting to activate. But 8 of them are actively operating the trebuchets.
A few per weapon?
4 per weapon. They have a routine. Load, aim, fire. They can launch these massive projectiles every other round. So if the giants approach openly, they're going to be taking heavy artillery fire long before they can even get into sword range.
And the storm giants, they know this. They know they're big walking targets.
They do. The source mentions that once the giants get within about 500 feet, they can start hurling lightning bolts back at the siege weapons to try and disable them.
Right.
But there's a catch, a big one, when it comes to the dragon herself.
The immunity?
Blue dragons are completely immune to lightning damage. Storm Giant's primary ranged weapon, their signature ability to throw lightning, is totally useless against Imrith.
So what do?
They have to get primitive. They have to resort to tearing massive chunks of sandstone out of the amphitheater itself and just throwing rocks at her.
That completely changes the dynamic. They have to get physical. It makes it messy, brutal. Speaking of Imrith, where is she while all this is going on? While her gargoyles are loading trebuchets.
She's hiding. She's underground, initially. But she has a critical weakness. Her ego. The source states very clearly that if a giant or a giant-sized adventurer stands in the middle of that amphitheater and loudly, publicly challenges her, her arrogance overrides her tactical sense.
She can't resist.
She cannot abide the disrespect. She will crawl out of her lair just to destroy the challenger personally.
I love when mechanics reflect personality like that.
Yeah.
You can literally taunt the final boss into showing up early because she's too proud to ignore you.
It's fantastic.
But if you don't do that, you have to go down into the dark to find her.
And going down is incredibly perilous. The amphitheater has this large sinkhole in the center, which is, the main door, essentially. But there are other hidden sinkholes scattered all around the area.
They're traps.
Exactly. You step on what looks like a normal patch of sand, and suddenly the ground gives way, and you are falling into the depths.
And you're not just falling into some dusty basement. You might be falling into a purple worm nursery. But
yeah,
we'll get to that particular horror show in a minute.
Yes, we will.
First, let's talk about what's actually down there. Because it's not just a dragon's cave. It's a temple.
And for me, this is section 3 of our analysis. And honestly, it's the most fascinating part of the lore in this whole chapter. Beneath the amphitheater lies an old, desecrated temple dedicated to Dendar, the Night Serpent.
The Night Serpent. That does not sound friendly.
Dendar is an ancient sort of primordial demonic entity. She's associated with nightmares and, the end of the world. And the inhabitants of this temple are Yuan-ti snake people, specifically a sect that calls themselves the Serpents of the Sands.
Okay, wait. Why are Yuan-ti just chilling in a blue dragon's lair? Usually dragons are solitary, right? They're very get off my lawn. They don't take roommates.
Precisely, and that's the tell. That's the sign that something is wrong with Imrith. She invited them here.
Why?
Because she's desperate. She is an ancient dragon, one of the most powerful creatures in the entire world, and yet she has allowed these cultists to set up shop in her basement because she is terrified.
Terrified of what? Hekaton.
Ah.
The eventuals.
Of fate.
Yeah.
Of failure. She invited the Yuan-Ti to contact their demon god Dendar, hoping for guidance. She wants a prophecy. She wants to know how to survive this. It's a moment that, in a really twisted way, it almost humanizes her. She knows the walls are closing in. She knows Hekaton is coming. And for the first time in centuries, maybe millennia, she's not sure she can win.
So you have these snake people downstairs doing rituals. Describe that scene.
It's gruesome. There is a giant statue of an alabaster snake erupting from the stone floor, and it has these eyes made of polished obsidian. Below it, there's an 800-foot deep shaft that's just filled with bones, the remains of countless previous sacrifices.
Boom.
And as the adventurers arrive, the Yuan-Ti are actively sacrificing their own kind, the purebloods hurling them into this pit to invoke the oracle.
And does the oracle actually answer?
It does. Dendar speaks in these abyssal whispers that echo up from the pit. And the source text gives us the specific prophecy. It's chilling. It says, "Wreck and ruin, flash and thunder, let them claim the dragon's plunder. Death is close, her doom has come. To blade and spell she will succumb."
Wow. That is not vague at all. That's a straight-up declaration. You're going to die.
It is unequivocal doom. Death is close. Her doom has come. Now, here is the brilliant twist. The Yuan-Ti hear this. They understand it. But they are absolutely terrified of Imrith. They know if they go to an ancient blue dragon and say, "Hey, so our dark god says you're definitely going to die and they're going to take all your stuff," she will incinerate them on the spot.
Okay, but hold on. If you're a cultist and your all-powerful dark god tells you that your boss is about to get wiped out, isn't the standard operating procedure usually to, cut and run? Why would they stick around?
And that's the fascinating friction of the scene. They are terrified of the prophecy, yes, but they are completely paralyzed by their immediate fear of Imrith. She's right there, in the next room. If they deliver that bad news, they know with absolute certainty she will kill the messenger, literally.
So it becomes a calculation. The god might be right about the future, but the dragon is definitely going to turn me to ash in the next 10 seconds if I say the wrong thing.
Precisely. So they make a choice. They pivot. They lie. They completely mistranslate the prophecy.
What do they tell her?
They tell Imrith that the prophecy says she must face her enemy in battle. They twist it into a directive, telling her she must kill the storm giant leader to be victorious.
That is massive. The entire final confrontation, all of Imrith's strategy, is being driven by a deliberate mistranslation.
Yeah.
She thinks she's following this divine blueprint for her own victory, but she's actually walking straight into the exact trap that Dendar predicted.
Precisely. This misinformation is what drives all of her tactics from this point on. She becomes fixated on the idea that killing Hekaton or Sarissa is the key to breaking the alliance and surviving. If she knew the truth, that her doom was inevitable, she might have fled. She's an ancient dragon. She could have just taken her gold and vanished. But the lie keeps her there, fighting to the bitter end.
It adds this incredible layer of tragedy to the villain. She is trapped by her own paranoia and by the sycophants she hired to make her feel better. She's the architect of her own demise because she created an environment where no one would ever dare tell her the truth.
It's a classic tyrant's dilemma. You surround yourself with yes men, and you end up blind.
Okay, so let's move from those psychological traps to the more physical ones. Let's talk about the Horde, Area 4.
Of course. Every self-respecting dragon needs a horde. Imrith dug this cavern out of sand and clay herself. And it has the classic, giant pile of gold coins. But naturally, it's a trap.
It's never just a pile of gold, is it?
Never. If you approach the gold, the coins themselves become the weapon. The entire pile just swirls up and forms into 4 air elementals.
Wait. The coins are the elementals? Or are they just inside?
The elementals are these swirling whirlwinds, and they pull the coins up into them, using them as shrapnel. It is a literal tornado of gold.
That is amazing.
The source even details that they deal extra slashing damage because of the velocity of the coins. It's a blender made of money.
That is the most D&D thing I have ever heard in my life. The treasure is attacking you. But just think about the physics of that for a second. Being hit by a tornado is bad. Being hit by a tornado that is filled with thousands of sharp metal discs moving at terminal velocity, it would effectively shred anyone greedy enough to get too close.
It's a very distinct shift from the usual dragon sleeps on gold trope. Here, her wealth is actively weaponized. It fits her personality perfectly. She uses every single thing she possesses as a bludgeon.
But the real loot isn't in that pile, is it?
No, not the best stuff. The real treasures are hidden. There are 6 stone sarcophagi buried under the sand of the chamber, and you can't see them. Imrith has cast the sequester spell on all of them.
Remind me, that turns things invisible and also makes them undetectable to any kind of divination magic, right?
Correct, and it puts the object into a state of suspended animation. What this means, practically, is you have to physically dig around in the sand to find them. It requires manual labor in the middle of a dragon's lair.
So what's inside?
Well, the contents tell a story. They originally held Netherese priests, ancient, powerful wizards from a fallen empire. But Imrith, she ate most of the mummies to make more room for her loot.
Well, it ate the mummies. Gross, but I guess practical.
Very efficient. And the loot highlights are specific and telling. There's the Coral Norceptor, which is a ruling artifact of the Giants if she managed to steal it earlier in the campaign. There's a mithril helm shaped like a blue dragon, a jade dragon chest set. But the one that really stands out to me is a bowl that was made from the skull of a gold dragon wormling.
Oof. Yikes. That's dark. Gold dragons are supposed to be the good guys of the dragon world. Keeping a baby skull as a drinking bowl. That really cements her as just purely evil.
It's a trophy of pure cruelty. It shows she doesn't just kill her enemies, she desecrates their memory. But the 6th sarcophagus holds a different kind of surprise. She didn't eat one of the mummies. She left a mummy lord, a being named Shexen Khazrat, inside.
A mummy lord is no joke. That is a boss fight all by itself.
It is a serious threat. He wakes up and attacks the very moment his sarcophagus is disturbed. And there's a great little detail here. His heart is hidden in a secret compartment inside the lid of the sarcophagus itself. So even as you're fighting him, you have to solve the puzzle of how to kill him permanently. Otherwise, he just keeps coming back.
So you're dealing with tornadoes of gold, invisible coffins, and a self-resurrecting mummy lord. Imrith really believes in layered security.
He does.
But we skipped over the thing I teased earlier, the nursery.
Ah, yes, Area 5, the Purple Wormling Nursery.
I can't get over the word the source uses. Hobby. It says everyone needs a hobby. And Imrith's hobby is raising apex predators like they're goldfish.
It perfectly highlights the completely alien mindset of an ancient dragon. She goes out and steals purple worm eggs. Now, to be clear, purple worms are these massive blind monstrosities that can burrow through solid rock and swallow horses whole.
Right.
She steals their eggs and raises the hatchlings in this big T-shaped pit she carved out. There are 30 of them squirming around down there when the party arrives.
And they are hungry.
Ravenous. They are still too small to burrow out of the solid stone pit, so they're essentially trapped in this little gladiatorial arena. And if anyone falls through one of those hidden sinkholes from the surface, the traps we mentioned earlier, they drop straight into this pit. The wormlings will devour anyone who falls in.
It's like keeping a tank full of piranhas, except the piranhas are the size of ponies and will eventually grow up to be able to eat castles.
It's a resource for her. She's thinking long term. Eventually, she would have released them into the desert to cause chaos, to disrupt trade routes, to attack nearby cities. But for now, they're just another deadly hazard in her home. It shows she thinks on a totally different time scale. She is cultivating future disasters.
So let's say we've breached the perimeter, we've avoided the sinkholes. Hopefully, we've dealt with the lying Yuan-Ti, and we've raided the Horde. It all comes down to the final confrontation. The endgame.
Imrith fights to the death. The source is very clear on this point. She is far too proud to flee. If she is losing the fight on the surface, she retreats down into the dungeon for a final desperate stand. And she uses the environment itself as a weapon. She can collapse the tunnels.
Collapsing tunnels.
Yeah, she's deliberately weakened the ceilings in certain areas. With a single attack or a powerful spell, she can bring the roof down. This separates the party, buries people in sand and stone, and allows her to isolate her enemies one by one.
And she can burrow.
She can burrow through solid rock and sand to flank her opponents. She is a creature of the earth, and in her lair, she uses that earth as a weapon.
This is where that potion of giant size really becomes critical. If she collapses a tunnel on top of you, having a strength of 25 helps you dig your way out. If she gets a bite attack on you, having double your normal hit points is what keeps you alive.
Exactly. The fight becomes a desperate, brutal brawl. But assuming the players and the giants prevail, Imrith falls. The doom of the desert is finally dead. What happens next? This whole quest was about the Storm King, Hekaton. Does this fix him? Does it change anything?
Does he just go back to being the grumpy, isolationist king we heard about at the start of the campaign?
No, it fundamentally changes him. The source explicitly states that the assistance of the adventurers forces Hekaton to admit that he was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He had this deep-seated prejudice against small folk. He saw them as insignificant or untrustworthy or weak. But seeing them fight and bleed and die right alongside him completely changes his perspective.
He brings up his wife, right? Queen Neri.
He does. Neri had always believed that giants and small folk could coexist peacefully. She was the diplomat in the family. Her death was what sent Hekaton into his depression and his rage. And now, standing over the body of the dragon that killed her, he finally realizes she was right all along. Hekaton makes a proclamation. Storm giants and small folk can work together to create a better world. He vows to ally with them against future draconic threats. It's a moment of genuine redemption for his character.
But does it fix the Ordning? That's the big hanging question of the whole campaign. The giant social structure, the Ordning, was broken by their god, Anim the All-Father, to shake things up.
And the answer the book gives is ambiguous, and I think that's intentional.
Yeah.
The source says Anim might restore the storm giants to the top of the hierarchy now that Hekaton has learned his lesson. Or he might not. The order of giants might remain an open, chaotic question. The crisis isn't entirely solved just because one dragon died. The other evil giant lords, the fire giants building their war machine, the frost giants raiding the coast, they are all still out there scheming.
So the war might be over, but the political instability is here to stay. And what about Imbrith's legacy? Evil doesn't just vanish when you kill its leader.
No, it really doesn't. The text has this great dark note that her offspring, all the blue dragons she has spawned over the centuries, will eventually turn on each other. They'll fight to the death to claim her lair and her territory, and the victor will take up her title, Doom of the Desert.
This is a cycle of violence.
Exactly. One monster falls, and her children just tear each other apart to see who gets to replace her.
Cheery stuff.
Yeah.
But before we wrap up, there's one more specific note in the source material we have to mention. It's called Harshnag Returns. And we have to talk about this because Harshnag is such a fan favorite.
Ah, yes. Harshnag the Grim, the legendary frost giant. So if the players decided to confront Emrith without the help of the storm giants, maybe they wanted all the glory for themselves, or perhaps the negotiations with Hekaton completely failed, the game throws them a lifeline.
A very big lifeline.
Harshnag, the frost giant who supposedly died much earlier in the campaign holding off a different ancient dragon, can appear out of the blue to help them.
I love the mystery of how he survived. He was buried under a collapsing temple. How did he get out?
He apparently escaped the destruction of the Temple of Anim by leaping into the oracle chamber at the last second. The source says he was rescued by a friendly wizard. It speculates it could have been Elminster, or maybe Laeral Silverhand, or even a metallic dragon in human form, but Harshnag refuses to say. He just shows up ready to smash things with his massive axe, Gert's Greytax. It's that perfect, cinematic, the cavalry has arrived moment for a group that might be struggling.
Classic Harshnag.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's unpack this whole deep dive. When you pull back and look at the whole chapter, what does it all mean?
For me, it's a story about the fragility of power. Imrith is ancient, she's magically potent, she's incredibly wealthy, she has an army of gargoyles and a literal fortress of sand. But she's ultimately undone by her own fear. Her fear leads her to trust the Yuan-Ti, who then lie to her. Her pride leads her to fight when she should have run. She builds all these walls to keep people out, but in the end, those walls just trap her inside with her own doom.
And on the flip side of that, you have the alliance. Hekaton, this proud king, has to humble himself. He has to rely on people 1/10 his size to save his entire kingdom.
Exactly. The giants have the raw strength. They provide the potions of giant size that can throw boulders, but they need the cleverness and adaptability of the small folk to actually win. It's a symbiotic victory. And it really reinforces the central theme that isolationism, whether it's a paranoid dragon in a desert or a grieving giant king in a whirlpool, just leads to ruin. Cooperation is the only way forward.
It really is an epic set piece, though. I can just see it. The lightning arcing across the amphitheater, these gold coin tornadoes spinning through the horde chamber, the storm giants smashing gargoyles to pieces. It's high fantasy at its absolute peak.
It is. But I want to leave our listener with one final thought, and it's about that prophecy. Her doom has come. The Yuan-Ti lied about the nature of the doom, but the doom itself was always accurate.
Right. The oracle didn't lie. The interpreters did.
So here's the provocative question. The Ordning, the giant social structure, was broken by the gods to teach the giants a lesson about their own complacency and arrogance. Hekaton, it seems, has learned that lesson in humility through this fight, but did the rest of the giant race learn it? Or will the fire giants and the cloud giants just look at this power vacuum and start the war all over again, but this time against each other?
If history and, those blue dragon offspring fighting over the ruins are any indication, peace is a very temporary condition.
Indeed, the Doom of the Desert is a title, not just a name, and titles have a way of finding new owners.
On that ominous note, thanks for listening to this deep dive into the desert sands. Watch out for sinkholes, always check for traps on your treasure chests, and never, ever trust a talking snake.
That is sound advice.
We'll catch you on the next one.